Chapter 1 Are you still a man? Third brother, wake up quickly, don't sleep anymore, someone is looking for you outside. In a dormitory building for the 10th grade undergraduates at the Huaxia Academy of Drama, a fat man who was only 1.7 meters tall, had thick eyebrows and big eyes, but weighed 180 grams, pushed a young man lying on the bed. The young man was about 1.83 meters tall and a little thin. He wore blue jeans and a loose white shirt, which made his already handsome face look even more elegant. Lu Zixia, lying on the bed, frowned and subconsciously raised his hand to rub his head. He felt dizzy, as if someone had hit him hard. Then he opened his eyes with difficulty. Where is this? I'm at the company's wrap-up party, why? Lu Zixia looked blankly at the fat man who was pushing him in front of him and everything around him, trying hard to recall what happened last night. At this moment, he felt his head suddenly shake, and a series of memories that did not belong to him at all rushed into his head like a swarm of bees. Just like an atomic bomb explosion, a huge mushroom cloud swept through Lu Zixia's mind wildly, making him open his mouth and scream involuntarily. Ah! Old third, Zixia, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me! The fat man, who had just withdrawn his hand, was suddenly startled and looked nervously at Lu Zixia, who was curled up, holding his head and screaming. Ah! Lu Zixia didn't answer, but just kept holding his head and shouting. I don't know how long it was, but when Lu Zixia opened his eyes again, all he saw was a sea of white, and a pungent smell of disinfectant floated at the tip of his nose. Is this the infirmary? Lu Zixia rubbed his still heavy eyelids, supported himself on the bed with both hands, and sat up. It's really amazing. I didn't expect that I would encounter such a bizarre thing as time travel. Traveling through time, yes, Lu Zixia traveled through time. Lu Zixia was a senior manager of a well-known media company on Earth in his previous life, and was also a first-line singer. Before traveling through time, he was attending the wrap-up party of a TV series produced by the company as a representative of the company. But after he got drunk, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself the owner of this body. Coincidentally, the original owner of this body was also called Lu Zixia, but he was younger than him, only 23 years old, with black hair and black eyes, a pure Chinese, a fourth-year undergraduate student majoring in drama and film performance in the acting department of Huaxia Academy of Drama. Lu Zixia has completed his graduation thesis defense and will be able to leave school after attending the graduation ceremony. From now on, the sea is wide enough for fish to leap and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. Lu Zixia quickly accepted this identity, and what surprised him was that this parallel world was very different from the Earth. This is a parallel world similar to the Earth. Its past history is very similar to that of the Earth, except that many tragedies that have occurred in Chinese history, such as the 5 barbarians' invasion, World War I, World War II, did not happen. Therefore, China's national strength is quite strong in this parallel world. The sky is absolutely the boss, China is the second, and even the United States has to stay away. Of course, if there is one, there will be two. The only area where America surpasses China is in entertainment. There is no way. Although the history here is similar to that of the Earth, some historical poets and literary masters such as Li Bai, Du Fu, Xi and Shiji have never appeared here, so there are many missing pieces in Tang poetry and song lyrics. In modern times, some of the world's most famous songs, movies, TV series and even variety shows, film and television actors, writers, have all disappeared. This has led to the fact that China has been committed to the development of culture and entertainment since its establishment. Many art colleges have been built across the country, and the China Academy of Drama is the holy place for all art colleges in China. Countless young Chinese men and women dream of becoming great writers, superstars, international superstars, to make up for China's only shortcoming and surpass America. Lu Zixia is one of the countless young people pursuing their dreams. Hey, police uncle, police sister, what on earth are you looking for our third child about? Just when Lu Zixia was still daydreaming, a voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar came in, followed by a fat man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, leading a man and a woman, and 2 police officers in uniform. Hey, third brother, you finally woke up. You scared me to death. Seeing Lu Zixia wake up in the room, the little fat boy jumped over with a flexibility that was not in line with his body shape. I asked Dr. Li in the infirmary, and he said that you are under too much pressure, and you just need to rest more. This little fat boy is called Sunua. He majors in cultural administration and is Lu Zixia's best friend and roommate. Thanks, fatty. Lu Zixia nodded slightly to Su Nua, looked at the 2 police officers following the fat man in confusion, and asked, "Who are these 2? Fatty Su turned around and introduced, "Third brother, these 2 police officers said they want to see you." Student Lu Zixia, We are from the Shangyang District Public Security Bureau. We have received a commission to hand over your daughter to you for raising. Before Fatty Sue had finished speaking, the female police officer stepped forward and said with contempt on her face, "Daughter?" Lu Zixia was completely confused. This guy has been single since he went to college, for 4 years, and he doesn't even have a girlfriend. He has always relied on the fifth girl to take care of things. Where did his daughter come from? The female police officer took 2 steps to the side and pulled out a little girl from behind her. The little girl was about 4 years old. She had a delicate face like a porcelain doll, with rosy cheeks, a small nose, rosy thin lips, and a pair of big, clear eyes. She looked like a little princess. Comrade police officer, are you mistaken? I don't even know her. He looked at the little girl carefully. Although she was cute and adorable, Lu Zixia definitely did not want to take the blame for being a father. After hearing what Lu Zixia said, the police officer hadn't said anything yet, but the little girl pursed her rosy lips, and her big eyes began to become misty and filled with water, and she was about to cry. The female police officer became anxious, and like a magician, she took out a lollipop from her pocket, then squatted down and coaxed the little girl. The male police officer's face turned cold when he looked at Lu Zixia, obviously thinking he was Chin Shimmy who had seduced her and then abandoned her. Student Lu Zixia. The male police officer took out a document from his briefcase and said, "This is the power of attorney issued by the child's mother, who has entrusted a lawyer. It also has certification from the relevant department. Take a look at it yourself." Lu Zixia took it in a daze, and read it word by word for a long time before finally shaking his head and saying, "Based on this alone, I still can't believe it." Lu Zixia, are you still a man? The female police officer was angry and threw another document to Lu Zixia. Is this your daughter? Take a good look for yourself. Chapter 2 Daughter Yaya. Paternity Test. Lu Zixia's eyes almost popped out when he saw the second document. The probability of parentage RCP is 99.9991%. This paternity test became the last straw that broke the camel's back. This little girl is truly my own daughter. Oh, my God, what is going on? Looking at the documents in his hand, Lu Zixia was completely confused. Lu Zixia, I'm leaving this child to you. From today on, you are her legal guardian. Treat her well. To be honest, the 2 police officers really didn't want to take this job. Such a handsome guy turned out to be a Chen Shimmy. The little girl would have a hard life in the future. The 2 police officers finally left after saying this. In the infirmary, only Lu Zixia, Fatty Sue, and the little guy were left. Little guy, tell uncle, what is your name? Fatty Sue had previously thought that the little girl was the policewoman's child, but he didn't expect this to happen. When he thought that the little girl was the daughter of the 3rd child in their family, Fatty Sue immediately became excited. Hello, Uncle Fatty. My name is Lu Jiayue and my mother calls me Yaya. The little girl looked at the fat uncle in front of her timidly, her voice thin and soft. Ouch. Upon hearing this, the little fat boy's face turned awkward. Yaya, uncle wants to discuss with you, can you get rid of the fat? Okay, fat uncle. Yaya blinked her big watery eyes, looking very cute. Oh, alright. Fatty Sue responded helplessly. Yaya, what did that policewoman say to you just now? Lu Zixia came back to his senses at this moment, and after hearing what the fat man said, he couldn't help but ask, Fatty, what did you say? Hey, didn't you see it? The fat man turned his head and looked at Lu Zixia. Just now, before leaving, the female police officer deliberately pulled Yaya aside and whispered for a long time. Before leaving, she slipped a small note to the little girl. Yaya looked at her father cutely and said, the police sister said that if my father hits me in the future, she told me to call her and she would take him to the zoo to plant flowers and grass. Damn it. And the zoo? Am I the kind of person who beats children? Lu Zixia rolled his eyes, stood up from the hospital bed, walked to Yaya, squatted down, looked at her straight, and said nothing. Yaya was a little timid at the beginning, and her eyes were evasive, but later on, her eyes were full of curiosity, and she just kept looking at Lu Zixia. The father and daughter didn't say anything, and Fatty Sue, who was standing beside them, didn't dare to say anything either, for fear of disturbing them. Gurgle. After a long while, a strange sound came from Yaya's stomach. The little girl blushed, covered her belly, and said coquettishly with a hint of anticipation, Dad, Dad. Yaya is hungry. Dad. This soft call was like a warm current flowing into Lu Zixia's heart, melting his heart. It seemed that all the 36,000 pores on his body were emitting hot air. This is definitely my daughter. How could this throbbing in my blood be fake? Hey, you're hungry, right? Lu Zixia said something a little panicked, hesitated for a moment, and then picked up Xiao Yaya with clumsy movements. Suddenly, Lu Zixia's heart began to beat. It really proves the saying, if I have you, I have the whole world. Yaya, tell Daddy what you want to eat. Daddy will take you to eat something delicious. Lu Zixia's voice became gentler, and as he walked out, he said, Fatty, thank Dr. Li for me. I'll take my daughter to eat something first, and you can just go back to the dormitory later. Hey, third brother, why didn't you bring me along when you were having the good food? Fatty Sue said anxiously, you haven't told me what's going on yet? Hey, don't forget to bring me some good food. Lu Zixia waved behind him and walked out of the infirmary carrying Xiao Yaya. On the east side of Huaxi Opera, there is a very popular pastry shop called Youjia Dessert. Students from Huaxi Opera and surrounding universities like to come here. There was a dessert shop with a small table near the window. Lu Zixia ordered a mousse cake, 2 small egg tarts, and a glass of orange juice for Xiao Yaya. Seeing the little guy's eyes curved into crescents while eating, Lu Zixia's heart was throbbing and could not be calmed down. In his previous life, Lu Zixia was an orphan since childhood. His life experience made him understand that only by hard work can he make his life better and have everything he wants. Therefore, Lu Zixia has been busy with his career. After he became successful, he had power and money, and there was no shortage of women pursuing him, but Lu Zixia did not form his own family. In this life, he just got a daughter for free. For Lu Zixia, this is the beginning of a new life and an extremely novel experience. Dad, I'm full. Xiao Yaya looked at Lu Zixia and said softly. Yaya, there are still 2 egg tarts left. How come you are full now? Lu Zixia asked, looking at the things on the table. Xiao Yaya's mouth was flat. Although there was still some reluctance in her big eyes, she still shook her head firmly. Yaya is full. Daddy hasn't eaten yet. The egg tarts should be left for Daddy. Boom. This simple sentence made Lu Zixia's head go blank. For some reason, tears flowed down his face involuntarily. Lu Zixia, who had never felt the warmth of family, made up his mind at this moment, at this instant, to make Xiao Yaya, his daughter, happy and joyful for the rest of her life. Dad, are you crying? Seeing Lu Zixia crying, Xiao Yaya got a little anxious. She jumped down from the stool, ran to Lu Zixia, stretched out her tender little hands, stood on tiptoe, and tried hard to wipe Lu Zixia's tears, her little mouth moving. Daddy, don't cry, or you'll turn into a little cat. Lu Zixia burst out laughing, wiped his tears, picked up Xiao Yaya, and said softly, Dad is not crying, he just got sand in his eyes. Is that so? Xiao Yaya stretched out her tone, Dad, Yaya will blow on your eyes. If there is sand in Yaya's eyes, Mom will blow on them for you. As she spoke, Xiao Yaya came close to Lu Zixia's face and blew carefully into his eyes. Lu Zixia let the little guy blow his eyes for him. After a while, he straightened Xiao Yaya's body, picked up an egg tart from the table, and said, Yaya, Daddy can't finish 2 egg tarts. Can you help Daddy finish 1 egg tart? Xiao Yaya tilted her head and thought for a while, then pursed her rosy lips and said with a giggle, Daddy can't finish it, so Yaya will help Dad eat 1. Xiao Yaya is growing up, and a mousse cake can't satisfy the little one's appetite. Chapter 3 The child's mother is a big star. Come, Dad will feed you. Lu Zixia laughed and picked up an egg tart to feed the little guy. Xiao Yaya took small bites of the egg tart, and her beautiful big eyes curved into little crescents. Ring ring ring. Just as Lu Zixia was enjoying the warmth in front of him, a crisp bell rang. Following the ringing sound, Lu Zixia discovered that the ringing sound came from a pink watch on Xiao Yaya's wrist. Children's phone watch, the little one is quite fully equipped. Hello? Xiao Yaya pressed the phone and called out crisply, Is that Mom? Well, Yaya, have you recognized your father? A cold voice came from the watch phone. Yeah. Xiao Yaya showed an excited smile on her face, Dad is very good to me. He treated me to mousse cake and egg tarts. Yaya ate so much. He still has some conscience. The cold voice continued, Yaya, Mom has been busy recently. When Mom is done with her work, I will go back to see you, okay? Mom, how long is a while? Xiao Yaya frowned cutely. The cold voice did not reply immediately. 2 unclear conversations came out of the phone watch, but Lu Zixia still heard a few key words, role, part, and completion. Yaya's mother is an actress? Lu Zixia had a guess in his mind. 3 months. Mom promises that I will come back to see you in 3 months, okay? The cold voice finally came from the watch phone. 3 months. 1 month is 30 days, so 3 months is more than 90 days. That's a long time. Yaya won't be able to see her mother for a long time. A sad expression suddenly appeared on Xiao Yaya's face, and her big eyes were full of disappointment. Lu Zixia, who was holding Xiao Yaya, felt a pain in his heart, and suddenly said coldly to the phone watch on the little guy's wrist, 3 months, you really don't need to worry about it? Dad? Xiao Yaya turned her head to look at Lu Zixia, with a dazed expression on her little face. After hearing Lu Zixia's voice, the other end of the watch phone fell silent. You are a very competent mother. You just threw your child to someone you have never met. The other party didn't reply, but that didn't mean Lu Zixia wouldn't continue. You could be a spy. You did such a good job of keeping secrets. For 4 years, I didn't even know I had such a big daughter. Lu Zixia, it was you who first cheated on me and then abandoned me, and yet you still have the nerve to say such things about our family. Just when Lu Zixia was about to continue his verbal attack, another female voice came from the watch phone, sharp and shrill. My family EE said that you are a simple person. In my opinion, you are a modern chin shimmy. The sound was very loud, and there were quite a few customers around Lu Zixia and his group. In an instant, all the men and women around them turned their eyes over. Lu Zixia frowned and said, EE? Is Yaya's mother called EE? Lu Zixia, you are shameless. The voice on the other end of the watch phone exploded in an instant. You still don't know EE's name, you are just a scum of society. Okay, Sister Jingjing, don't scare Yaya. The cold voice came again, Lu Zixia, listen carefully, Yaya will be handed over to you from now on. But you'd better be good to Yaya. When I see Yaya again, if she loses a hair, I will never let you go. Snap. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Lu Zixia to reply, the phone was hung up unilaterally. You hung up on me. What's wrong? Lu Zixia was stunned. I just said a few words, why did you react so strongly? You did something wrong and you can't say it? You kept this from me for 4 years. Don't you, as a father, have the right to know? Dad. Seeing Lu Zixia didn't say anything, Xiao Yaya was a little at a loss. Lu Zixia squeezed Yaya's little hand and asked, Yaya, can you tell Daddy what Mommy's name is? Mom said that I can only tell Dad and not anyone else. Xiao Yaya turned her little head, looked around, leaned close to Lu Zixia's ear, and whispered, Mom's name is Li Mengyi. Li Mengyi? Li Mengyi. Hearing this name, Lu Zixia's eyes suddenly widened, and a series of fragments suddenly flashed through his mind. He continued to ask, Yaya, tell Dad, how old are you this year? I'm 4 years old this year. Xiao Yaya stretched out 4 fingers on her white and tender little hand and said, My mother said that I am a wonderful existence, so she wanted me to remember the day I was born. 4 years old, which means 3 years old. 4 years old, 4 years old. Lu Zixia kept repeating it, but his thoughts drifted to the welcome party organized by the department 4 years ago. That year, the original owner of this body had just been admitted to the China Academy of Drama. At that time, the Department of Drama Performance, which Lu Zixia chose, specially organized a welcome party to welcome the new students. Li Mengyi was one of the hosts and conveners of the welcome reception. At that time, Li Mengyi was not Lu Zixia's girlfriend, and she didn't even know him. There was no way. Although Li Mengyi was only a junior student at the time, she had entered the entertainment industry very early and was already a big star at the level of a movie queen. How could she know Lu Zixia, an unknown freshman? As for Yaya's birth, it was completely a wonderful accident. To put it simply, at the cocktail party, Li Mengyi was drugged by a crazy fan. Just when the fan was about to do something wrong, Lu Zixia caught him and rescued Li Mengyi. By then, the drug had already taken effect, Li Mengyi was already unconscious, and Lu Zixia was a normal man full of vigor and vitality, so, the two of them ate the forbidden fruit in a daze. However, Lu Zixia would never have thought that, just because of this accident, Li Mengyi would give birth to a child of their love. I have kept it a secret until now, and only now have I given the child to him to raise temporarily. Accident, everything is a wonderful accident. Life is really full of surprises. Lu Zixia recalled everything and shook his head slightly. Inadvertently, he caught a glimpse of the men and women at the next table, who were pointing and talking in low voices over here. Looking at the looks of contempt or disdain on their faces, it goes without saying that what they said were not nice things. Not wanting to let the gossip of the crowd affect Xiao Yaya, Lu Zixia lowered his head and said to Xiao Yaya, Yaya, Daddy will take you to meet some new uncles, okay? Okay. Xiao Yaya clapped her hands. By the way, Dad, can you buy some delicious food for fatty uncle? Ah. Lu Zixia had just paid the bill, why did you buy him delicious food? That's what fatty uncle said himself, and Dad also promised fatty uncle. Xiao Yaya said seriously, Mom said that if you promise something to others, you must do it. Well, I was taught a lesson by my own daughter. But to be honest, Lu Zixia had completely forgotten about this matter. Chapter 4 Raising a child also requires money. In the dormitory 319 on the third floor of the 10th grade undergraduate male dormitory building of Huaxia Academy of Drama, there are two other young men besides the fat boy Su Nua. A young man with a square face and thick eyebrows, he was over 1.8 meters tall, with a strong build and bulging muscles that could not be concealed even by a loose black shirt. The other young man was too delicate, with slicked back hair and powdered face, and a petite figure. If he did not have obvious feminine features, he would definitely be mistaken for a woman. At this moment, the little fat boy was talking excitedly, Big brother, Sister Lian, let me tell you, the third brother is really good at hiding things. It's almost graduation time, and he has a 3 or 4-year-old daughter. Fatty, are you kidding us? The strong young man is the leader of the dormitory. His name is Song Qingshan. He is straightforward and speaks boldly. The third brother is a well-known bachelor in our department. He has been 4 years and has never even held the hand of a young lady. How could he have a daughter? That is. The young man with a feminine appearance was the 4th child in the dormitory. His name was Bai Lianqing. He was born into a family of opera performers and spoke softly with a gentle tone. A few days ago, the third child said that he wanted to travel on a budget after graduation. If he had a daughter, would he still want to go out and have fun? Hey, brother, I know you don't believe me. Take a look. Su Nua took out his phone, swiped it a few times, and handed it to the two of them. See the little girl that the third child is holding? Her name is Xiao Yaya, and she's our daughter. Is it true? Song Qingshan leaned over to take a look and smiled. You know what, this little girl looks quite similar to the third brother. Ha, that's right, if my daughter doesn't look like me, who else does she look like? Just then, Lu Zixia pushed the door open holding Xiao Yaya. Third brother, you are finally back. Seeing Lu Zixia and his daughter coming in, Su Nua instantly transformed into a nimble fat man and reached out to take little Yaya from Lu Zixia's hands. Yaya, let your uncle hold you. Get away from me. Lu Zixia's face turned black, and he kicked Fatty Su aside. Third brother, you really have a daughter? Song Qingshan and Bai Lianqing's eyes widened and they asked in unison. How could that be false? Lu Zixia put little Yaya on the ground and placed the 2 bags of food in his hands on the table. Boss, Sister Lian, this is my daughter, Yaya. Yaya, come and say hello to the uncles. Little Yaya grabbed the corner of Lu Zixia's clothes and said shyly, my name is Yaya, hello uncles. The little guy is only 4 years old. He has been with Li Mingyi all year round and has rarely met strangers. So when he saw these 2 guys, Xiao Yaya was still a little shy. Hello, Yaya. Yaya is so pretty. Song Qingshan and Bai Lianqing had never encountered such a thing before. They wanted to act more friendly, but were afraid of scaring Xiao Yaya, so they were both at a loss. Lu Zixia pointed at several people and said with a smile, Yaya, you have seen this fat uncle. The dark and strong one is your uncle Song, and this unbelievably pretty one is your uncle Bai. Dark, strong, and incredibly beautiful. Song Qingshan and Bai Lianqing wanted to kill Lu Zixia. Even though he was telling the truth, it was still too infuriating to say so. Xiao Yaya bowed politely, Uncle Song, Uncle Bai. Okay, you haven't eaten yet, right? Lu Zixia picked up little Yaya and put her on his bunk, then pointed to the 2 bags of food on the table and said, this is what Yaya asked me to buy for you. Come and eat. You really bought them for us? Fatty Su cheered and jumped over. Hamburgers, family buckets, pizza. Third brother, why are you so generous today? You haven't run out of living expenses for a long time, right? Fatty, do you think everyone is like you? You've already spent all your living expenses in just 3 days after the start of school. Bai Lianqing pinched her fingers together. Lao San is very frugal and has been working part-time to earn money for his studies. Have you seen him ask his family for living expenses in the past few years? Okay, Sister Lian, stop talking about things that are not related to the topic. Song Qingshan's face changed when he heard Bai Lianqing talking about home. Even eating can't stop your stinky mouth. Ah. Bai Lianqing reacted and looked at Lu Zixia apologetically. Third brother, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Lu Zixia smiled indifferently. He knew in his heart that the original owner of this body had completely fallen out with his family when he chose the China Academy of Drama when filling out his college entrance examination application. It's been 4 years and I haven't contacted my family once. Third brother, don't blame Sister Lian, she's just a coquettish and slutty bitch. Fatty Sue also began to change the subject. By the way, third brother, you're really too mean, you hid your daughter so well. To be honest, I didn't even know I had such a grown-up daughter. Lu Zixia was a little helpless. When he turned to look at Xiao Yaya, the tenderness on his face was so strong that it could not be melted away. Dad, what's wrong? Xiao Yaya was looking at Song Qingshan and Bai Lianqing curiously at this time. When she saw her father looking at her, she immediately smiled brightly. Yaya, would you like some yogurt? Lu Zixia pinched Yaya's chubby little face and handed her a bottle of yogurt. I want to drink milk. Xiao Yaya held the yogurt happily, feeling very satisfied. Third brother, from what you said, you don't even know who Yaya's mother is? Song Qingshan asked puzzledly. It's not like I don't know. Lu Zixia scratched his hair, it's just that I can't explain it clearly. Anyway, Yaya is my biological daughter, and I should and must raise her. So, third brother, what are your plans for the future? Su Nuo was chewing a burger with his head down. After graduation, you can only work for various crews and play extras. You will be exhausted every day for a tiny amount of pay. How can you have time to take care of Yaya? This problem is very realistic. Lu Zixia's entire net worth is only 18,000 yuan. Not to mention the daily food, clothing, housing and transportation, just raising Xiao Yaya would cost a lot of money. After all, raising a child also requires money, especially in Beijing, the capital of China, where 18,000 yuan is not enough for a month's expenses. Fatty Sue's worries are not without reason. Third brother, how about, you come to my garden? Bai Lianqing hesitated for a while, and then said, I dare not say more, but at least I can guarantee you and your daughter's food, clothing, shelter and transportation. Bai Lianqing's family lives in Jinghua. His grandfather, father, uncles and other uncles are all famous Peking opera actors. He has his own theater in Jinghua, as well as a small media company. Sister Lian, I appreciate your kindness. Lu Zixia rejected Bai Lianqing, as the saying goes, there will always be a way out when you reach the mountain, and there will always be a way out when you reach the bridge. Let's talk about the future after the graduation ceremony. Chapter 5 I don't need your charity. When a car reaches a mountain, there will always be a way. When a boat reaches a bridge, it will naturally straighten itself out. Fatty Sue muttered, who said this? I have never heard of it, but it seems to make sense. By the way, speaking of graduation. Song Qingshan interrupted, this time our department has come up with a new idea. After the graduation ceremony, our department will have a performance report. Anyone who is a 10th grade graduate of our department can sign up to participate. The best performance will receive a prize of 200,000 yuan. Is there such a good thing? Fatty Sue jumped 3 feet high. 200,000, are you sure it's not the academy that paid for it, but your department? It's really not our department that pays for it. Bai Lianqing took over the conversation. This performance was sponsored by senior sister Lu Qiqi. I heard that she came to the department to select roles for the MV, but she couldn't find a suitable one. It just so happened that it coincided with our college's graduation ceremony, so she suggested that our acting department hold a performance for the graduates, one to expand the influence of the acting department, and the other to select the cast for the MV. Lu Qiqi. Fatty Sue's eyes turned green. She's a big star from our Huaxi opera. She became a top singer in China in just 2 years. She actually came to our academy for a casting? Fatty, why are you so excited? Lu Zixia felt a little cold. Lu Qiqi came to our acting department to select people. What does it have to do with you? How come there is nothing left? Fatty Sue puffed out his round belly. If she doesn't choose me to be the protagonist of the MV, it will be her loss. Just wait and see. She will definitely choose me. Then. Forget it, you don't even have the qualifications to perform. Song Qingshan interrupted him without any hesitation. I think this is an opportunity for the third brother. Besides, with these 200,000, you don't have to worry about money for the time being. Yes, third brother, just sign up. Bai Lianqing's eyes lit up and he said, "In our department, you are always the best in acting, singing, and dancing. The prize money this time is very considerable, and there is also a chance to shoot an MV. Even if it's just for Xiao Yaya, you should give it a try." After hearing what the two brothers said, Lu Zixia was also somewhat tempted. With his assets in the entire entertainment information of the earth, taking part in the performance report and winning first place is nothing wrong? The most important thing is that the money can be cashed immediately, which just solves his urgent needs. Thinking of this, Lu Zixia stroked Xiao Yaya's hair and said, "Yaya, do you want to perform with Dad?" "Can I?" Xiao Yaya was stunned for a moment, and when she saw Lu Zixia nod affirmatively, she immediately clapped her hands happily and shouted, "Great, great, Yaya can perform with Dad." Lu Zixia has already graduated, and it is very inconvenient for him to stay in school because he has to take care of Xiao Yaya. So he asked Bai Lianqing, a native of Jinghua, to help him find a place to stay outside the school. Bai Lianqing lived up to expectations and quickly helped Lu Zixia find a house not far from the China Drama Academy, in a community called Jialan. It had 2 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, with a deposit of 1 month's rent and a monthly rent of 5,000. The rent is only this low because the house belongs to Bai Lianqing's cousin. Otherwise, for a school district house like this, you can't even think about renting it for less than tens of thousands of yuan. The deposit and rent for the land were enough to deplete Lu Zixia's assets. There is still a week left before the performance, and the 200,000 yuan bonus cannot be obtained so quickly. Lu Zixia began to think about how to make quick money. Before, Lu Zixia thought that he didn't need to worry about making money at all. After all, this parallel world does not have those classic works on earth, such as novels, songs, movies, TV, comics, and so on, none of them. Of course, this is not the reason why Lu Zixia is confident. What made Lu Zixia happy was that, for some reason, all the works he had ever seen and heard on earth were imprinted in his mind with incredible clarity, just like computer storage, so he could use them whenever he wanted. Take any classic on earth, how bad can it be? Just when Lu Zixia designed several money-making plans, a crisp cell phone ringtone rang. Unknown number? Picking up the phone and glancing at it, Lu Zixia subconsciously frowned. "Hello? Lu Zixia?" A cold voice came out. The voice sounded familiar, so Lu Zixia politely replied, "I'm Lu Zixia, who are you?" "I am Li Mingyi." The cold voice continued. "Oh." Lu Zixia's voice quickly became calm. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "I heard from Yaya that you make delicious food for her every day in different ways. She has been very happy these days." "Thank you," Li Mingyi said. "You're welcome. Yaya is my daughter. This is what I should do." Lu Zixia was a little impatient. "Do you have anything else to say? If not, I'll hang up now." "Hey, you, don't hang up," Li Meng said anxiously. "Why are you like this?" "Okay, I won't waste my words with you. Give me a bank account and I'll transfer some money to you." "Who are you looking down on?" Lu Zixia frowned. "I, Lu Zixia, have hands and feet. I don't need your charity." "What is alms?" Li Mingyi once hired a private detective to investigate Lu Zixia, and knew that except for his strong temper, he was perfect in other aspects. Otherwise, she would not have given Xiao Yaya to Lu Zixia to take care of. Don't flatter yourself. This money is not for you. It's Xiao Yaya's living expenses. I want to give Xiao Yaya everything she wants and make her happy instead of having to suffer with you. Li Mingyi, don't talk so high-soundingly. Lu Zixia felt that his self-esteem was insulted. "I can be happy following you, but I will suffer following me? Let me tell you, Li Mingyi, if Yaya had been brought to me earlier, I would definitely be happier than following you. Lu Zixia, I don't have time to argue with you." Li Mingyi was also getting angry, and his tone became higher. "Give me the account number, I want to transfer money to my daughter. If you want to pay, just deliver it to Yaya yourself." Lu Zixia was too lazy to pay attention to Li Mingyi and hung up the phone directly. "Dad, is that Mom?" At this time, Xiao Yaya, who was wearing a pink princess dress and playing with a bunny doll, ran over and said, "I think I heard Mom's voice." "Yes, it's Mom." Lu Zixia's face was filled with smile again, changing the coldness she had when she called just now. "What did Mommy say?" Xiao Yaya tilted her head and blinked her big eyes, looking very cute. "Mom said she missed Yaya very much." Lu Zixia picked up little Yaya and kissed her little face. "Hee hee, Daddy's beard is standing up, hee hee." Xiao Yaya giggled, just like a little angel. Chapter 6 I just happened to meet you. The father and daughter played for a while, and Xiao Yaya's stomach started to growl. Lu Zixia looked up at the clock hanging on the wall. It was already 12 noon. Looking at Yaya, whose face was slightly red, Lu Zixia deliberately said, "Oh, what's that pleasant sound? It's like singing." "Hee, Daddy, it's my little belly that's singing." Yaya raised her little head proudly. "If Daddy doesn't cook for me, the singing will turn into dancing. Our Yaya is really a natural-born artist." Lu Zixia laughed. "Let's go, Yaya, Daddy will take you out for dinner today." "Really?" Yaya became happy, clapping her hands and shouting, "Let's go out and have a good meal." Not far from the entrance of the community where Lu Zixia rented a house, there was a theme restaurant called Meet You Under the Tree. The name is very poetic. After entering, you will find that this is more of a restaurant bar than a theme restaurant. The restaurant was not very noisy. 14 or 15 tables were randomly placed in the hall. On the left side of the restaurant, there was a row of bookshelves. On the right side, there was a small stage of less than 10 square meters. There were pianos, guitars, and microphones on the stage, but no one was performing. The music in the restaurant was CDs. The restaurant was doing booming business, with only one table near the small stage remaining empty. Lu Zixia took Yaya to sit down at the empty table, ordered a few of Yaya's favorite dishes, and started playing with the little guy. Yaya was playing with her father, but she wasn't very interested and kept glancing at the stage from time to time. Lu Zixia felt strange and asked, "Yaya, do you really want to play on the small stage? There is also a piano in my mother's house." Yaya pointed at the grand piano on the stage. There was a flash of loss in her big eyes. It was obvious that she missed her mother. Children are like this, they always can't leave whoever they follow and will miss that person. Seeing the disappointment in Yaya's eyes, Lu Zixia felt very distressed. After thinking about it, he raised his hand and called the waiter over. "Sir, how can I help you?" The waiter was a young man in his 20s with a bright smile. "It's like this. I'd like to ask, since your business is so booming, why don't you hire resident singers to perform?" Lu Zixia asked. The waiter replied politely, "Sir, we don't have a fixed singer on our small stage. Anyone who truly loves music can perform on the small stage. Moreover, if our boss is pleased with the performance, he will even waive the bill for the guests who perform. Your boss is an interesting person." Lu Zixia chuckled. "If possible, I really want to meet him." The waiter explained, "Our boss used to play music and has many friends in this circle. They often come here to party, so the boss built a small stage like this." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Zixia nodded, and suddenly said to Yaya, "Yaya, the food hasn't come yet, do you want to go play the piano with Dad first?" "Me? Can I?" Yaya looked at Lu Zixia in surprise, her big eyes full of desire. "Little brother, can we?" Lu Zixia turned his head, his meaning was very clear. "Why not?" The waiter shrugged his shoulders and made a gesture of invitation. "Sir, I look forward to your performance." Right now, more than a dozen tables in the restaurant are already full of guests, and even in the waiting area near the door, there are still 17 or 18 diners waiting for an empty table. The diners were either eating or chatting, and no one noticed that Lu Zixia and Yaya, father and daughter, had already stepped onto the small stage. Lu Zixia looked at Yaya sitting beside him like a little adult and asked, "Yaya, can you play the piano?" "Yeah, Yaya can play a lot of songs." Little Yaya nodded her head with a proud look on her face. "Yaya is so amazing?" Lu Zixia asked in surprise. "Then do you want to play a song for Dad?" "Okay, Yaya loves playing the piano the most." Yaya nodded happily and placed her little fingers on the keys in a very serious manner. Ding! The pleasant sound of piano sounded, and Lu Zixia listened attentively. The moment the piano sounded, all the diners in the restaurant turned their eyes to the small stage. When they saw Lu Zixia and his daughter on the stage, some were curious, some were surprised, but most of them just glanced away and no one took another look at the father and daughter. These diners are all regular customers of the restaurant, so they naturally know that the reason why the restaurant owner built this small stage is mainly to make it convenient for his friends in the circle to play music. Normally, no customer would dare to go up and play music or sing. From the diner's point of view, it was just two customers playing for fun and there was no way they could produce any good music. Lu Zixia didn't care about these. At this moment, he only had Yaya in his eyes. It seemed that Yaya was the only light in the whole world. Ding! The clean and crisp sound continued, and the diners also heard that the little guy was playing a nursery rhyme called Two Tigers. Although they were surprised that such a young child could play a song coherently, completely, and in tune, it was not enough to impress the diners. After the song was over, the diners did not react at all, not even the basic courtesy of applause. Bang! No, at a table in the corner, a young couple was clapping. Yaya didn't care about these. She bowed politely to the couple in the corner, then looked up at Lu Zixia. Although she didn't say anything, the expression on her face clearly showed 5 words. Dad, praise me. Lu Zixia lowered his head and kissed little Yaya's face, praising her. Yaya, you are really good at playing the floor. Tell Daddy, who taught you? Ha ha ha. Mom taught me. Yaya straightened her little back proudly, with a satisfied smile on her face. Dad, can you play the piano? Lu Zixia pinched Yaya's delicate chin and said, Dad's piano playing is not as good as Yaya's. Dad can play the guitar and sing for you at the same time, okay? Yaya was surprised and asked, Is it sung specially for Yaya? Yes, sing to our cutest Yaya. Lu Zixia has been in this world for a few days. He is very grateful to fate for bringing him into this world and meeting Yaya, this lovely little angel. Thinking of this, a gentle smile inadvertently appeared on the corner of Lu Zixia's mouth. He held the guitar and gently plucked the strings. The melodious guitar sound floated out with the sliding of his fingertips. Compared to the children's song piano music just now, the melodious and light guitar melody seems to capture people's hearts more. We cried. We smiled. We look up at the sky. A few stars are still shining. Amid the simple and clear guitar sound, a bright and magnetic voice rang out, almost instantly catching the ears of all the diners present. Li Yugang, I just happened to meet you. Perhaps Lu Zixia in this life does not have a voice like Li Yugang, but his voice is extremely magnetic, and seems to have a special quality that can quickly make people calm down and listen quietly. We sang. Song of Time. Only then do we know how to hug each other. What is it for? The singing continued, and the slight noises of those who originally didn't care, or even chatted in low voices and drank together, gradually died down. All the diners put down their bowls and chopsticks and looked towards the small stage. There was a look of surprise on their faces. It seemed like they had never heard of this song before. However, it was very nice. After being surprised, a few young men and women hurriedly picked up their mobile phones and started recording with excitement. Who was singing? Zhang Mingho, the restaurant owner who was resting on the second floor, was attracted by the beautiful singing. When he saw Lu Zixia singing and playing the guitar on the small stage, he couldn't help but be stunned. I haven't seen this person before, he shouldn't be in the circle, right? Who? Boss. The waiter was listening intently when he suddenly felt someone pulling him. He turned around and saw it was his boss. Who is this person? Zhang Mingho asked in a low voice. The waiter replied, Boss, it's our customer, sitting at that table. Yes, that little girl is his daughter. Oh. Zhang Mingho nodded and looked at Lu Zixia with shining eyes. Because I just happened to meet you. Leaving footprints is beautiful. The wind blows the flowers and tears fall like rain. Because I don't want to be separated. The simple and straightforward lyrics and tunes in the melodious melody fell into the ears and hearts of the diners, making them think of their own deep emotions. In that emotion, two people knew each other, stayed together, and parted. Because I just happened to meet you. Leaving behind 10 years of expectations. If we meet again, I think I will remember you. When the song reached this point, bitter smiles appeared on the faces of the diners, because the more they listened, the more they felt that the song seemed to be about their own coincidental encounter. When you first meet, it's a matter of liking or not. When you stay together, no matter it's good or hard, you go through it together. When you part, even if there are thousands of reasons, you have no choice but to leave, no matter how unwilling you are. As the magnetic singing faded away, the diners found that the person they had forgotten or who had buried deep in their hearts and whom they did not want to think about suddenly came to their mind. At this moment, the face that I miss most in my heart gradually becomes clear. The laughter, tenderness, and quarrels of the past seem to emerge before my eyes along with the singing. If we meet again, I think I will remember you. When the song ended, the restaurant became as quiet as snow. Lu Zixia put down the guitar and pinched his red fingers. During the performance just now, many people flashed through his mind, some from past lives and some from this life, and finally stopped on Yaya. Perhaps most of the diners present were thinking about their former lovers, but for Lu Zixia, he only had Yaya in this life. My daughter, it's great that I met you at the best time. Chapter 7 Restaurant Owner. Looking up, Lu Zixia suddenly realized that the restaurant was so quiet that one could almost hear a pin drop. Yaya is young and can't understand the lyrics of music, but she can still tell whether a song is good or not. Dad, you sing so well, so wonderfully. Yaya is so happy. Little Yaya clapped her hands excitedly, as happy as a lark. Luzicia pinched Yaya's nose lovingly and said, as long as Yaya is happy. Hearing the conversation, the diners who had been immersed in Luzicia's singing for a long time finally came back to their senses. Then the restaurant completely exploded with applause, cheers, one wave higher than the other. Hey man, what's the name of this song? You sing it so well, sing it again. This song is absolutely original, this guy is so talented. Brother, do you have any other songs? Come on, sing another one. The restaurant suddenly became lively, unlike its usual peaceful and quiet state. All the diners looked at Luzicia standing on the small stage with great excitement. This song is so nice. Luzicia acted indifferent to the diners' flattery. He did not forget how the diners reacted when Yaya finished playing the piano piece just now. Except for the couple, no one else cheered, not even the most basic, polite applause. Luzicia was not a petty person, but Yaya was his sweetheart. These diners were so inconsiderate, it was good enough that Luzicia did not get angry at them. Why should he be polite to them? Dad, that's awesome. Facing the cheering diners, Yaya seemed very excited. She tilted her little head and looked at Luzicia with admiration, her two big eyes seemed to be sparkling with little stars. Yaya, do you like this song? Luzicia looked at little Yaya gently. Yeah. Yaya nodded her head, her eyes narrowed with laughter. I like it. Dad will sing for you every day from now on, okay? Luzicia touched Yaya's head and said. Okay. Yaya tilted her head and looked at Luzicia, then suddenly stretched out her hand and said, Dad, let's make a pinky promise. Okay, let's make a pinky promise. Luzicia stretched out his little finger and hooked it with Yaya's right little finger. Yaya's red lips moved. Let's make a promise and don't change it for 100 years. Then put a stamp on it. Ha, give me another stamp. Luzicia had never had this kind of experience before, and his mouth was so happy that it stretched to his ears. Luzicia ignored the diners and went back to the dining table to eat with Yaya in his arms. The diners were not happy. It was a rare opportunity for them to hear such a beautiful song and they hadn't heard enough. Hey, man, which entertainment company are you from? Dude, is that a new song you're singing? Can you tell me the name of it? For a moment, the situation was a little out of control. Many diners rushed to Luzicia's table with excitement, chattering non-stop. Suddenly seeing these crazy diners, Yaya was so scared that she hugged Luzicia's arm tightly and dared not move. Seeing the fear on Yaya's face, Luzicia frowned, stood up suddenly, and shouted, have you had enough? The voice was cold, with hints of anger. The diners were stunned by Luzicia's loud shout. We are here to eat, not to sing in the restaurant. Luzicia looked at the diners around him calmly. I don't want you to disturb me and my daughter while we eat, please be quiet, thank you. Alright, let's go back and continue eating. The restaurant owner Zhang Mingho, who had been watching from the side, took the opportunity to bring a few waiters over, explained to the diners in a friendly manner, and comforted them to return to their seats to eat. My name is Zhang Mingho, the owner of this restaurant. What's your name, friend? After sending the diners away, Zhang Mingho walked up to Luzicia with a gentle smile on his face and extended his right hand. Luzicia had noticed Zhang Mingho before. After all, the one who could command the restaurant waiters, even if he was not the boss, was at least the manager of the restaurant. No need to mention your surname Lu. Luzicia stretched out his hand and shook hands with Zhang Mingho, saying, Thank you, Boss Zhang. Mr. Lu, you are too polite. To be honest, it is because our restaurant is not doing a good job in disturbing your meal. Zhang Mingho waved his hand. Is this your daughter? Yes, this is my daughter Yaya. Luzicia nodded. Yaya, come and call Uncle Zhang. Yaya poked her head out from behind Luzicia and said timidly, Hello, Uncle Zhang. Oh, Yaya is so cute. Zhang Mingho smiled at Yaya, took out a hairpin from his pocket and handed it to Yaya. I'm sorry for scaring you just now, and I don't have anything with me. Here's a small hairpin. Give it to our lovely Yaya. Please apologize to our restaurant for that. The little hairpin is pink with a cute yellow little tiger on it, which looks very playful. Yaya was immediately attracted by the hairpin. She looked up at Luzicia, the desire in her eyes almost overflowing. Yaya, why don't you thank Uncle Zhang quickly? Although Lu Zixia didn't understand why Zhang Minghe was so nice to Xiao Yaya, whom he had only met once, she didn't reject Zhang Minghe's kindness. After all, this little hairpin was not worth much. Xiao Yaya stretched out her little hand to take the hairpin and said sweetly, "Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Xiao Yaya is so good." Zhang Minghe is not stupid. He can see that Lu Zixia particularly loves Xiao Yaya. If he wants to get closer to Lu Zixia as soon as possible, Xiao Yaya is the best breakthrough. "Dad, can you help me put it on, please?" After holding the small hairpin for a long time, Xiao Yaya looked up at Lu Zixia. "Good." Lu Zixia smiled and ruffled Xiao Yaya's hair, loosening the little girl's long ponytail, and with a nimble twist of his fingers, a cute bun appeared. After changing her look, Xiao Yaya's facial features become clearer and she looks playful and cute. Looking at the joy on Xiao Yaya's face, Lu Zixia realized that his concern for Xiao Yaya was still far from enough. During this period, he has been busy with graduation and moving, and was only thinking about making sure Xiao Yaya had enough nutrition, but he forgot to buy some nice clothes, toys and accessories for the little one. Now that I think about it, Xiao Yaya is still wearing the same clothes she was wearing when I first met her. "Boss Shang, thank you." Lu Zixia's tone was very sincere. "You're too polite, Mr. Lu." Zhang Minghe waved his hand. "My daughter is about the same age as Yaya." When I saw Yaya, I thought of my daughter. "Boss Shang, if you don't mind, would you please sit down and eat together?" Since Zhang Minghe had already expressed his goodwill, Lu Zixia would not remain silent. "Won't this disturb you?" Zhang Minghe's face lit up, and he looked around at the diners who were still discussing Lu Zixia, and said, "Mr. Lu, how about this? There are a few private rooms upstairs. I'll ask the chef to make a few of his specialties, and we can go in and have a good chat?" Lu Zixia glanced at Xiao Yaya, responded politely, picked up the little guy, and followed Zhang Minghe upstairs. Chapter 8 Kindness from Lao Zhang. There are very few private rooms on the second floor of the tree under the restaurant, and Zhang Minghe usually only entertains friends from his circle in the private rooms. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Zixia was startled and thought he had entered the wrong door. This private room doesn't look like a place to eat, but a music stage. In addition to the sofa and coffee table on the left, there are musical instruments everywhere: guitars, bass, drums. If there wasn't a dining table on the left side of the private room with 7 or 8 dishes steaming on it, Lu Zixia would have thought he had come to a small bar in Jinghua Hohai. "Mr. Lu, please sit anywhere." "You're welcome." Zhang Minghe walked straight to the dining table and sat down, motioning Lu Zixia to sit wherever he wanted. He also moved a child's seat out from the corner and carried Xiao Yaya on it. "Mr. Lu, excuse me for asking, what do you do for a living?" After the host and guests sat down, Zhang Minghe was the first to start talking. While picking up some food for Xiao Yaya, Lu Zixia replied, "I'm a jobless vagrant who just graduated from college and is raising a child." Zhang Minghe first looked Lu Zixia up and down in surprise, and then he was relieved. Nowadays, many young people have children before marriage. It is a bit unreasonable for a college graduate to have such a big daughter but not take care of the child. "I wonder which school Mr. Lu graduated from." Zhang Minghe changed the question. "Chinese opera." Lu Zixia said casually. "Huaxi opera." Zhang Minghe's eyes lit up and he said, "Mr. Lu, I didn't expect that we are alumni. I am from the 2005 class of Huaxi opera, majoring in drama and film performance in the acting department." "Boss Shang, we are not only alumni, but also brothers." Lu Zixia laughed. There really are such coincidences in the world. "Ah, it's fate, it's really fate." Zhang Minghe also laughed out loud. "Junior brother Lu, I think we should stop calling each other Mr. Lu and Boss Zhang. I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Hao and I'll call you Brother Lu. How about that?" If Zixia continues to be polite, it would be hypocritical. Lu Zixia picked up the teacup. "Brother Hao, I will use tea instead of wine to toast you. It's a toast to our first acquaintance." "Okay, I'll finish this cup of tea." Zhang Minghe picked up the teacup and drank it all. Dad, I'm drinking it too." Xiao Yaya watched with envy on the side, and also picked up a small teacup and drank it all in one gulp. "Yaya, drink slowly." Lu Zixia wiped the corner of Yaya's mouth with a helpless look and said, "Brother Hao, your restaurant is quite interesting." "Ha, I've been in the entertainment industry for a few years and I want to take a break." Zhang Minghe scooped a bowl of egg custard for Xiao Yaya and shook his head, saying, "Originally, I wanted to open a bar, but a few friends said that the bar was too noisy, so I opened this restaurant. If I really want to call it a restaurant bar, it would be more appropriate." That's right, this environment is much quieter than a bar. Lu Zixia nodded. Yes. Zhang Mingho said, brother, the song you just sang is your original song, right? What's the name of the song? Just Met You is indeed an original work. Lu Zixia thought for a moment and added, it was created just for Yaya. It's indeed an original song. Zhang Mingho's eyes flashed with understanding. Brother, you are really amazing. You are so young, and you can write and you sing so beautifully. To be honest, I haven't seen a young man as talented as you in a few years. Brother Hao, you're joking. You're a senior in the circle and you've heard all kinds of good songs over the years. I'm just singing randomly. Lu Zixia was very humble. Don't underestimate yourself, brother. Zhang Mingho waved his hands repeatedly. If you put this song on Penguin Music, I estimate that the number of subscriptions in 24 hours will be at least 100,000. Is it that exaggerated? Lu Zixia blinked, a little dazed. Penguin Music is an online music platform under WeChat Group. As one of the top 50 companies in the world, WeChat Group has extensive business operations covering all walks of life. Among them, WeChat Communications is an instant messaging software used by 80% of the world's population. Relying on WeChat's powerful user base, with hundreds of millions of users, Penguin Music has formed a near monopoly position worldwide. It can be said that Penguin Music exists wherever there are people. As long as you have a WeChat account, you can listen to, download and upload songs on Penguin Music. Of course, the music on Penguin Music is not completely free. It has two modes. One is a free model, in which the music is an abridged version with poor sound quality. The other is a paid model, in which, although you need to pay 1 Chinese yuan to listen to or download music, the music is a complete version with lossless sound quality. 100,000 subscribers may sound like a lot, but for Penguin Music, which has a huge number of users, it is just a drop in the bucket. Originally, Lu Zixia wanted to upload a few songs and earn subscription fees from Penguin Music. It's just that the song subscription fee of Penguin Music has a settlement period of 1 month. What Lu Zixia needs now is to get the money as soon as possible after earning it, so he passed on this idea. Of course. Zhang Mingho nodded. This is still a conservative estimate. How about uploading it and giving it a try? Lu Zixia thought for a moment and said, Brother Hao, when uploading music on Penguin Music, there must be 2 versions. Under my current conditions, I can only upload the free version. Let's talk about this later. Okay, figure it out yourself. Zhang Mingho said, by the way, have you registered the copyright of this song? Lu Zixia shook his head, no, I just created it. I don't have the time to register it with the Copyright Association. Puff. Zhang Mingho spat out a mouthful of tea. What did you say? Did you just create this song? Yes. Lu Zixia nodded naturally. No way, brother. Zhang Mingho was shocked. Your song Just Met You is so much better than some popular hit song right now, and it turned out to be a new song you created. No, wait for me, I'll get the computer and you can register the copyright now. After saying that, Zhang Mingho rushed out of the private room in a hurry. It was no wonder that Zhang Mingho was so nervous. In this world, people had a strong sense of copyright and piracy did not exist at all. This was because the laws of this world punished pirates too severely. The lighter punishments were huge fines, while the heavier punishments would mean spending the rest of your life in jail. Of course, the absence of piracy does not mean that there will be no theft of songs, scripts, or novels. Who told you that your stuff is not registered, but it happens to be heard and seen by others? Things like this are completely first come first served. Whoever registers with the Copyright Association owns it. At that time, even if you are right, you will have no place to argue, so Zhang Mingho is so anxious. Xiao Yaya, who was eating pudding with her head down, saw Zhang Mingho suddenly leave, and asked with her head tilted, Dad, what is Uncle Zhang doing? There are so many delicious foods, don't you want to eat them? Lu Zixia wiped the corner of the little guy's mouth and said, Uncle will be back soon, Yaya, eat slowly. Yeah, Dad, you eat too. Xiao Yaya smiled, her eyes curved into little crescents. Chapter 9 Sir, are you selling the copyright? It was already past 2 in the afternoon when Lu Zixia came out of the private room on the 2nd floor. With the help of Zhang Mingho, he successfully registered the copyright of Just Met You on the Copyright Association's website. Afterwards, Zhang Mingho introduced Lu Zixia to a recording studio opened by his friend to record the song Just Met You so that it could be uploaded to Penguin Music. In Lao Zhang's words, such good music should be heard by more people. When facing Zhang Mingho, Lu Zixia still can't understand why he was so enthusiastic towards her when they first met. Dad, there's a weird auntie over there. Just as Lu Zixia was walking out while pondering Zhang Mingho's purpose, Xiao Yaya's voice sounded in his ears. Ah? Lu Zixia came back to his senses and looked in the direction where Xiao Yaya pointed. In the waiting area of the restaurant, there stood a young man dressed in trendy clothes, with long straight black hair and a pair of sunglasses on his handsome face. At this moment, he was holding a mobile phone and looking around as if he was looking for something. When he saw Lu Zixia, the young man quickly stepped forward and asked Lu Zixia, "Sir, is the song you just sang your original song? Do you have the copyright?" Oh my god, it turns out to be a man. Hearing this voice, not to mention Xiao Yaya, even Lu Zixia was stunned for a moment. It was really unexpected. This guy who dresses so fashionably, looks so feminine, and has long straight black hair, is actually a man? It's my original song. Do you have any questions? Lu Zixia glanced up and down at the young man, somewhat confused. Oh my god, he is Hanshi. It's really him. I'm going to take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments. At this moment, several clear female voices were heard, and several young girls in their 20s came running over like a gust of wind. Hanshi? Hearing the little girl's call, Lu Zixia looked at the young man in front of him again and finally recognized him. Hanshi, a fourth-tier celebrity in China, has become quite popular recently. He has acted in several TV series, participated in several variety shows, and has been reported all over the place. But Lu Zixia was not interested in him. First, Hanshi had just debuted and was not very famous. Second, this guy was too feminine. Lu Zixia was afraid that if he stayed with this guy for too long, he would lead Xiao Yaya astray. After being recognized, Hanshi relaxed and took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of slender peach blossom eyes. He signed autographs and took photos with the girls with great skill. Dad, this turns out to be an uncle. Xiao Yaya came to her senses, but she couldn't understand why those little sisters liked this uncle whose gender was hard to identify so much. Dad, let's go quickly. Yaya is sleepy and wants to go home to sleep. Okay, let's go home and get some sleep. Lu Zixia responded and was about to squeeze through the group of little girls. There was no way out. Several people were taking photos and signing autographs, and had completely blocked the restaurant door. If I didn't squeeze in, I really couldn't get out. Hey, sir, please don't leave yet, I have something else to talk to you about. Seeing Lu Zixia was about to leave, Hanshi, who was taking pictures with the little girls, hurriedly sent them away, then stepped forward to stand in front of Lu Zixia. Mr. Han, I have something else to do here. If you have anything to say, please tell me as soon as possible. Lu Zixia turned his head and looked at Hanshi. It's like this, sir. The song you sang before was very nice. Hanshi quickly explained, I want to buy the copyright of this song. Don't worry, the price will definitely satisfy you. I'm afraid I'll disappoint Mr. Han. I don't plan to sell the copyright of this song. Lu Zixia shook his head. To him, any song from his previous life was a priceless treasure. It would be a pity to sell them like this. Sir, we can discuss this slowly. I really like this song. Hanshi was a little anxious. 200,000, how about it? Lu Zixia continued to shake his head and walked out holding Xiao Yaya. 300,000. Hanshi said loudly, Sir, I am really sincere. 300,000 is a high price for the music copyright of any popular song nowadays, especially for an unknown songwriter. Mr. Han, please remember. Lu Zixia turned his head, money is not everything. Goodbye. Lu Zixia is very short of money now, but that doesn't mean his dignity can be insulted at will. 300,000 to buy the copyright of Just Met You, are you dreaming? Not to mention 300,000, even if it was 1 million or 2 million, he wouldn't sell this song. Sir, 300,000 is already a lot. This song can only bring out its best value if it is taught to our singer. Hanshi spoke without thinking and was very anxious. Lu Zixia did not reply, but just walked faster. After looking at Lu Zixia's receding back for a long time, Hanshi sighed, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Brother, I'm sorry, I didn't get the song. In the 13th grade male dormitory of Jinghua University, more than 10 kilometers away from the Tree restaurant, Zhou Haining was curled up at his desk, typing away on the keyboard in a very excited mood. It is now almost midnight and the roommates have all gone to bed, leaving only Zhou Haining, a night owl, still working hard in front of the computer. Done. After working for a long time, Zhou Haining finally uploaded a carefully edited video to Jinghua Sky, and also wrote a red title, Big Shot appears in the restaurant under the tree. Jinghua Sky, the earliest music forum in the circle, has a great influence in China and is extremely popular in the Beijing area. It is an online paradise for many people who move to Beijing. Zhou Haining is a gold member of Jinghua Sky. In addition, he has a wide range of interests and a keen sense of pop music, so he has posted many posts on various music pages of Jinghua Sky, all of which have been pinned and featured. If you think about it, Zhou Haining can be considered a figure who can create a tornado in the Beijing sky. It was a coincidence that at noon, Zhou Haining asked his girlfriend to have lunch at the restaurant under the tree. When Yaya finished playing the piano, he and his girlfriend were the only people in the restaurant who applauded. When Lu Zixia picked up the guitar, Zhou Haining somehow grabbed his cell phone and started taking pictures. The song Just Met You amazed Zhou Haining, and it was so beautiful that it gave him goosebumps. After returning to school and finishing the afternoon class, Zhou Haining went straight into the dormitory and began editing the video of Lu Zixia that he had filmed in the restaurant under the tree at noon. Finally the post was published, and Zhou Haining became full of anticipation. He just sat in front of the computer, refreshing the page of Jinghua Sky one after another, waiting for replies from his friends in the circle. Chapter 10 The Ugly Duckling. Lu Zixia didn't know that someone had been unable to sleep all night because of him, and now he was looking at his daughter with a headache. Dad, Mom said she has to shoot a night scene today and can't sleep with me. Yaya was very depressed. I can't sleep without Mom. Yaya, Daddy is right next to you. Daddy will sleep with you, okay? Lu Zixia scratched his head helplessly. No, I just want my mom. Yaya felt a little aggrieved. My mom tells me stories every day. A short story before bed every day is the benefit that Li Mingyi gives to Yaya. After all, Li Mingyi is busy with work and can only accompany Yaya at night. Even if she can't come back, she has the company of her voice, so Yaya won't feel lonely or scared. Seeing the grievance on Yaya's face, Lu Zixia felt inexplicably distressed and jealous. Isn't it just telling a story? If you, Li Mingyi, can tell it, why can't I, as a father, do the same? Yeah, let me tell you a story. Lu Zixia pinched Yaya's little face and said, Dad promises that you have never heard of this story before. Really? Yaya looked at Lu Zixia expectantly. Of course. Lu Zixia covered Yaya with a blanket and began to tell her a story. The countryside is so beautiful. In the summer, the wheat is golden and the oats are green. Hay is piled up in the green pastures, and storks are walking with their long red legs and chattering. Wheat, oats, storks. Yaya's eyes lit up and she was immediately brought into the story by Lu Zixia's description. The eggs burst open one by one. Crack. Crack. The shells made a sound, and all the yolks were now little animals, sticking their little heads out. The story Lu Zixia is telling is the fairy tale that is included in elementary school textbooks and is almost known to everyone on Earth, the ugly duckling. This world has changed not only the history of China, but also the entertainment process of the whole world. From what Lu Zixia has learned these days, all kinds of foreign works, movies, TV series, cartoons, and even fairy tales and fables that were famous in the previous life, can no longer be found in this world. Therefore, as soon as the story of the ugly duckling was told, it successfully attracted Yaya. Yaya blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, Dad, what does the little duck look like? Lu Zixia touched Yaya's little head and said, Little ducks, they are covered with yellow, fluffy fur, have a flat, tender yellow beak, and have webbed feet like maple leaves. They walk unsteadily, swaying from side to side. Cluck, cluck, Yaya giggled, the little duck is so cute. Not as cute as our Yaya. Lu Zixia tapped the tip of Yaya's nose. Do you want to continue listening to the story? Yes, I want to listen. Yaya responded quickly. The story was interrupted by the little guy, and Lu Zixia continued. Finally the big egg cracked. Crack. Crack. The newborn crawled out, crying. It was big and ugly. The ducks pecked at it, the chickens hit it, and the maid who fed the chickens and ducks kicked it with her feet. Daddy, I don't like the ducklings anymore. After listening to the story, Yaya clenched her pink little fist and said, The ugly duckling is so kind and pitiful. Why do the little ducks and the little animals bully it? Because the ugly duckling looks weird and the clown duck is kind, they bully it. Lu Zixia pinched Yaya's puffy cheeks and said, Yaya wants to be the ugly duckling or one of those little animals? I want to be an ugly duckling. Yaya said with her hands raised. Why? Lu Zixia asked. The ugly duckling is kind and strong, and will become a beautiful white swan when it grows up. Yaya also wants to be a beautiful white swan in the future. Little Yaya shouted excitedly, her little face as red as an apple. Luzicia tucked the corner of the quilt for Xiao Yaya and said with a smile, "Our Xiao Yaya is now a beautiful little white swan. She will definitely be more beautiful than the ugly duckling when she grows up." Really? Hearing Luzicia's praise, Xiao Yaya's face turned red. She covered her face with her two delicate little hands, showing her shyness. Of course. Luzicia smiled. Xiao Yaya smiled, like a blooming lily, competing for beauty among the flowers. "Dad, what do you think a swan looks like?" After coaxing Xiao Yaya again, before going to sleep, Xiao Yaya suddenly thought of something and asked, "Also, what do those chickens, turkeys, and big hunting dogs look like?" Luzicia walked to the door and looked at Xiao Yaya, who was looking forward to it. He was stunned for a moment and then said, "Yaya, go to sleep. Daddy promises that when you wake up tomorrow morning, you will be able to see those little animals." "Dad, you won't lie to me?" Xiao Yaya's big eyes flashed. "I'll trick you into turning into a puppy." Luzicia held up two fingers of his right hand in a serious tone. "Dad swears." "I don't want Daddy to turn into a puppy." Xiao Yaya wrinkled her nose. "Yaya believes in Daddy." Snap. After turning off the lights, Xiao Yaya fell into a sound sleep with full anticipation. Looking at Xiao Yaya, who had finally fallen asleep, Luzicia gently closed the door and returned to his room. Luzicia's room is slightly bigger than Xiao Yaya's. Apart from a double bed and a wardrobe, there is a laptop and a printer on the computer desk. Luzicia turned on the computer, browsed the web for a while, then opened the picture-making software, and started drawing by dragging the mouse intently. In his previous life, Luzicia's favorite thing to do besides his busy work was to draw a picture or make a small flash animation to entertain himself. What Luzicia is doing now is to use the computer to draw the little animals in the ugly duckling. Although there were no professional computer drawing external tools, with Luzicia's skills, it was no problem for him to draw a few small animals that he remembered. While busy, Luzicia painted two portraits of the ugly duckling. One was of its ugly appearance when it was a child, and the second was naturally of the noble and elegant white swan. As for the remaining little animals, Luzicia directly downloaded the corresponding animated versions of the animals from the internet, and then photoshopped them into the images he remembered. Although they were not as perfect as those in the illustrations of his previous life, they were also vivid and lifelike. After finishing these paintings, Luzicia printed them out directly. I looked down at the time on the computer. It was 2:30. Before I knew it, it was already late at night. Luzicia stretched, shook his head, washed up and went to bed. Chapter 11. The post went viral. When Luzicia fell asleep, "Just met you" was slowly spreading on the internet. Under the tree, I just happened to meet you. A bold and red title, and the key point is that the person who posted it is Jinghua Leapair, who is a gold member of Jinghua Sky and a man who can stir up a tornado. As soon as the post was published, a night owl in the circle quickly replied. "Tiger touch God. Front row +1. Look, these are 15 standard words." The replies were a mess and they were eager to grab the front row and show their faces without even reading the main text of the post. The post went on for more than 30 floors before someone finally started to pay attention to the content and clicked on the simplified video attached to the post. Under the tree? It should be the restaurant Under the Tree near Huaxi Opera, right? Just happened to meet you? What the hell, is Lao Power in a relationship? No matter what the hell it was, these night owls in Jinghua Sky clicked on the video with curiosity and started to enjoy it. In fact, at this time, the user traffic of Jinghua Sky was quite low. Even though the reply was ranked on the 30th floor, it soon sank to the bottom. If you want a post to be pinned for a long time, besides the moderator or administrator pinning it in the background, you can only hire internet trolls to hype it up. Originally, this post by Jinghua Leapair had sunk to the bottom, but around 6 in the morning, this post suddenly jumped up from the bottom and became popular. I just happened to meet you. I haven't heard this song before, but it's really nice. Everyone, I'm a newbie and I need some scientific knowledge. Who is this great singer? Hell, this guy is singing in this place, what a waste of such a good voice. Under the tree, I just happened to meet you. At 5:30 in the morning, this post had just over 200 hits and about 70 replies. One had to scroll 2 pages back from the homepage to find this post. But in just half an hour, the post was pushed back to the homepage, the clicks soared to 3,000, and the number of replies exceeded 500. Even the moderator was alarmed, and the post was directly pinned to the top by the moderator. You rookies have been fooled. This is obviously hype. Exactly. Look at the setting and the picture quality. Who would believe that this was secretly filmed? My God, the sky of Jinghua has also fallen. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Since some people applaud and like this post, there are naturally people who sing the opposite tune and think that someone is deliberately hyping it up. There is no way. The traffic of Jinghua Sky is really too large. It can be regarded as the most popular forum in the circle, so there are often some marketers and promoters appearing in Jinghua Sky. Therefore, some of the posts that have become popular are deliberately hyped up by marketers and promoters. Their purpose is naturally to make a newcomer in the circle popular, or even an internet celebrity. Over time, friends in the forum have also developed immunity. Some friends in the circle, when they see the pin posts, will say it is hype or even curse if they don't like it. However, those who said it was hype soon fell silent because they found that many people had rewarded the poster Jinghua Lao Power, and the levels of these people were generally above silver members. Silver members are far from being comparable to those marketers or promoters. These people are all senior veterans of Jinghua Sky and their credibility in the forum is still very good. Just Met You reminded me of her. The song was sung so well. Simple lyrics, clean melody, and emotional voice. I support this guy. You trolls, shut up and look at who is talking in this thread. The support from the silver and gold members completely shut up those trolls. It's impossible that these people are in cahoots with the marketers and promoters, right? Just 5 minutes after the post had calmed down, a friend named Wolf Brother replied to the post, Layapair, please give me the singer's name and contact information. It exploded. The comments below the post exploded instantly. The reason is simple, this Wolf Brother 5 is a diamond member of Jinghua Sky. The membership levels of Jinghua Sky are iron, bronze, aluminum, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. From black iron to red aluminum, it is easy to upgrade as long as you spend time and are active, but the membership levels after silver are extremely difficult. Because the promotion of members in the later stages requires not only time and activity, but also the degree of spending money, as well as the publication of a large number of featured posts and pin posts. Generally, gold members are already celebrities in each forum, and platinum members are even rarer, with 3 or 4 being considered good on a forum. As for diamond members, they are the big names and their number can be counted on one hand in the entire Jinghua Sky forum. This Wolf Brother 5 is a bona fide great in the Beijing world. Whether it's music review, film review, photography, he is one of the top figures in the circle. We captured one of the 5 brothers. 5th brother, please share your wealth. My little hands are thirsty. 5th brother, please support me. I want to have a baby with you. Wolf Brother Wu's words immediately awoke countless lurkers, and the number of comments skyrocketed in an instant. A floating banner suddenly appeared at the top of the Jinghua Sky forum, with a line of words floating on it, under the tree, I just happened to meet you. No matter which sub-forum you are in, as long as you enter Jinghua Sky, you can see this banner. All the friends in Jinghua Sky were shocked and clicked on it out of curiosity, because this banner had never appeared in Jinghua Sky before, so how could the friends not be curious? As a result, the post, I just happened to meet you under the tree, was seen by more people and forwarded to other forums, WeChat moments, and penguin groups. I just happened to meet you under the tree became a hit, completely popular on the internet. Huaxia Academy of Drama, Dormitory 319 on the 3rd floor of the 10th grade undergraduate dormitory building. The fat boy Sunua was awakened by the urge to pee. He habitually picked up his mobile phone to check the time. Suddenly, a WeChat message popped up, which was a website link. Sunua is an early patient of obsessive-compulsive disorder. When he saw this message, he unlocked and clicked on the link without thinking. The page jumped to Jinghua Sky. The fat man was still confused and didn't read the content of the post. He directly clicked on the most conspicuous video. In the video, a man sits in front of a microphone with a guitar in his arms. A little girl sits next to the man, looking up at his profile. At the beginning, Sunua didn't care much. He just thought the music was very nice and the sound seemed somewhat familiar. But when the man sang deeply and looked up to the front, Sunua's eyes widened immediately, his whole body shuddered, and he almost peed in his pants. After fastening his pants quickly, Sunua turned back to look at the little girl in the video again, and suddenly she screamed ah. Chapter 12 Third brother, you're famous. Fuck, Fatty, you want to die. Fatty, why are you howling so early in the morning? Do you believe that your brother will castrate you? Song Qingshan and Bai Lianqing, who were sleeping soundly on the bed, were so frightened that they almost fell off the upper bunk. Seeing Fatty Su standing at the toilet door, holding a mobile phone in both hands, with his fat surging in waves, the two of them almost went crazy. Fuck! The fat man yelled, "Boss, Sister Lian, look, this is the old." As he spoke, Fatty Su sent the link directly to the two of them. Old shit. Don't even think about fooling around, kid. Song Qingshan and Bai Lianqing were not willing to let him go. They put on their clothes and were ready to jump down. Hey, I really didn't fool you. The fat man explained, and seeing that the two were about to engage in a fight, he quickly clicked on the video and turned up the volume on his phone's media to the maximum. We cried. We smiled. We look up at the sky. A few stars are still shining. As the low and slightly hoarse singing voice sounded, Song Qingshan and Bai Lianqing both stopped what they were doing and listened quietly. The song was beautiful and the lyrics were simple, but they touched the hearts of both of them deeply. After the song ended, the two men came back to their senses, looked at Su Nua, and said, "Fatty, who sang this? It's so damn good. Look for yourselves, there's a link on WeChat." Fatty knew he had escaped a disaster, and his playful nature began to revive. "Hey, you'll never guess who sang this." Song Qingshan and Bai Lianqing were too lazy to pay attention to him and directly opened WeChat. After watching the video again, Song Qingshan suddenly said to Bai Lianqing, "Sister Lian, hit me." Bang! Bai Lianqing slapped Song Qingshan's head on the back very hard without any hesitation. The fat man's eyes twitched. "Sister Lian, you are using all your strength to suck milk." Bai Lianqing shrugged innocently. Hiss! Song Qingshan sucked in a breath of cold air and screamed, "Fuck, it hurts." It's true, this song was actually sung by the third brother. Yesterday, Yaya listened to stories and pestered Lu Zixia and acted coquettishly until midnight when she fell asleep. By morning, the little girl couldn't get up. Lu Zixia couldn't bear to wake up the sleeping Yaya, so he rushed into the kitchen and started making a loving breakfast for Yaya. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a violent knock on the door, so strong that it could have knocked the door down. Who is it, so early in the morning? Lu Zixia, who was wearing an apron, frowned, trotted out and opened the door. "Old 3, you are famous, do you know that?" As soon as the door was opened, before Lu Zixia had time to see who was coming, a nimble ball of flesh forced its way into the room. "Fatty, boss, Sister Lian?" When Lu Zixia saw the two people standing at the door, he was stunned for a moment and said, "Hey guys, what are you doing so early in the morning?" "Ha, third brother, we are here to bring you breakfast." Song Qingshan smiled and raised the plastic bag in his hand. "Well, I don't have to make breakfast myself." Lu Zixia laughed, come on, come in." "Hey, third brother, why don't you pay attention to me?" Fatty Su, who had entered the house first, felt ignored. "I'm going to pay attention to you?" Lu Zixia rolled his eyes at him. "You rushed in without thinking. If someone didn't know, they would think you were going to rob the house." Hee, I'm just excited." The fat man touched the back of his head and laughed in a seemingly honest manner. "Boss, Fatty, this is not the time to talk about this." Bai Lianqing raised her orchid finger and pushed the plain glasses on her nose. "Old third, let me ask you, did you take Yaya to the restaurant under the tree for lunch yesterday afternoon?" "Hey, Sister Lian, you can tell fortunes, right?" The fat man looked at Bai Lianqing in surprise. "You know all this?" This time Bai Lianqing didn't say anything, but just silently handed over his phone. Lu Zixia took the phone, and immediately, a familiar song reached his ears. Lu Zixia was stunned and thought, "Isn't this the song I sang yesterday?" I took a closer look at my phone and found that it was the Tushio news pushed by WeChat. The first item on Tushio today is a video, and the following report is about this video. In the early morning, the video suddenly went viral on the internet, especially on Jinghua Sky, and almost all new posts were discussing things related to this video. Who took this photo? Lu Zixia scratched his head. "Hey, third brother, you'd better go to Jinghua Sky and take a look. The whole forum has exploded." Song Qingshan put the two large bags of breakfast in his hands on the dining table and said, "Okay, you guys eat first, I'll go take a look." Lu Zixia walked back to the room, turned on the computer, and logged directly into Jinghua Sky. As soon as he clicked on it, Lu Zixia saw the floating banner at the top of the forum. Click directly to jump to the post. I just happened to meet you under the tree. The most eye-catching part of the post is the carefully edited video. At the bottom of the video, there is a small fist, which means thumbs up, and a small brick, which means thumbs down. The number behind the small brick is 1403, but the number behind the small fist has reached an astonishing 600,000, and this number is still increasing. Dude, is this considered a viral internet thing? In his previous life, Lu Zixia was a top singer in the country. Later, he transformed himself into a senior executive of an entertainment company. He was already accustomed to these things. Moreover, Lu Zixia knew very well that the current popularity of this video was only temporary and it might be replaced by other content tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. So Lu Zixia didn't feel much inside, he was just simply happy that more people heard the song Just Met You. How about it, third brother, you are finally famous this time. In the living room, the fat man who was eating a steamed bun one bite at a time saw Lu Zixia coming out and rolled over like a ball. I'm still wet. Lu Zixia rolled his eyes, even eating can't stop your mouth. Third brother, why aren't you excited at all? Song Qingshan was also a little confused. Just with this song, you are enough to attract the attention of those entertainment companies. You know that many of our seniors have been playing supporting roles after graduation. They don't have such a good opportunity as you. Boss, you think too simply. Lu Zixia shook his head. This video is only popular for a short time. After a few days, not many people will remember it. Song Qingshan was stunned for a moment. He had never thought about this question. Chapter 13 Cartoon. Third brother, you can use this popularity to open a Weibo account on Xianlang. Bai Lianqing interrupted, it would be better if you can also certify yourself as a self-media musician. Weibo? Lu Zixia touched his chin, feeling a little excited. Since you have decided to participate in the department's performance, you are destined to enter the entertainment industry in the future, and a fresh Weibo account is a must. Sister Lian is right. Fatty nodded frantically. Third brother, you still have to find a recording studio to record this song and upload it to Penguin Music. Then you can post the music link on Weibo and announce your identity. Wouldn't that attract a lot of fans? Okay, I'll do it later. Lu Zixia thought about it and nodded in agreement. Dad? Just then, Yaya, who was awakened by the noise outside, walked out of her bedroom in a daze, holding a little rabbit doll. When she saw her three uncles in the living room, she screamed and turned and ran towards the bedroom. The fat man was quick to pick up little Yaya and held him up. Yaya, you see your uncle, why are you running? Yaya twisted her little body in the fat man's arms and said in a baby voice, Uncle Fatty, put me down, I haven't changed my clothes yet. Hey, it turns out the little girl is still wearing her bunny pajamas. Usually when she meets people, she is always dressed up beautifully. How could this happen? What clothes do you want to change? Lu Zixia took little Yaya from the fat man's arms and said with a smile, our Yaya looks beautiful no matter what she wears, why does she need to change into beautiful clothes? As he said this, Lu Zixia glanced at Fatty Sue and the others. Song Qingshan, a rough guy, was the first to respond, yes, our little Yaya is the prettiest. Oh, whose little princess is this? Bai Lianqing likes pink the best, he himself has a girlish heart. Bad uncles. The praise from the three guys made Yaya shy and her little face turned red. Okay, Yaya, Daddy will help you wash up first, and then you will have dinner with the uncles. Lu Zixia couldn't help laughing when he saw the shy look of the little guy. Yaya nodded obediently and turned back to wave her hand at Song Qingshan and the other three. That well-behaved little appearance made the three grown men swear in their hearts that after they got married, they must have a daughter. After taking Yaya out after washing up, Song Qingshan had already sorted out the big bag of breakfast and placed it on the plate. Fatty and his friends never consider themselves outsiders. Lu Zixia has only moved out 4 or 5 days ago, and these three guys have come here no less than 20 times, so they know everything about the things in Lu Zixia's house. Today is not bad, at least I didn't come empty-handed. The breakfast would cost at least 70 or 80 yuan. What about crab meat dumplings, small fried dough sticks, spicy soup, pea yellow? Yaya follows Li Mingyi, and usually has Western-style breakfasts such as sandwiches and toast, or hamburgers and milk, but she has never seen so many varieties of Chinese breakfasts. The little girl smelled the fragrance and began to swallow her saliva secretly. Yaya, tell your uncle what you want to eat and he will get it for you. Bai Lianqing transformed himself into a gentle big brother, looking at little Yaya with eyes full of love. In their words, your third childless daughter is our daughter. If we don't like her, who should we like? Xiao Yaya didn't say anything, but just looked up at Lu Zixia. Seeing her father nod, Xiao Yaya laughed and pointed at the various breakfasts on the table, saying in a sweet voice, "Uncle Bai, I want to eat this, this, and this." "You eat so much, Yaya, aren't you afraid of getting fat?" Song Qingshan looked at little Yaya with a smile, pointed at the opposite side and said, "You will become like the fat uncle by then, and you won't be pretty anymore." Ah! Xiao Yaya was startled by Song Qingshan's words. She subconsciously glanced at the fat man who was eating and drinking. Her eyebrows immediately knitted together. "Well, I won't eat anything with meat, okay? I don't want to become like the fat uncle." Ah! The fat man was stunned, then his face turned sad. Was he an innocent victim? "Don't listen to your Uncle Song's nonsense." Lu Zixia glared at Song Qingshan, picked up a steamed bun and put it in Xiao Yaya's bowl, saying, "Our Xiao Yaya is still growing up. Only by eating more can she become more beautiful." Xiao Yaya's eyes lit up. "Really? When has Dad ever lied to you?" Lu Zixia patted his chest confidently. "Eat whatever you want, but don't mistreat your stomach." Xiao Yaya nodded happily, grabbed the crab meat dumpling in front of her and took a bite. "Woo, it's delicious." When Xiao Yaya took a bite of the crab meat dumplings, the smooth texture made her eyes curved into crescents with happiness. The group enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast while laughing and chatting. After dinner, Lu Zixia sent the laziest fat man to clean up the dishes, while he was busy making tea and pouring water for Song Qingshan and the others. After dinner, Song Qingshan put Xiao Yaya on the sofa to watch TV, but the little girl was not very well behaved. She kept stealing glances at Lu Zixia with her big eyes from time to time. The expression on her little face was a little complicated, as if she was expecting something and worried at the same time. The little girl looks very conflicted. After watching TV for a while, Xiao Yaya finally couldn't bear it anymore and ran to Lu Zixia, shouting, "Dad! What's wrong?" Lu Zixia had just finished making tea and saw Xiao Yaya's troubled face, so he couldn't help but ask. "Yaya, is there something wrong?" Song Qingshan asked with concern. "Dad, didn't you promise me yesterday that you would take me to see the ugly duckling and the little animals after I woke up?" Xiao Yaya asked expectantly. "Dad, shouldn't we go and see them?" "No need to go out." Lu Zixia laughed and touched Xiao Yaya's little head. "Dad will call them out to play with you." As he said this, Lu Zixia returned to his bedroom. When he came out, he was holding a few pieces of paper in his hand. Wow! When Xiao Yaya saw the portrait on Lu Zixia's paper, she immediately jumped up from the sofa and stretched out her little hand. "Dad, show me." Lu Zixia smiled and handed the papers in his hand directly to Xiao Yaya. Xiao Yaya spread the paper on the coffee table with a look of joy and began to read it with shining eyes. Old 3, what ugly duckling? Song Qingshan and Bai Lianqing had no idea what the father and daughter were talking about, so they came over with a puzzled look on their faces. "Nothing." Lu Zixia shook his head and said, "Just a few cartoons." Chapter 14 My buddy's happiness depends on you. Cartoon? Su Nua, who had just come out of the kitchen, walked over curiously, looked at the portrait on the coffee table, and asked, "Hey, it's really well drawn." "Yeah, can you tell Uncle what these little animals are?" "This is the ugly duckling, this is the turkey, this is the flying goose." Xiao Yaya pointed out the little animals on the drawing paper one by one and introduced them to Su Nua. These little animals were all invited home by Dad. Speaking of this, the little guy's face was full of pride. "Ugly duckling?" Su Nua picked up the drawing paper with the ugly duckling on it. "It's true. This duck is really ugly. Lao San, who did you ask to draw this? You drew such an ugly duck. Aren't you afraid that it will pollute Xiao Yaya's eyes?" "Humph, fat uncle is bad, the ugly duckling is not ugly." Xiao Yaya pouted and said dissatisfiedly, "The ugly duckling will become a beautiful white swan when it grows up. White swans are not ugly. The ugly duckling turns into a white swan?" Su Nua was confused. "What the hell? This is the story my father told me last night." Xiao Yaya said proudly, "Fat uncle, don't look down on the ugly duckling." This time, not to mention Su Nua, even Song Qingshan and Bai Lianqing were completely confused. Lu Zixia sat on the sofa with a smile and said to the three people, "Yesterday before Yaya went to bed, I told him a little story that I made up myself." "You made it up yourself?" Su Nua said in disbelief, "Don't tell me you drew these little animals yourself." Lu Zixia nodded naturally. "No way, third brother." Song Qingshan was also upset. "During the years since I went to college, I never heard you say that you can draw. What's the big deal?" Lu Zixia shrugged. If it weren't for that video on Tushio, you wouldn't know that I can write songs. Yeah, what this guy said seems to make sense. Song Qingshan looked at Su Nuwa and Bai Lianqing, who were looking at him in amazement, and stopped talking. Just as the living room fell into a brief silence, Song Qingshan's cell phone rang. Song Qingshan took out his cell phone and looked at it. The surprise on his face suddenly turned into excitement. Hey, Xiaotong, are you up? Have you had breakfast? Do you want me to bring it to you later? Sister Lian, what's going on, boss? Seeing Song Qingshan's face full of hormones, Lu Zixia asked curiously, are you in love? It's more than just a love affair, it's simply insane. Bai Lianqing stroked his forehead. It's a senior girl from the cultural management major who's 1 year older than us. Her name is Wang Xiaotong. They are so inseparable. Third brother, you don't know, the eldest brother has only been dating senior sister Wang for 2 months, and he has become a wife-loving maniac. Su Nuwa complained, he abuses 2 single dogs like me and Sister Lian all day long, and life is meaningless. So cruel? Lu Zixia was shocked. He knew Song Qingshan's personality. He was very patriarchal. There was no reason for him to be dominated by his wife. What, Xiaotong, you said that guy specifically asked you to go talk to him? When the three of them were discussing Song Qingshan's relationship, Song Qingshan, who was on the phone, suddenly raised his voice and said, give him face. Wait, I'll be there soon. Old third, Sister Lian, fatty, I have something else to do and I'll leave first. You guys stay here. After hanging up the phone, Song Qingshan said hello to Lu Zixia and the others, then walked towards the door with a gloomy face. Boss, wait a moment. What kind of temper does Song Qingshan have? How could they not know what Song Qingshan is like after living in the same dormitory for 4 years? Looking at Song Qingshan's posture, it is clear that he is going to go out and find someone to fight. He must be stopped. Third brother, why are you stopping me? Song Qingshan shook off Su Nuwa's hand that was grabbing his arm. I really have something to do. I'll come over at noon and treat you guys to a meal. What's the matter? Tell me clearly before you leave. Bai Lianqing's small body blocked the door. You are like this now, and you even scared Yaya. How dare we let you go? Song Qingshan turned his head and found Yaya hiding behind Lu Zixia, looking at him timidly. Call. Song Qingshan took 2 deep breaths, calmed down, and said, Xiaotong has a problem. Xiaotong works as an editor at Yihua Publishing House. Last month, she was assigned to the children's department of the publishing house, responsible for the publication of children's books. Yihua Publishing House? Su Nuwa said in surprise, sister-in-law is so amazing. Yihua Publishing House is a large publishing house in Beijing. It mainly publishes modern novels, poems, children's books. It ranks among the top 5 among all publishing houses in the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei region. The fact that Wang Xiaotong is able to work at Yihua Publishing House shows how capable he is. Last week, the editor-in-chief of the children's department asked Xiaotong to contact Hibishu to get the publishing rights for his new fairy tale book. However, Hibishu hinted that only if Xiaotong accompanied him for dinner and singing, would he consider signing the book to Yihua Publishing House. Xiaotong was very angry and turned around and left. Song Qingshan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he said, originally, Xiaotong had given up signing Hibishu's next fairy tale book, but this guy actually complained first and called the editor-in-chief of the children's department to complain, saying that Xiaotong was late, arrogant, and had no sincerity. This time, he even asked Xiaotong to negotiate again. Why book? Bai Lianqing frowned and thought for a while, is it the best-selling fairy tale author who published the Little Bear Story collection? Yes, that's the scumbag. Song Qingshan frowned, I can't believe that a fairy tale author can be so shameless. Dad, Mom told me a little story from the children's story collection. Yaya suddenly poked her little head out from behind Lu Zixia and said, but I don't think that story is as good as the ugly duckling that my father told me. Bang! Su Nuwa clapped his hands and said, Boss, does my sister-in-law have a mission assigned by the publishing house? If so, why does she have to sign Hibishu's fairy tale book? Isn't it the same to sign the fairy tale of the third brother? This fat guy is really an optimist. How can a little-known person like him be compared with the best-selling fairy tale author? Even if good wine needs no bush, does the publishing house have the guts to take a gamble? Shaking his head, Lu Zixia was about to say something, but Song Qingshan suddenly changed his angry expression and stared at Lu Zixia with his eyes, which made him feel creepy. Third brother, this time my buddy's happiness all depends on you. After a long while, Song Qingshan finally uttered these words. Boss, you are not serious? Lu Zixia smiled bitterly. What kind of people are these? They are too idealistic, aren't they? Seriously, it's harder than a needle tip. Song Qingshan stretched out his right hand and placed it on Lu Zixia's shoulder. Third brother, let's go find Xiaotong now. Scratching his head, what else could Lu Zixia say? Although compared with Hibishu, he is still just an unknown little figure, but the fairy tales stored in Lu Zixia's mind are the best-selling ones on the earth. Is he still afraid of failing in this world? Does it exist? Okay, wait a minute, I'll go get those drawing papers. Lu Zixia nodded and said, if you are going to do it the best. It's just a fairy tale. I have reserved this person as the best contemporary fairy tale writer. Chapter 15 3 more fairy tales. Matcha Coffee Shop. Near the east window, Wang Xiaotong, dressed in a black business suit and delicate makeup, was stirring the coffee in front of her with a bored look on her face. She was upset now. Damn the books, damn the children's books. She stirred the coffee vigorously with a coffee spoon, as if this cup of coffee was Hibishu's annoying face. Xiaotong. At this time, Song Qingshan brought Lu Zixia and others to the matcha cafe. Shanzi, why are you here so late? Don't you? Hearing the familiar voice, Wang Xiaotong opened her mouth to scold Song Qingshan. When she saw that there were other people around Song Qingshan, she immediately stopped talking, stood up, and said, Qingshan, you're here. Hey, Wang Xiaotong is pretty good. He knows how to save some face for Song Qingshan. Xiaotong, sorry to have kept you waiting. Song Qingshan smiled at Wang Xiaotong, pointed at Lu Zixia and the others and said, you've seen these two. This is Lu Zixia, the third in our dormitory, and this is Yaya. Hello, sister-in-law. Lu Zixia extended his hand at the right time. Hello, I'm Wang Xiaotong. Hearing the name sister-in-law, Wang Xiaotong blushed slightly, then shook hands with Lu Zixia generously, looked at the little Yaya in his arms, and said, Yaya is your sister? She is so cute. Not my sister, my daughter. Lu Zixia laughed. Wang Xiaotong was a little embarrassed. She never thought that Lu Zixia would have such a big daughter. It was also Song Qingshan's fault that the big fool didn't introduce her clearly. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaotong glared at Song Qingshan fiercely. Auntie, you are so beautiful. Xiao Yaya spoke sweetly and resolved Wang Xiaotong's embarrassment. Yaya is also very beautiful. Wang Xiaotong smiled like a flower. Come and sit down, what would you like to drink? I want to drink Sprite, Coke, orange juice. Song Qingshan and the others were not polite at all. I'll just drink plain water. Lu Zixia smiled, put little Yaya on the seat, and asked, Yaya, what do you want to drink? Dad, can I have some yogurt? Xiao Yaya looked up and begged. Of course. Lu Zixia touched Xiao Yaya's hair. Please order a cup of yogurt for Yaya. Okay. Wang Xiaotong nodded, called the waiter, and started taking orders. After their drinks were served, they got down to business. Qingshan, right now the children's department of our publishing house needs a collection of fairy tales to increase sales. It doesn't have to be a fairy tale book by He by Shu. Wang Xiaotong pushed up his black-framed glasses and said, You told me on the phone that you found a very good fairy tale author, so I came here. Now, where is the fairy tale author you mentioned? After saying that, Wang Xiaotong glared at Song Qingshan with a hint of ferocity. Song Qingshan didn't say anything, but silently handed over a few sheets of drawing paper, and at the same time signaled to Lu Zixia with his eyes that he could start. Wang Xiaotong didn't notice this scene. He just took the drawing paper and started flipping through it, muttering, What do you mean by giving me these cartoons? I want fairy tales. Before he finished speaking, Wang Xiaotong heard a deep voice. The countryside is so beautiful. In the summer, the wheat is golden and the oats are green. Hay is piled up in the green pastures, and storks are walking with their long red legs and chattering. The story was very novel and the characters were portrayed vividly, and Wang Xiaotong was attracted at once. You are terribly ugly, said the ducks, but it won't matter to us if you don't marry any of our ducks. Poor little creature. The story continues. Wang Xiaotong flips through the drawing paper and immediately sees a vivid picture, yellow ducklings, a huge turkey, and a kind ugly duckling. Wonderful. An absolute classic. This is definitely a classic fairy tale that will be passed down through the ages. Of course, this is not the most important thing. What surprised Wang Xiaotong the most was that she had never heard of this fairy tale called The Ugly Duckling. In other words, this is an original fairy tale, and it comes with illustrations that are completely consistent with the content of the fairy tale. Suddenly looking up at Lu Zixia, who was drinking water to moisten his throat, Wang Xiaotong asked expectantly, Lu Zixia, did you hear this fairy tale, or? Before Lu Zixia could say anything, Yaya, who was drinking yogurt at the side, said, my father made up this story. Wang Xiaotong was delighted, but still looked at Lu Zixia steadily. Sister-in-law, you can just call me Zixia or Lao San. Lu Zixia looked at Wang Xiaotong. Yaya is right, this story is my own creation. Then, do you have any other fairy tales? Wang Xiaotong's voice trembled a little. Yes. Lu Zixia thought for a while and picked out Little Red Riding Hood, Snow White and Cinderella from the Grimm's collection. These 3 fairy tales are all classic ones among the Grimm's fairy tales. The characters created in them are clearly divided into good and evil, good and bad, black and white, and it is clear at a glance. They summarize experiences and lessons in a light and enjoyable reading, arouse children's love and expectations for life, and stimulate the formation of children's views on good and evil. After listening to these 3 stories, not only Song Qingshan and the others were stunned, but even Yaya was pestering Lu Zixia to tell her a few more fairy tales. It was obvious that the little guy's attention was all attracted by the 3 stories. What about Wang Xiaotong? This exquisite professional woman's eyes are already sparkling. Oh my god, isn't Shanzi's roommate so amazing? He is not just a good fairy tale writer, he is clearly a fairy tale master. Thinking of her current predicament, Wang Xiaotong suddenly realized that Lu Zixia was her savior, the savior of the children's department. After telling the 3 stories, Lu Zixia paused, and after Wang Xiaotong came back to her senses, he asked with a smile, sister-in-law, what do you think of these stories? Ah. Wang Xiaotong shuddered and said excitedly, I think that the stories you just told, oh, no, they should be fairy tales. These fairy tales are very novel and the content is very exciting. I believe that as long as they can be published, they will definitely be loved by children. Wang Xiaotong didn't know what she was feeling now. She had been prepared to have her bonus deducted because of He Bishu's incident. Who knew that there would be a light at the end of the tunnel? Just take these fairy tales to the editor-in-chief, and forget about the whole Y book thing, and the what's the author of best-selling fairy tales thing. So, sister-in-law, you have decided to publish my fairy tales? Lu Zixia asked with a smile. Yes. Wang Xiaotong nodded vigorously. It's approved on my side. But I'm just a small editor, I don't have that much power to make the final decision. Chapter 16 The waves are not over. Xiaotong, isn't the third brother's fairy tale okay? Before Wang Xiaotong could finish her words, Song Qingshan interrupted her hastily. Do you really have to go talk to that scumbag He Bishu? Boss, listen to what my sister-in-law has to say. Bai Lianqing pushed Song Qingshan and said with a smile, sister-in-law, you know the boss's temper. He is a stubborn person. Don't beat around the bush. Just tell me the result directly. Wang Xiaotong glared at Song Qingshan unhappily, and then said seriously. Lao San, I can't give you a definite answer right now. How about this, when you go back, sort out all these fairy tales, and then ask Qingshan to give them to me. I will show them to the editor-in-chief of our children's department. I believe that with the vision of our editor-in-chief, he will definitely agree to publish your fairy tales. Well, I'll sort them out when I get back. Lu Zixia nodded. Sister-in-law, I have some other fairy tales here, do you want them? Yes. Wang Xiaotong was stunned. He didn't expect that Lu Zixia had another trick up his sleeve. He nodded frantically like a praying mantis. Okay. Lu Zixia laughed. I'll sort out as much as I can after I go back. Wang Xiaotong nodded, and suddenly remembered something, and said, oh, by the way, Lao San, after you sort it out, go to the Copyright Association website to register the copyright. The value of your fairy tales is not just the text. Lu Zixia certainly understands the value of these fairy tales. In addition to the copyrights of various publications in simplified Chinese, traditional Chinese, and foreign languages, there are also comics, animations, movies, and TV series. The value is simply immeasurable. How could Lu Zixia make such a low-level mistake and let others get away with it in such an important matter? Don't worry, sister-in-law. I will register the copyright of all my fairy tales. Lu Zixia replied seriously. Dad, do you have many more stories? Yaya, who was drinking yogurt with her head down, suddenly brightened up her eyes and looked up at Lu Zixia. Then, I don't want my mother to tell me stories anymore. I want my father to tell me stories every night. Yaya, you have forgotten your mother now that you have a father. Fatty Sue, who was gulping down Sprite, muttered. Bad uncle, I'm not going to pay attention to you. Xiao Yaya's face turned red and she turned her face away proudly. Ha ha. The little guy's shy look made everyone laugh. Okay, from now on Dad will tell us Xiao Yaya stories every day. Lu Zixia also laughed. It's rare to see the little guy make a fool of himself. It's really cute. Jinghua University, in the 13th grade male dormitory. Zhou Haining, who had fallen asleep in front of the computer, suddenly raised his head. Looking at the expression on his face, he must have had a nightmare. Damn, I'm so scared. Rubbing his sore neck, Zhou Haining patted his chest with lingering fear. I told you, after all, I'm still a little god in the Jinghua sky, there's no way no one will answer me. Looking at the black screen of the computer in front of him, Zhou Haining moved the mouse and pressed the refresh button. Ding dong, ding dong. As soon as I refreshed the page of Jinghua Sky, several message alerts sounded, and at the same time, a red dot flashed wildly in the lower right corner of the forum mailbox logo. Are there any system emails? Zhou Haining raised his eyebrows and subconsciously opened the backend information station, and 2 unread emails popped up. Congratulations on your post, meeting you under the tree, being pinned by the music moderator for 36 hours. 36 hours. Zhou Haining's eyes widened. After so many years in Jinghua Sky, the longest time a post published by Zhou Haining was pinned was only 1 hour. This time, it increased by 36 times. 36 hours is the longest time set by Jinghua Sky Forum for a post to be pinned. Congratulations on your post, Under the Tree, I just met you, which has been promoted by the webmaster for 24 hours. Depend on. Zhou Haining was stunned for a while, then suddenly jumped up from his chair. As a result, this guy suddenly bumped into the bed above, and the small rice bowl hanging on the edge of the bed fell to the ground, making a clanging sound. Haining, what are you doing? I don't have classes today, so I finally got a chance to sleep in, but you ruined it all. The other roommates in the dormitory were still sleeping soundly with their heads covered. When they heard the noisy noise, they immediately started shouting in anger to get up. Hey, guys, sorry. Zhou Haining came to his senses and touched the big bump on his head, but he didn't seem to feel any pain at all. There was no way. Zhou Haining was responsible for part of the back-end maintenance of Jinghua Sky. He knew that Jinghua Sky had never had any site-wide promotion. In other words, just for this post, the forum temporarily added the feature of site-wide promotion. After calming down, Zhou Haining sat back in front of the computer, moved the mouse, and clicked back to the page where he posted the post. As soon as he came in, he was shocked. What the hell? What caught my eye was not only the massive amount of replies, but also a lot of red rewards. You should know that Jinghua Sky is not a novel website or a live broadcast platform, it is just a film, television, and music forum. Even if there are rewards, the maximum is usually 5 or 10 yuan. Now what? There were 30 people who gave tips of 100 yuan alone, and the rest who gave tips of 5 or 10 yuan were so numerous that it was impossible to count them all at once. It almost blinded Zhou Haining's eyes. I've made a small fortune. My friend, I don't know who you are, but from today on, I'm your fan. Zhou Haining laughed. It seemed that he had gained some extra benefits from working so hard to make the video yesterday afternoon. Ding dong. Just at this moment, another message came into the site, but this time it was not a system message, but an email from a friend. Brother Wolf Fifth? Zhou Haining was still a little surprised to see this top expert on the entire site. Even though he had dealt with Wolf Brother 5 before, their relationship was not good enough to send private emails to each other. I opened the email and asked, Brother Lao Power, is this the Tree Restaurant? Do you know the name of this man and his contact information? I was wondering, why would a Diamond member take the initiative to say hello to me? Zhou Haining understood that the man was here to inquire about something. Fifth brother, this is indeed the Tree Restaurant. As for this guy's name and contact information, I don't know. However, the owner of the restaurant invited this guy to the second floor. Boss Zhang should have his contact information. Ding dong. The email was quickly replied, thank you, Lao Power. If the matter is done, I will definitely treat you to a meal. Come back and chat. It's done? What? Zhou Haining scratched his head in confusion, but he quickly put the matter behind him and began to read the replies under the post one by one with excitement. Chapter 17 Winching Entertainment Media Company. After coming out of the matcha coffee shop, Lu Zixia sent away by Lianqing and Fatty Su who wanted to follow him, and took Xiao Yaya to buy some clothes. After returning home, he went straight into his room. Yaya was quite obedient. She sat in the living room, holding her doll and watching TV. Lu Zixia was an impatient person. If he had something important to do, he would definitely finish it first before taking a rest, playing, or doing other things. Sitting in front of the computer, Lu Zixia quietly searched for the classic fairy tales on Earth in his mind. In this world, there are only a few classic fairy tales. Most other fairy tales follow the same routine, either about small animals or plants becoming spirits. There are very few fairy tales based on humans, and they all lack creativity. What Lu Zixia has to do now is to sort out all the fairy tales he has heard and seen on Earth, and then pick out some classics and compile them into one volume. This is not only to help my future sister-in-law, but also in my own interests. After all, publishing means making money. Lu Zixia was not worried at all that the publishing house would not agree to publish the book. After all, the popularity and success of these fairy tales had precedence on Earth. Unless Wang Xiaotong's boss is a fool, he would never miss such a good opportunity. Ring ring ring. Just as Lu Zixia was thinking quietly, his cell phone rang. Lu Zixia glanced at his phone. It was another unfamiliar number. Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Lu Zixia? A deep and steady voice came from the phone. Lu Zixia replied, Yes, who are you? Hello, Mr. Lu. The voice on the phone seemed delighted. My name is Lang Wenqing, and I'm the agent of Wenqing Media. I saw the video of you singing at Lao Zhang's restaurant. It was great. Both the lyrics and the composition were impeccable. Lu Zixia was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Huh? I just happened to meet you at the Tree Under restaurant, Lang Wenqing added. Oh, thank you. Lu Zixia said modestly, and then said, Mr. Lang, I have something else to do here. If you don't mind, I will hang up first. Goodbye. Bang. Wenqing Entertainment Media Company is a top domestic media company, mainly engaged in 4 entertainment sectors: movies, variety shows, advertising, and artist management. Many of the current top domestic film, television, and music stars were discovered by Wenqing Entertainment, so Wenqing Entertainment is simply a dream paradise for those who dream of becoming a star. Wenqing Entertainment, President's office. Lang Wenqing, who was wearing a neat suit and looked very honest, was sitting in the boss chair with a mobile phone in his hand, and a beep beep sound came from the phone. This kid actually dared to hang up on me? Lang Wenqing had a funny expression on his face. I haven't encountered such a situation in many years. Boom boom boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Lang Wenqing smiled and shook his head, put down his phone, and said, Come in. A tall, pretty woman in a purple business suit walked in with a document in her hand. Boss Lang, this is the information you requested. Give it to me. Lang Wenqing took the document and opened the first page. Lu Zixia, male, born in 1993, from Shanghai. Yaya Publishing House. Gao Zhua, editor-in-chief of the children's department, looked worried. Today, the editor-in-chief of the publishing house met with Gao Zhua and told him that if the children's department could not produce any good works to boost sales in the next quarter, Gao Zhua would be suspended and the publishing house would hire someone more suitable for the position. The utensils for eating are about to be lost, how can Gao Zhua not be worried? Well, I hope Xiaotong can be successful. Gao Zhua sighed, feeling very depressed. Boom boom boom. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. Gao Zhua rubbed his face, making him look a little more energetic. Wang Xiaotong, holding a USB flash drive in his hand, pushed the door open and walked in with a happy look on his face. Seeing the look on Wang Xiaotong's face, Gao Zhua's heart moved, and he asked expectantly, Xiaotong, has teacher he agreed to sign his next collection of fairy tales to our publishing house? Wang Xiaotong shook his head, editor-in-chief, Bishu will never give us the bookmark. What do you mean? Gao Zhua frowned slightly. Xiaotong, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but Mr. He is a broad-minded person and won't argue with you. As long as you apologize to him sincerely, he will forgive you. Editor-in-chief. Thinking of Bishu's almost explicit hints to her, Wang Xiaotong became angry. That Bishu is a scumbag. He actually made some shameless requests to me and then complained about it first. I will never have any contact with him again. You girl. Gao Zhua was furious. If Wang Xiaotong was not the daughter of his sworn brother, he would definitely not be kind to her. There is no way. Who told him that Bishu was Gao Zhua's last hope? Whoosh. Taking a deep breath and calming down his anger, Wang Xiaotong continued, Editor-in-chief, don't be so angry. Just listen to me. I didn't look for He Shu, but I did find another very good fairy tale author. The stories he wrote are particularly attractive and are no less attractive than The Wolf and the Hunter. The Wolf and the Hunter is one of the world's classic fairy tales and has been passed down for a long time. What? Gaozhua stood up from his seat. Are you telling the truth? Please check first to see if it's true. As he spoke, Wang Xiaotong handed the USB flash drive in his hand to Gaozhua. These are a few fairy tales compiled by the fairy tale author. Gaozhua looked at Wang Xiaotong deeply, and seeing that her eyes were clear, he simply stopped talking nonsense, directly inserted the USB drive into the computer, and opened a Word document. Little Red Riding Hood. Once upon a time there was a lovely little girl. Everyone who saw her liked her, but her grandmother liked her the most. She gave her everything she wanted. One day, her grandmother gave the little girl a little red hat made of velvet, which fit her head perfectly. From then on, the girl never wanted to wear any other hat again, so everyone called her Little Red Riding Hood. This is a graphic Word document. In addition to the text description, there is a vivid picture next to each paragraph. The combination of text and picture makes this fairy tale more vivid to read, as if people have walked into the fairy tale world of Little Red Riding Hood. After reading the first story of Little Red Riding Hood, Gaozhua couldn't wait to click on the second and the third. He simply couldn't stop. By the time Gaozhua had finished reading all the fairy tales that Wang Xiaotong had brought back, his face had turned red with excitement and he could no longer control his emotions. Chapter 18 Surprise Editor. There are 8 fairy tales in total, with both pictures and texts. Each one is wonderful and a classic. Gaozhua almost clapped his hands in admiration. He wanted another fairy tale like this. Editor-in-Chief, what do you think of these fairy tales? Can they be published? Seeing that Gaozhua kept his head down after reading the fairy tale, Wang Xiaotong thought he was not satisfied, so she couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Ah? Gaozhua came back to his senses and said excitedly, Xiaotong, these fairy tales are so good. Especially those cartoons, they are just like they were created specifically according to the fairy tales. That's right, how could Uncle Gao not be satisfied? Wang Xiaotong muttered to himself, then a bright smile appeared on his face, and he said, Editor-in-Chief, these cartoons were drawn by the author of fairy tales. What? Gaozhua opened his mouth in surprise and was speechless. Gaozhua had seen those illustrated fairy tales before. In fact, the Yaya publishing house had published many such fairy tale books. However, the fairy tale books he had read were usually mainly text-based, with cartoons accounting for only a small part, and some even had only a few cartoons on the cover. In fairy tales like today's, there are cartoons next to almost every longer paragraph. This is the first time Gaozhua has seen this. Moreover, based on Gaozhua's understanding of fine art, he has reason to believe that the painter has a certain level of painting skills and is definitely not simply doing it to fit the plot of a fairy tale. A master of fairy tales who is also a painter. Is this possible? Gaozhua couldn't believe it. Seeing Gaozhua's jaw-dropping expression, Wang Xiaotong laughed in her heart, because when she read these fairy tales, she looked similar to Gaozhua. Call. After a long while, Gaozhua finally calmed down and looked at Wang Xiaotong, saying, Xiaotong, do you have the contact information of this teacher? Okay, just call teacher. Yes, but Editor-in-Chief, what are you going to do? Wang Xiaotong asked puzzledly. Gaozhua said seriously, I want to talk to him in person. Isn't it necessary? Wang Xiaotong was a little entangled. Editor-in-Chief, to tell you the truth, this fairy tale author is a good friend of my boyfriend. If I go to negotiate, it should be easier to close the deal. Ah, Xiaotong finally has a boyfriend. Gaozhua laughed, old Wang can rest assured this time. He always said that our Xiaotong seemed unwanted, but this time. Hey, Uncle Gao, let's talk about business, why are you mentioning my dad? Wang Xiaotong blushed and said coquettishly, if you do this again, I will not take care of this matter. Ah, okay, I won't mention it. Gaozhua stopped immediately. This girl could do anything. It was better not to provoke her. Xiaotong, brothers should settle accounts clearly. Some things are better to be discussed clearly at the beginning to avoid problems later. Okay, I'll call him now and make an appointment. Wang Xiaotong was a smart woman. She didn't dwell on this issue. She took out her cell phone and dialed the number. After working all day and all night, Lu Zixia finally sorted out the fairy tale in his mind early the next morning. After picking out a few and giving them to Song Qingshan, Lu Zixia washed up and took Yaya to the Sunflower Kindergarten. Sunflower Kindergarten is one of the best kindergartens in Beijing. Not only does it have good environment and facilities, but even the teachers in the kindergarten treat the children as if they were their own children. Yaya used to go to Sunflower Kindergarten, but because Li Mengyi was away filming, he was unable to take care of Yaya, so he arranged for Yaya to take a leave of absence and then sent Yaya to Lu Zixia. Now, Yaya has been in the care of Lu Zixia for more than 10 days. Although the deadline for taking a leave of absence from school has not yet arrived, Yaya misses her friends in kindergarten. Lu Zixia was reluctant to let Yaya go to kindergarten, but he couldn't tie Yaya to his side for the rest of her life, right? So, Lu Zixia still brought Yaya to Sunflower Kindergarten. After sending the little one to kindergarten and getting to know and communicating with the principal and the head teacher, it was already close to 10 o'clock. Not long after leaving the kindergarten, my cell phone started ringing. Glancing at the phone screen, Lu Zixia chuckled, "Sister-in-law, how come you have time to call me?" "Third brother, thank you so much this time." Wang Xiaotong thanks sincerely. "Sister-in-law, what you said is unethical. You are my sister-in-law, who else can I help if I don't help you?" Lu Zixia shook his head. "By the way, from what you said, has your editor-in-chief agreed to the publication?" "Not yet, but it's almost certain." Wang Xiaotong replied, "Lao San, I called you this time because of the request of our editor-in-chief. He wants to talk to you in person." "Oh, so that's it?" Lu Zixia asked, "When do we talk? Are we going now?" Wang Xiaotong was stunned for a moment. "Are you coming directly to the publishing house?" "What? Is it inconvenient?" Lu Zixia looked up at the scorching sun. "How about the afternoon?" "It's convenient. But forget about the publishing house. How about this? There is a coffee shop near Huaxi. Let's meet there." Wang Xiaotong mentioned a place. "Okay." Lu Zixia agreed and hung up the phone. The two parties agreed on a time, and Lu Zixia rushed to the agreed place. As soon as he entered the coffee shop, Wang Xiaotong saw Lu Zixia and quickly stood up and waved to him. Lu Zixia nodded politely, walked to where Wang Xiaotong was, and looked at the middle-aged man sitting not far from Wang Xiaotong. "Hello, Teacher Lu. I am the editor-in-chief of the children's department of Yihua Publishing House. My name is Gao Zhua." After all, he had to ask a favor, so Gao Zhua stood up first and extended his hand to Lu Zixia. "Mr. Gao, you are too polite. I am not worthy of being called a teacher." Lu Zixia shook hands with Gao Zhua. "Just call me Zixia. Then I won't be polite." Gao Zhua smiled. "Zixia, don't call me Mr. Gao anymore. If you respect me, just call me Brother Gao." Wang Xiaotong, who was ordering drinks for Lu Zixia, rolled his eyes and thought, "Well, I've grown a generation older for nothing. Zixia, to be honest, you surprise me." After thinking for a while, Gao Zhua said, "It's hard to imagine that a young man of 23 or 24 can write fairy tales and is also an excellent painter." "Brother Gao, please stop praising me." Lu Zixia waved his hand. "How can I be considered a painter? I just paint as a hobby." Chapter 19 The Lion Opens His Mouth. "Zixia, don't underestimate yourself," Gao Zhua said seriously. "Even if you don't talk about these cartoons, just those fairy tales alone are enough to make you a master." Lu Zixia wanted to say something more modest, but Wang Xiaotong on the side was not happy. "Uncle Gao, third brother, are you two done yet? Aren't you here to discuss publishing? You girl?" Gao Zhua was still thinking about saying a few more polite words and playing the emotional card, but his plans were all ruined by this girl. There is no choice but to get to the point. Ahem. After coughing twice to cover up his embarrassment, Gao Zhua said seriously, "Zixia, it's like this. I have read all the fairy tales you created. I think these fairy tales are the most exciting and classic fairy tales I have ever read since I started working in the children's book publishing industry." At this point, Gao Zhua glanced at Lu Zixia, and seeing that he looked calm, he continued, "I want to promote your fairy tales. Are you interested in publishing them?" "Okay." Lu Zixia agreed readily. "Really? That's great." Gao Zhua clapped his hands and said excitedly, "That's right. If we publish, we can't just publish a few fairy tales. They are all bound into books, and they must be at least 60,000 words. I want to confirm with you. Do you have any fairy tales like the previous ones? Or, how many words can you create? As for publishing, how could it be possible to publish only a booklet of 10,000 or 20,000 words? Even if these 10,000 or 20,000 words were accompanied by cartoons, they would only be a few dozen thin pages of paper." Looking at Gaozhua, who was looking expectant, Lu Zixia thought for a moment and said, "If we really want to bind it into a book, I'm afraid that Brother Gao will be disappointed." "No? That's right. How can there be more than a dozen such classic fairy tales?" Gaozhua's expression froze, and he said in frustration, "Forget it, these few articles will do. As long as they are well managed, it will be easy to increase sales." "No, no, no." Looking at Gaozhua's frustrated expression, Lu Zixia felt a little amused. "Brother Gao, I'm disappointing you because my fairy tales cannot be bound in just one volume. They need at least 2 volumes. Yeah, 2 volumes is enough." "It's not." Gaozhua replied subconsciously, but suddenly came to his senses halfway through his words. He looked at Lu Zixia excitedly and said, "Zixia, you said you want to bind 2 volumes? The surprise came so suddenly that Gaozhua almost had a heart attack. Lu Zixia nodded and said, "Of course it should be 2 volumes. Otherwise, with more than 200,000 words in cartoons, how thick a volume would it have to be? 2 volumes are already too few." If Lu Zixia was willing to bring out all the Chinese and foreign fairy tales that he had heard and read in his previous life, I am afraid that there would be far more than 10 volumes. Besides, Lu Zixia's life experience in his previous life taught him that he should always have a backup plan before doing anything. How could he possibly clear out all the fairy tales at once? This is just the beginning. Gaozhua was overjoyed and joked, "My dear brother Zixia, you need to cure your problem of panting when you talk. Don't worry, Brother Gao, I have medicine." Lu Zixia laughed. "You?" Gaozhua shook his head helplessly. Being with this young man really made him feel different. Okay, no more trouble. Zixia, regarding the remuneration, I can give you 500 per 1,000 words, plus 10% of the after-sales commission. What do you think? 500 per 1,000 words, and 10% of the after-sales commission? Although Lu Zixia was mentally prepared for the other party to say a bargain price, he was still shocked and speechless by the price. 500 yuan for 1,000 words is a high price for an online novel, not to mention the 10% commission from after-sales service. It seems like a lot, but it is not. Think about it, compared with the number of words in online novels, fairy tales are just a drop in the bucket. The longest fairy tale is only 1,800 words. How much money can you make with 1,500 words? Besides, the fairy tales that Lu Zixia picked out are all the most classic ones from Grimm's fairy tales and Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales. In Lu Zixia's previous life, almost everyone knew these fairy tales. The value it creates is not limited to words. Putting aside all the paper copyright issues, how much profit can the adaptation of film, television, and animation bring? Why? Zixia, are you dissatisfied with this treatment? Seeing Lu Zixia didn't say anything, Gaozhua raised his eyebrows and changed the subject. It's okay, we can discuss it slowly. Otherwise, you raise a price? As a businessman, there is always fraud in business, and Gaozhua obviously had a trick up his sleeve. Lu Zixia picked up the water cup in front of him and took a sip of water. He stretched out a finger and said, 300 per 1,000 words, plus 30% of the share from after sales. One more thing, I only authorize you to publish in simplified Chinese for 15 years. Signing for 300 is fine, and I can also decide on the 30% share after the sale. Gaozhua frowned, but the simplified Chinese publishing copyright for the 15 years, can we add the traditional Chinese version? Brother Gao, I'll give you the license for 15 years. I'm doing this for my sister-in-law's sake. If you still want the traditional Chinese copyright. Lu Zixia dragged out the words, okay. But keep things separate. Simplified Chinese is simplified Chinese, and traditional Chinese is traditional Chinese. They can't be mixed up. For the same 15-year traditional Chinese publishing copyright, I want 500 per 1,000 words, and 40% of the post-sale profit. In this world, there are many Chinese people living abroad. Most of them had their ancestors go abroad, so they are used to reading traditional Chinese books. In addition, once traditional Chinese books published in China go abroad, their prices will skyrocket. If Lu Zixia does not raise the price, he would be the stupid son of a landlord. This time Gaozhua was silent. He could still afford the licensing price of the simplified Chinese copyright, but he was worried about the price of the traditional Chinese copyright. Gaozhua's original plan was to obtain the copyright of traditional Chinese characters and rely on traditional Chinese characters to increase the sales of simplified Chinese characters. But who knew that he was so smart, and Lu Zixia was even smarter than him? Simplified and traditional Chinese are authorized separately. Want it? Fine, buy it. After struggling for a long time, Gaozhua suddenly remembered his current situation. Anyway, since the sales volume cannot be increased, he will be suspended since he bought the traditional Chinese copyright and lost money, he will definitely be suspended as well. Since the result is the same, what is there to worry about? As the saying goes, fortune and honor are sought in danger. Just do it. Zixia, I want both the simplified and traditional Chinese copyrights of your fairy tale collection. Gaozhua said in a low voice, brother, whether you hand over my 100 pounds of flesh or not, it all depends on your fairy tale collection. Lu Zixia patted his chest and said confidently, don't worry, brother Gao, I promise that you will be glad for the decision you made today. Chapter 20 Encountering a Fan. After discussing some publishing details with Gaozhua, it was almost 12 o'clock. Lu Zixia declined Gaozhua's offer of hospitality and walked out of the cafe. Sunflower Kindergarten is a semi-boarding kindergarten. There is no need to pick up and drop off the children at noon. One can just send the children there in the morning and pick them up around 5 in the afternoon. Lu Zixia does not have to worry about being late for picking up Yaya. He is very free at this time. Walking aimlessly along the street, Lu Zixia unknowingly arrived at Huaxi Opera. As July approaches, the campus is filled with lush green plants and flourishing flowers, but there are not many students left. Except for the seniors who are still waiting for the graduation ceremony, the sophomores and juniors have already rushed to various film and television bases to seek opportunities. On the small path leading to the 10th grade dormitory building, 2 rows of willow trees on the roadside swayed in the wind. Coming towards him were men and women full of youthfulness, making Lu Zixia feel that it was great to be young. Excuse me, are you senior Lu Zixia? Just as Lu Zixia was strolling leisurely, a slightly excited female voice came into his ears. Lu Zixia stopped and turned around curiously. He saw a tall and pretty young girl in her 20s standing beside him with an excited look on her face and a blush on her fair face. Behind the pretty girl, there are 3 girls, who should be her roommates or classmates. After confirming that he didn't know these girls, Lu Zixia nodded in confusion. I'm Lu Zixia, who are you? Ah. It's Senior Lu Zixia, it's really Senior Lu Zixia. The girl screamed excitedly and swarmed around him. Senior, we are your fans. The pretty girl looked at Lu Zixia with shining eyes and said, I saw your video on Jinghua Sky. It was the song Just Met You. You sang it so beautifully. We heard that you were a senior from the performance department of Huaxi Opera, so we came here specially to see you. We didn't expect to meet you in person. The other girls behaved in a similar way to the pretty girl. From their tone, it was clear that they had become Lu Zixia's little fans and wanted to tell him everything they wanted to say in their entire lives. Lu Zixia was a top singer in China in his previous life with countless fans. He naturally understood the mentality of these girls. He smiled and said, Thank you for your support. I just sang a song, but I have my own fans. Thank you. No, Senior, you're welcome. The pretty girl waved her hands nervously. Senior, you will definitely become a big star in the future. What nonsense are you talking about? Senior is a big star now. Senior, shouting didn't mean that. The pretty girl's words attracted the siege of several other girls. Lu Zixia looked at them with a mixture of laughter and tears. These girls were really interesting. The girls chatted for a while, then said to Lu Zixia expectantly, Senior, can we take a photo with you? Of course. Lu Zixia winked at them and said, Ouch. Lu Zixia was almost at the dormitory door. He ran forward with his head down and bumped into a soft body without paying attention. At the same time, he heard a soft cry. Looking forward, oh my God. I saw a girl lying on the ground. She had a slim figure, was wearing a pink sportswear, a baseball cap, and a pair of brown sunglasses on her nose. Although the girl was wearing a baseball cap and large sunglasses covered half of her face, in Lu Zixia's eyes, she was definitely a beauty. The girl had a typical oval face with a round chin, thin cherry red lips, soft facial lines and clear contours. Although her eyes and thin eyebrows could not be seen, based on her exposed appearance, she definitely could not be classified as an ordinary person. Yes, I'm sorry. Just when Lu Zixia was about to apologize, a clear voice like a kingfisher rang out. It was the girl who was knocked to the ground by him who was the first to apologize. If the girl had a tougher attitude or started to criticize Lu Zixia would have just said I'm sorry coldly and turned away. But Lu Zixia was a person who would only respond to soft words and not to hard ones, so this time he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. I should be the one to say sorry. Lu Zixia bent down and took the initiative to extend his hand to the girl. I'm so sorry for what happened just now. I was just walking forward and didn't see you. Please forgive me. The girl was stunned for a moment, then blushed and reached out her hand to hold Lu Zixia hand. Lu Zixia pulled the girl up and let go of her hand. Are you not hurt from the fall just now? How about I take you to the infirmary? No need, the girl shook her head, I'm fine. It's also my fault that I didn't notice you. I'm glad you're okay. Lu Zixia nodded and said, then classmate, if there's nothing else, I'll leave. Goodbye. Wait a minute. The girl said, classmate, I want to ask, do you know which office Professor Chen Gang of the Performance Department is in? Chen Gang, the Vice Dean of the Department of Performance, holds the title of professor. He has trained countless stars and his students are all over the world. Lu Zixia turned around and said, Professor Chen is not here. This is the dormitory building for the 10th grade students. Professor Chen's office is in the Jigong building in front. Isn't this an office building? The girl was a little surprised. Last year, after the Jigong building was put into use, this place was converted into a student dormitory. Lu Zixia explained patiently, how about I take you there? This. The girl's face lit up. She hadn't been back to school for 3 years, and she was really confused. Won't it waste your time? It's okay. Lu Zixia shook his head and led the girl towards Jigong Tower. Chapter 21 Don't you know me? In the overall planning of Huaxi Academy, Jigong Building is located in the very center. Professors, associate professors and leaders of the academy all work here. Walking along the green shade all the way to Jigong Tower, Lu Zixia and the girl were surprisingly in sync, and neither of them took the initiative to talk to the other. The video I just met you under the tree has not yet lost its popularity. Students on the street recognized Lu Zixia and greeted him or asked for a photo. Lu Zixia responded calmly. When they reached the Jigong building, the girl suddenly said, classmate, you are very popular in Huaxi Opera. Nothing. Lu Zixia smiled, maybe it's because I'm easier to recognize. No, I think I've seen you somewhere. The girl had never looked closely at Lu Zixia's face before, but after taking a closer look, she suddenly felt that he looked very familiar. Have you ever been on a talent show? In this world, although the entertainment industry is developing slowly, people attach great importance to talent shows. Contests like Happy Girls and Superboys have been held for many seasons. I've never participated in one before. Maybe I have a common face and I'm lucky. Lu Zixia shook his head and pointed to the office building, saying, Professor Chen's office is on the 3rd floor, the 6th door on the left side of the elevator. There's a house number on the door, so it's easy to find. Well, that's it. Goodbye. After saying that, Lu Zixia turned around and was about to leave. Seeing Lu Zixia turn around gracefully, the girl suddenly took off her sunglasses and shouted, classmate. Lu Zixia stopped and turned to look. Wow. Just as he expected, this is really a beautiful girl. Behind the sunglasses, there are 2 curved eyebrows and a pair of eyes that look around, delicate as a person in a painting. Not to mention, even Lu Zixia, who was used to seeing beauties in his previous life, couldn't help but secretly praise her in his heart, beauty. After shaking his head, Lu Zixia came back to his senses and asked in confusion, is there anything else? The girl was still very confident about her appearance. Seeing Lu Zixia come to his senses so quickly, the girl felt like she had suffered a heavy blow to her heart. After wiping her sunglasses to hide her embarrassment, the girl continued to ask, don't you know me? Should I know you? Lu Zixia shook his head and answered honestly. Oh. The girl was a little dazed. Classmate, are you from the acting department? Yeah. Lu Zixia nodded. Then, we will meet again. The girl suddenly became happy, you will know me by then. After saying this, the girl put on her sunglasses again and walked towards the Jigong building. Lu Zixia looked at the girl's background in confusion and said to himself, is this girl sick? Lu Zixia was inexplicably led by a girl and went back to the dormitory. Unexpectedly, there was no one in the dormitory, so Lu Zixia thought he had entered the wrong dormitory. Just when Lu Zixia was thinking about where to go, his savior came. Zhang Mingho, the owner of the Tree restaurant, called and said he had something to discuss with him. Lu Zixia, who was bored to death, agreed readily. When Lu Zixia arrived at the restaurant under the tree, Comrade Lao Zhan was already waiting at the door. Brother Lu, you're finally here. Zhang Mingho stepped forward, grabbed Lu Zixia's arm, and walked straight to the 2nd floor. Come on, don't keep them waiting anxiously. Lu Zixia asked with a puzzled look on his face. Brother Hao, who is it? Awesome. Zhang Mingho said happily, this time it's really thanks to you. If it weren't for you, this stubborn old man would never have contacted me in his life. What's going on? Lu Zixia was completely confused. Zhang Mingho dragged him all the way up to the private room on the second floor. As soon as he entered the room, Zhang Mingho started shouting loudly, Lao Lang, I brought you the person you wanted. A middle-aged man in a well-dressed suit was already waiting on the sofa in the private room. Seeing the door of the private room being pushed open, the middle-aged man stood up quickly. Hello Mr. Lu, I am Lang Wenqing from Wenqing Entertainment Media Company. Lang Wenqing took a few steps forward and took the initiative to extend his hand to Lu Zixia. We contacted each other a few days ago, but Mr. Lu was busy at the time and didn't have time to chat more. Lang Wenqing? Lu Zixia was stunned for a moment, then quickly remembered that he had indeed received a call from Lang Wenqing yesterday or the day before yesterday. What he couldn't understand was why he was looking for him so hard. Seeing Lu Zixia was a little dazed, Zhang Mingho directly pulled the two of them to sit at the dining table and said, Hey, don't just stand there like an idiot. The food and drinks are already on the table. Let's eat and talk at the same time. Yes, let's talk while we eat. Lang Wenqing knew that his sudden visit was too abrupt, so he took the initiative to ease the awkward atmosphere. Okay. Lu Zixia responded, Mr. Lang, it's our first meeting. Please take care of me. Although I don't know why Lang Wenqing wants to see me, I still have to show basic courtesy. I don't deserve your care. Lang Wenqing waved his hands repeatedly, not wanting to be polite anymore, and couldn't wait to get to the point. It's like this, Mr. Lu. I watched your singing video a few days ago and I thought it was great. Both I and Wenqing Entertainment Media Company are very much looking forward to working with Mr. Lu. Having worked in the media for so many years and discovered so many stars in the entertainment industry, Lang Wenqing has always had a good eye for people. He doesn't think that someone who can create such a good song as Just Met You will only be popular for a while. He wants to tap into Lu Zixia's potential, package Lu Zixia, and let Lu Zixia stand out in the entertainment industry. Zhang Mingho was stunned and shouted, Lao Lang, you are too dishonest. Didn't we agree that we just wanted to get to know Brother Lu? Why did you go back on your word? Lang Wenqing blushed and retorted, I said I know him, but I didn't say I wouldn't invite Mr. Lu to join the company. Mr. Lu, I'm really sincere. Lu Zixia looked at Lang Wenqing and shook his head, saying, I'm sorry to disappoint Mr. Lang. Brother Lu, you don't agree? Why? Zhang Mingho was also a little surprised. In Zhang Mingho's view, Wenqing Entertainment Media Company is a leading company in the industry. Many artists and celebrities in the entertainment industry want to cooperate with Wenqing Entertainment, but they don't have this opportunity. Lu Zixia studied acting, so it's impossible for him not to know the capabilities of Wenqing Entertainment. Now, Lang Wenqing, the boss of Wenqing Entertainment, personally invited Lu Zixia to join the company, but he actually disagreed? Really? Why? Lang Wenqing was confused. We at Wenqing Entertainment are very sincere. As long as you are willing to join Wenqing Media Company, I am willing to personally come out and be your media person. Lang Wenqing founded the company 20 years ago. After he got married and had children 10 years ago, he faded out of the agency circle and focused on being his own boss. The fact that he said he would personally serve as Lu Zixia's agent also shows his sincerity and determination. Chapter 22 Cooperation Studio. If she were just an ordinary graduate of Huaxi Academy, she might feel flattered, or even ecstatic, by the olive branch extended by Lang Wenqing. But Lu Zixia was different. In his previous life, he was both a top singer and a senior executive of a media group. He knew all the ins and outs of the entertainment industry. In this life, Lu Zixia doesn't want to run around every day, because Yaya needs someone to take care of her. He can't just throw Yaya back to Li Mengyi just because he can become a superstar in the future, right? Regardless of whether Li Mengyi accepts it or not, Lu Zixia himself can't even get past this hurdle. Originally, his motivation for making money was to let Yaya live a happy and prosperous life. If Yaya was gone, what was the point of making so much money? Mr. Lang, I'm so sorry, I can't go to your company. Lu Zixia's attitude was very firm. There were plenty of ways to make money, not to mention that Yihua Publishing House would soon generate profits. There was no need to give up Yaya for the sake of the immediate benefits. Why? Lang Wenqing was full of disappointment and wanted to continue asking. Oh, the dishes are cold, are you two going to eat? Zhang Wenhao knew Lu Zixua's personality. It was not easy for him to change his mind. So he interrupted Lang Wenqing and said, "By the way, Brother Lu, where is Xiao Yaya? I haven't seen her for the past 2 days. I really miss her." Sent to kindergarten. When talking about little Yaya, Lu Zixia couldn't help but smile. Before, her mother arranged for Yaya to take a leave of absence from school due to work reasons. I only found out yesterday that Yaya has already started kindergarten. Is the little girl in the video Mr. Lu's daughter? Lang Wenqing's eyes lit up and he asked, "I wonder which kindergarten Yaya attends." Sunflower Kindergarten. Lu Zixia knew that Lang Wenqing was unwilling, but he didn't care. As long as Xiao Yaya was involved, nothing could be compromised. What a coincidence, Lao Lang, you must have planned this all along. Seeing what Lang Wenqing was doing, Zhang Mingho slammed the table and started cursing. "We agreed to have a meal together today, but you did something so outrageous. Do we still want to be friends in the future?" "Hey, Lao Shang, don't be angry." Lang Wenqing apologized repeatedly. "I was wrong, okay? I'll ask Shiro to cook a delicious meal at home and treat you alone, okay? I'll let it go for Shiro's sake this time." Zhang Mingho was just trying to liven up the atmosphere, he wasn't really angry. "Where's the contract? Let me see it." "Don't fool my brother Lu. Wait for me 10 minutes, I'll modify the content." Lang Wenqing waved his hand and lowered his head to turn on the computer. 10 minutes passed quickly, and Lang Wenqing pushed the computer directly to Zhang Mingho. After all, Zhang Mingho is an old man in the entertainment industry. He knows all the tricks in the industry very well. Some contracts contain many traps. He doesn't want his young brother, whom he has only known for a few days, to be fooled by the cunning Lang Wenqing. Taking the computer, Zhang Mingho read it almost word by word. Lu Zixia came over and watched along. Agency contracts? Lu Zixia was very familiar with them. In his previous life, he had handled at least 800 agency contracts, if not 1,000. So compared to Zhang Mingho, Lu Zixia read faster. "Old man, are you serious?" It took Zhang Wenhao 10 minutes to finish reading the contract, and at this moment, he looked shocked. Because this contract is not an ordinary agent contract, but a cooperation agreement similar to a studio. Frankly speaking, given Lu Zixia's current unknown status, there would be no problem at all even if he was given a newcomer contract, as this is a common practice in the entertainment industry. But Lu Zixia's situation was different. It might be because Lang Wenqing valued him too much, or it might be because this was Lang Wenqing's first contract after returning to office. The condition Lang Wenqing gave was to set up a studio with Lu Zixia. Lang Wenqing would serve as a company partner and become Lu Zixia's agent. The only condition is that Wenqing Entertainment will receive 20% of all the profits from Lu Zixia's studio in the future. In other words, the studio is a small company. Lang Wenqing is a small shareholder, holding 20% of the shares, and the remaining 80% belongs to Lu Zixia. In the early stages of the studio's establishment, Wenqing Entertainment will provide the studio with 100,000 yuan in operating funds every month until the studio makes a profit. Of course I am serious. Lang Wenqing nodded solemnly. "Mr. Lu is worthy of me doing this. I believe that Mr. Lu will never let me down." Chapter 23. Oh no, Yaya is out of school. "Mr. Lang, I agree to this contract." If someone was willing to help him set up a studio, Lu Zixia would naturally be willing. Besides, the 20% profit share was only the studio's profit. Some things did not require going through the studio's route. Good. Lang Wenqing clapped his hands and said, "How about this? I'll go back now and ask the company's legal department to look at the contract again. Mr. Lu, you should also find a law firm and hire a lawyer. Come to the president's office in Wenqing Entertainment Building to meet me tomorrow morning." "Hey, La Lang, why are you in such a hurry?" Zhang Mingho grabbed Lang Wenqing, who was about to leave. "The deal has been settled, don't you think it's appropriate to have a couple of drinks?" "Yes, I was too anxious." Lang Wenqing patted his head. "Mr. Lu." "Boss Lang, please don't call me Mr. Lu anymore." Lu Zixia said with a smile, "From now on, I will call you Brother Xing and you can call me Zixia, how about that?" The contract has been almost completely negotiated, and they will definitely be working together with Wenqing Entertainment in the future. Lang Wenqing is his agent, so why is he being so polite? Okay. Lang Wenqing was very happy. He had no reason not to be happy when he was talking to a newcomer with great potential for the future. Since we are all brothers, let's not drink tea today, let's drink wine. Zhang Mingho is good at livening up the atmosphere. Thus, the meal went from being unfamiliar at the beginning to becoming familiar slowly, and Lang Wenqing even toasted Lu Zixia frequently. As if it was a pre-planned deal, Zhang Mingho would intervene from time to time, and the two of them would get Lu Zixia drinking together. But you have a plan, and I have a ladder. Isn't it just a drinking contest? You guys drink white wine and I drink beer. You want me to drink white wine? What's the matter? It's written in the contract that I will debut as a singer in the early stage. If I hurt my throat from drinking, you, Lao Lang, will have no place to cry. This scoundrel behavior made Zhang Mingho and Lang Wenqing so angry that their teeth itched, but there was nothing they could do but let Lu Zixia drink a few more bottles of beer. After returning home from the restaurant under the tree, Lu Zixia fell on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. Lu Zixia slept until almost 5 in the afternoon before he woke up. Well, what time is it? Lu Zixia rubbed his eyes, checked his phone, and then jumped up. Oh no, it's already past 5 o'clock. Yeah. Without even washing his face, Lu Zixia ran to the gate of the community and took a taxi directly to the Sunflower Kindergarten. It usually takes about 10 minutes to drive from Jialin community where Lu Zixia lives to Sunflower Kindergarten. However, at this time, it was rush hour after get-off work and the road was very busy. It took the taxi half an hour to finally arrive at the kindergarten. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon. The kindergarten's rule was to finish school at 5 o'clock, so parents had been waiting at the door early and had picked up their children a little after 5 o'clock. The kindergarten, which had been bustling with activity, no longer had many children. As soon as he entered the kindergarten, Lu Zixia saw Yaya sitting at the door of the kindergarten waiting room. Yaya was holding a rabbit doll in her arms and looking towards the gate. Seeing Xiao Yaya's lonely figure, Lu Zixia felt extremely heartbroken. He slapped himself hard and then shouted loudly, Yaya. Dad. Yaya, who had just turned around, looked up suddenly when she heard someone calling her name. When she saw Lu Zixia walking towards her, she cheered, ran towards Lu Zixia, and stretched out her slender arms from a distance. Lu Zixia hurriedly took 2 steps forward, bent down, and held Xiao Yaya in his arms. Dad. I snuggled into Lu Zixia's arms, and Yaya's little face showed a satisfied expression. Why? Lu Zixia rubbed Yaya's hair with his chin and said, Yaya, I'm sorry, Daddy overslept this afternoon. Daddy promises that next time, Yaya will never be asked to wait for Daddy. Yeah. Xiao Yaya nodded, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Mr. Lu. Yaya's head teacher also came over. Her name was Wang Ying. She had a pretty face and a petite figure. She was a typical Jiangnan beauty. Teacher Wang, thank you for accompanying Yaya. It's a bother to you. Lu Zixia thanked Wang Ying. In the morning, Wang Ying had some contact with Lu Zixia. She had a good impression of this sunny boy, but when she smelled the alcohol on Lu Zixia, she couldn't help but frowned. Mr. Lu, we finish school at 5 o'clock. Please remember the time next time. Wang Ying looked at Lu Zixia seriously. Also, Yaya is still growing. Don't let her touch alcohol, cigarettes, and the like. Well, you think I'm an old drunkard with all the 5 vices. Lu Zixia smiled bitterly and said, Teacher Wang, don't worry, I don't have these things at home. There is no best. Wang Ying's expression eased a little, and she continued, by the way, after school this afternoon, Lang Menghan's father wanted to take Yaya away with him. Do you know him? Dad, Hanin, and I are friends. Hearing Lang Menghan's name, Xiao Yaya raised her head from Lu Zixia's arms. She even invited me to her house to play. Looking at Xiao Yaya, Lu Zixia was stunned for a moment and asked, Is Lang Menghan's father called Lang Wenqing? We know each other. He's my boss. Seeing Wang Ying nod, Lu Zixia replied, Teacher Wang, I was just about to tell you about this. From now on, besides me, Lang Menghan's father will be responsible for Yaya's transportation. Dad, don't you want me anymore? As soon as Lu Zixia finished speaking, he felt his clothes tighten. Xiao Yaya looked at him aggrievedly with a pair of watery eyes. I don't want to be friends with Lang Menghan anymore. Dad, please don't abandon me, okay? Lu Zixia pinched the little guy's face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, Dad didn't say he didn't want you, did he? It's just that Dad will go to work at Lang Menghan's father's company in the future. From now on, you will go to school and go home with Lang Menghan, okay? Then, can Yaya still go home with you? Xiao Yaya asked nervously. Where do you want to go if you don't come home with me? Lu Zixia said with a smile, "Little devil, how can Daddy bear not to let you go home?" Snap. Xiao Yaya kissed Lu Zixia on the cheek and nodded, "Yeah, Daddy is the best." "Mr. Lu, you two have such a good relationship." Wang Ying was envious of the father and daughter showing their affection. "Then, if Mr. Lang wants to take Yaya away, can he let Yaya go with him?" "Well, Mr. Lang's driver will take Yaya to me." Lu Zixia nodded, "I'm really sorry to bother you, Teacher Wang, today. I won't delay your return home." "Yaya, say goodbye to Teacher Wang." Yaya waved her hand politely, "Goodbye, teacher." Wang Ying smiled and nodded, "See you too." Chapter 24 Xiaoyu Studio. Lu Zixia felt he owed Xiao Yaya because he picked her up late. So after returning home, no matter what Xiao Yaya asked for, Lu Zixia would always fulfill her request. The result was that the little girl kept pestering Lu Zixia to tell her stories and didn't go to bed until 1 o'clock in the morning. The next day, when the sun was casting golden light on the horizon, Yaya was still sleeping soundly in bed, just like the princess and Snow White and the dwarfs, sleeping very soundly. Time froze at 7 o'clock. Lu Zixia tiptoed into Yaya's room and prepared clothes for the little one to wear today and things she would need for school. Dad, what are you doing?" Yaya, who was originally sleeping soundly, suddenly sat up from the bed, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and wrinkled her nose slightly. "Oh, it's already 7 o'clock, Yaya still has to go to school." Compared with other children of the same age, Yaya knows a lot of things, such as reading clocks, recognizing many words, and playing the piano. It is said that letting children win at the starting line, Yaya is already 10 blocks ahead of others. "Oh, our sleeping beauty has finally woken up. Daddy will help you put on your clothes." Lu Zixia stepped forward, pinched Yaya's pink little face, and began to dress her. Yaya was obviously grumpy after waking up, and she was so lazy that she let Lu Zixia fiddle with her. "Dad, will you accompany me to school today?" Yesterday, Lu Zixia finally persuaded Yaya to go home with Lang Menghan, but he didn't expect the little girl to still be thinking about it. Lu Zixia gave Xiao Yaya a bun and said, "Dad will go with you today. From now on, you have to get along well with Miss Henin, okay? Lang Menghan is Lang Wenqing's second daughter, 2 months older than Yaya." "Okay, I'll be good." Yaya nodded seriously, looking very cute. Ding dong. After Lu Zixia and Yaya finished washing up, the doorbell rang. Lu Zixia opened the door and Lang Wenqing, dressed in a neat suit, appeared in front of him. "Brother Xing?" Lu Zixia was stunned. "Why are you here?" Lang Wenqing, who was carrying a lot of bags and followed by a little girl, laughed and said, "Zixia, have you forgotten that I am your agent now? So I have to start fulfilling the terms of the contract. Henin and Yaya go to the same kindergarten, so it's a good opportunity for us to pick them up together." Lang Wenqing's attitude clearly showed that he did not trust Lu Zixia and was afraid that he would run away. Lu Zixia didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "Brother Xing, you are exaggerating, right? Haven't we signed the contract yet? Why, do you still want to regret it?" Lang Wenqing glared, revealing the power of being in a high position for a long time. "I can tell you, once you enter Wenqing Entertainment, I will not give you the chance to regret it." "Okay, I'll sell it to you." Lu Zixia shook his head and looked at the pretty little girl standing next to Lang Wenqing, who still had some baby fat, and said, "Is this your daughter, Henin? She is such a pretty girl." "Yes, look at me, I forgot to introduce myself." Lang Wenqing walked into the room, put the things in his hand on the table, and pulled the little girl over. "This is my daughter, Henin. Henin, call Uncle Lu." The little girl was a little shy, her fair face turned red, she lowered her head and said softly, "Lu, hello Uncle Lu." "Hey." Lu Zixia smiled, turned his head and shouted towards the inner room, "Yaya, come out quickly, see who's here." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. "Who's coming?" Hearing her father calling her, Yaya moved her little legs and ran out. When she saw Lang Menghan, her eyes suddenly lit up and she was about to rush over. But when he saw Lang Wenqing standing next to Lang Menghan in a neat suit, he suddenly stopped, looked at Lang Menghan, then at Lang Wenqing, as if he was weighing something. "Yaya, what are you thinking about?" Lang Wenqing laughed when he saw Yaya's troubled look. "Why, you don't recognize Uncle Lang after just one night?" Yesterday, Lang Wenqing gave his driver an afternoon off and went to the kindergarten to pick up Lang Menghan after school, just to see Yaya. At the end, he even tricked the little guy into calling him uncle. Yaya pinched the corner of her clothes and whispered, "Hello, Uncle Lang." "Hey." Lang Wenqing was happy, pointing at the large and small bags on the table and said, "Yaya, these are all the delicious and fun things that Uncle bought for you." If you want anything later, just tell uncle and he will buy it for you. Dad, I want one too. At this time Hanin refused to give in, raised her head and asked for it. Lang Wenqing rubbed Hanin's hair and said, all of them, all of them. Yaya saw the doll on the ground, her eyes suddenly lit up, she raised her head and looked at Lu Zixia expectantly. Dad. Why don't you thank your uncle? As long as his daughter was happy, Lu Zixia had no reason not to accept it. What's more, the two of them would be in a cooperative relationship in the future and would see each other every day. If she didn't accept it, would they still be in this relationship in the future? Thank you, Uncle Lang. The little guy was happy, thought about it, and hurried back to his room. After a while, she ran out with a few pieces of paper in her hand. Sister Han, these are the children that Dad invited home for me. Look, this is the ugly duckling, this is the turkey. Yaya has always treasured these cartoons as treasures and seldom showed them to others. Now she can share them with Hanin, which shows Yaya's kindness. Wow, what a cute little duck. Hanin leaned over, her big eyes shining. Hee, I'll tell you the story of the ugly duckling later. Yaya pulled Hanin and ran to the side. Looking at the two little guys getting along so well, Lu Zixia and Lang Wenqing couldn't help but smile at each other. Zixia, have you found a lawyer? The two sat at the breakfast table. Lang Wenqing took out a few baskets of crab meat dumplings and a few cans of milk from the bags. Hanin, Yaya, come and have dinner. After dinner, go to school. Looking at the outgoing Lang Wenqing, Lu Zixia shook his head helplessly. This guy really treats this place as his own home. No, we don't need a lawyer. Lu Zixia personally brought the two kids who were chatting happily to the dining table. I believe you won't change the contract into unfair terms. How could he not trust Lang Wenqing? With Lu Zixia's ability to read countless contracts in his previous life, even if Wenqing Entertainment's legal department added some traps in the contract, he would be able to find them all out. By then, it would be Wenqing Entertainment that would suffer the loss. This was Lu Zixia's original intention, and Lang Wenqing had no idea of the twists and turns here, so he was very moved. What a broad mind. Oh, there's one more thing. After swallowing the bun in his mouth, Lang Wenqing continued, since we are setting up a studio, we need to have a name, which needs to be written into the contract. Lu Zixia thought for a moment and said, let's call it Xiaoyu Studio. Xiaoyu Studio? Lang Wenqing was stunned, glanced at Yu, and nodded, okay, let's call it this. Chapter 25 Signing the Contract. After sending Yaya and Hanin to kindergarten, Lang Wenqing took Lu Zixia directly back to the company. Wenqing Entertainment Media Company is located in Jinghua High-Tech Art Development Zone. It is a 21-story office building. It would be more appropriate to describe Wenqing Entertainment as a group rather than a company. At this moment, the news had spread throughout the office floor on the 21st floor of Wenqing Entertainment that the company's boss had personally signed an unknown newcomer in the form of a studio cooperation. Hey, have you heard? The company has just signed a new person. That's all old news. It's not that the company signed a new person, it's that the president signed a new person. Is there any difference? They are all artists from our company. Wrong, it's our company's studio. The 21st floor is where all the senior executives of Wenqing Entertainment work. At this moment, all the company executives are talking about it. These senior executives are so surprised. If the artists under the company knew about this, wouldn't they be so jealous that their eyes would turn red? All right, stop talking, the president is here. At this moment, someone with sharp eyes saw Lang Wenqing walking to the door of the building and hurriedly said. The news spread very quickly in the building, and soon the senior executives calmed down. They just stretched their necks and looked in the direction of the elevator. Zixia, this is the office floor for the company's top executives. Lang Wenqing was the first to walk out of the elevator. My office is at the very back. If you have any questions in the future, just come to my office and find me. Lu Zixia just nodded without saying anything, and silently looked at the surrounding environment. The two walked straight to the president's office, and the company's top executives saw the true face of this newcomer through the glass windows of various departments. Isn't this the guy who sang Just Met You in the restaurant under the tree? Really? That's what I said. How could he be an unknown person? Hey, where are the people from the legal team? Let's go ask them what kind of contract was drafted for this guy. The senior executives discussed for a while and then marched towards the legal team's office area in a mighty procession. Lang Wenqing's president's office is over 100 square meters and is divided into 2 rooms. In addition to the expected desk, sofa, and bookshelf, the outer room actually has several fitness equipment. It seems that Lang Wenqing knows how to live well and always maintains a healthy body. The two of them sat down as host and guest, and soon the secretary brought them tea, snacks, and fruits. Lang Wenqing took out a contract from the drawer, handed it to Lu Zixia and said, "Take a look, this is the newly drafted contract." Lu Zixia took the contract and read it carefully. Soon, after reading the contract, Lu Zixia confirmed that there were no traps in the newly drafted contract, but the unclear information was described more clearly. "How about it? If you are not satisfied, we can revise it." Seeing Lu Zixia put down the contract in his hand, Lang Wenqing asked with a smile. "It's not a big deal." Lu Zixia shook his head. "It's just that I want to talk to Brother Xing about the copyright of other things." "Other things?" Lang Wenqing waved his hand. "There's no need to discuss other things. As long as you don't go through the studio, the company won't share any of your other profits." After thinking for a while, Lang Wenqing added, "How about this, we can add this condition into the contract, and I'll ask the legal department to draft the details." Lu Zixia nodded in agreement. Originally, Wenqing Entertainment can collect a share of all the profits from the entertainment industry, but it is impossible for it to give the company a share of money related to literature and art, or its own stocks, right? Adding such clauses and confirming them will benefit both parties and avoid conflicts of interest in the future. There was no back and forth or trickery in previous business negotiations. This future golden pair reached a studio cooperation agreement in a peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. Next, Lang Wenqing called the legal department over, revised the contract content according to Lu Zixia's request, and printed out 3 copies. Lu Zixia read it again very carefully, signed his name very readily, and put his fingerprint on it. Lang Wenqing, as the president of Wenqing Entertainment and also Lu Zixia's agent, also signed and sealed the agreement, then extended his hand to Lu Zixia in a formal manner and said, "Zixia, welcome to join Wenqing Entertainment." Lu Zixia smiled calmly, stretched out his hand and shook hands with Lang Wenqing. "Please take care of me in the future." "Ha ha, okay, come on, I'll take you to meet the company's top management." Lang Wenqing laughed heartily and pulled Lu Zixia out of the president's office. "We at Wenqing Entertainment are involved in all walks of life in the industry. The senior executives of all departments of the company all work on this floor of the office building." Lu Zixia's heart moved, and he asked, "Is there a separate area in my studio?" "Of course." Lang Wenqing said, "Come on, I'll take you around the various departments of the company, and then I'll take you to your studio." Next, Lang Wenqing took Lu Zixia to visit various departments of Wenqing Entertainment. To put it bluntly, it actually means getting to know people all the time. Wenqing Entertainment Media Company has a total of 400 employees, including 21 senior executives, and together with the contracted artists, there are a total of 430 people. After going around the company, Lu Zixia had met the senior executives of various departments of the company. At least when he met them in the company, he could recognize their names and avoid mistaking them for people. Half an hour later, Lang Wenqing took Lu Zixia directly to the office area on the easternmost side of the 20th floor. This place is completely separated from other areas on the 20th floor by a glass door and occupies 1/5 of the total area of the 20th floor, a full 230 square meters. "Zixia, this place is yours from now on." Lang Wenqing pointed to the empty office area. "Whatever you want to do, just tell me. If you think it's too troublesome to design it yourself, we can just find a designer to design and decorate it." Lu Zixia thought for a moment and said, "Brother Xing, I don't have any other requests, but can you give me a lounge with a strong soundproofing effect? You are here for Yaya, right?" Lang Wenqing waved his hand. "No problem. I will prepare all the furniture and appliances for you. You can even live here." "Thank you, Brother Xing." Lu Zixia was very satisfied. Lang Wenqing suddenly asked, "By the way, you are the only one in the studio now. When it comes to hiring staff, do you plan to do it yourself or entrust it to the company? Give me 2 places and you can recruit the rest." Lu Zixia thought of Song Qingshan and Fatty Su. Instead of looking for outsiders, it would be better to give the places to his own brothers. Chapter 26 China's New Voice. The signing was completed and Xiaoyu Studio was in the preparation stage again, so Lu Zixia had nothing to do for a while. Because Lu Zixia was the only artist that Lang Wenqing was responsible for in the company, he was given an office on the 21st floor. Although it could not be compared with the studio on the 20th floor, it was enough for him to rest in work. Lu Zixia was browsing the web in the office when there was a knock on the door. "Enter." Lang Wenqing's beautiful female secretary walked in with a blue folder in her hand. Mr. Liu, this is a program plan that Mr. Lang has developed for you. The beautiful secretary is named Zhang Jia. She is a PhD in business administration from Tsinghua University and also Lang Wenqing's niece. Because Liu Zixia signed a studio contract with Wenqing Entertainment, his title is General Manager and Artistic Director of Xiaoyu Studio. It's fine for Zhang Jia to call him General Liu. Yes. Liu Zixia took the folder and began to look through it carefully. Since you have signed a contract as an artist of Wenqing Entertainment, you must do your job well, which can be regarded as returning the favor. Zixia, what do you think of the planning proposal for the new Voice of China? At this moment, Lang Wenqing pushed the door and walked in. The program is okay. Liu Zixia nodded. I'm just worried about the schedule conflict. This plan is quite interesting. It is similar to the Voice of China on Liu Zixia's Earth. The lineup of mentors is strong enough. In addition, since it is the second season, there is a certain audience base. What's the matter? Lang Wenqing asked curiously. Liu Zixia hesitated for a moment. Some time ago, I signed up for the performance organized by the department. It seems to be next Saturday. Report performance? Lang Wenqing's eyes lit up. Is it for the whole institute? Are there any other media companies participating? It was sponsored by Liu Qiqi. If I win, I'll get $200,000, and I'll also be in the music video for her new song. Liu Zixia told Lang Wenqing what he knew. By then, Shangwang Media, the company behind Liu Qiqi, should be able to step in. Shangwang Media. Lang Wenqing sneered. Zhang Changdong, this old ghost is really thoughtful. He actually went to Huaxi Opera to hold an audition. Orange Media Company, like Star Entertainment Media, is one of the leading companies in the industry. The only difference between it and Star Entertainment is that Orange Media specializes in satellite TV broadcasting and live streaming. It acquired Nanhu Satellite TV and changed its name to Orange Fruit Satellite TV, making it a veritable TV tycoon. Seeing Lang Wenqing's cold expression, Liu Zixia asked, Brother Xing, does Xinguang have a grudge against us? Competitors are enemies. Our company has grievances against all media companies. Lang Wenqing said in a deep voice, it's just that this Orange Media, if they hadn't intervened in the first place, who knows who would own this Orange TV? Liu Zixia suddenly realized that this was not a grudge at all, it was simply a dead end. Cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. Lang Wenqing must be hating Xinguang Media to the core. Then I won't participate in this performance. Liu Zixia said, I signed up for it before because I was anxious to get the money. Now money is no longer a problem. It doesn't matter whether I participate or not. Why not? Lang Wenqing waved his hand and said, besides, this does not conflict with the program. The competition for mentors of the Voice of China will be held on Saturday night. After participating in the performance, we will report to the program team. Brother Xing, actually you don't have to consider me. It doesn't matter whether you participate or not, really. Liu Zixia didn't quite understand Lang Wenqing's behavior. It was because of your consideration that I allowed you to participate in the show. Lang Wenqing suddenly laughed, since I have become your agent, I have to consider everything for you. After organizing his words, Lang Wenqing continued, Liu Qiqi is one of the most popular female pop singers at the moment. As long as you win first place in the show and star in her MV, I will use Liu Qiqi's popularity to further increase the popularity of the video Under the Tree, I Just Met You. When the time comes, when the Voice of China airs it again, you will definitely become an instant star. The singer of Just Met You, the male lead in the MV of the most popular female pop singer nowadays, the contestant of the Voice of China, with each layer going deeper, Lang Wenqing's planning is indeed brilliant. You have so much confidence in me? Liu Zixia looked at Lang Wenqing with amusement. What if I fail to win first place in the performance? Then let's just treat it as an experiment. Lang Wenqing blinked and said, young people, who hasn't been willful before? Okay, just because of what you said, Brother Xing, I'm going to win first place in the show too. Liu Zixia swung the folder in his hand and said mysteriously, and this time there will be a mysterious guest who will help me participate in the show. I don't believe I can't win. Then I'll wait and see. Lang Wenqing laughed and did not ask who the mysterious guest was, because he suddenly remembered another important matter. Oh, Zixia, I forgot to ask you, have you recorded the song Just Met You? I registered a Xianlang Weibo account for you. There aren't many people on it right now. If you have recorded the song, upload it to Penguin Music and then publish the link on Weibo. This way you can attract some fans. Not yet. Lu Zixia shook his head. I've been busy lately and don't have time to record. That's perfect. Lang Wenqing said, we have a professional recording studio in our company. How about this? You go to the recording studio on the 17th floor and wait for me. I'll take care of the things on hand and then I'll go over there. Lu Zixia nodded and said, okay, I'll go over and wait for you. Wenqing Entertainment Media's recording studio is on the 17th floor. In addition to the recording studio, there are also some rehearsal rooms on the 17th floor. The rehearsal rooms are divided into small areas and are managed by dedicated professional teachers. After exiting the elevator, Lu Zixia looked at the layout map of the 17th floor next to the elevator. The recording studio is on the easternmost side of the 17th floor, and the rest are rehearsal rooms and lounges. Walking east along the corridor, you can occasionally hear music coming from the rehearsal rooms along the way. It seems that many rehearsal rooms are in use. Just as we were about to reach the recording studio, we suddenly heard a faint sobbing sound coming from the rehearsal room on the side. Well, are you rehearsing your acting skills? Lu Zixia stopped. The door of this rehearsal room was ajar. Lu Zixia gently pushed it open and looked over. Inside the room, there were two girls in their 20s, one was slightly taller and the other slightly shorter. They were dressed in a European and American style, with their long hair dyed yellow and light black smoky makeup, but it was not difficult to see their originally delicate facial features. The rehearsal room was playing European and American heavy metal music, but the volume was very low. The two girls did not move to the rhythm of the music. Instead, they both hugged their legs, sat back to back on the floor, and sobbed softly. Chapter 27 The Crying Girl. Xiaolu, give it one more try. The tall girl stood up. The interview will start in a day and a half. If we don't hurry up, we will be eliminated. Sister Ling, I can't do this. Xiaolu raised her head, her smoky makeup smudged by tears. Am I not suitable for entering the entertainment industry? What nonsense are you talking about? Sister Ling pulled Xiaolu up. We finally got into Wenqing Entertainment and worked as trainees for half a year. Now we are just one step away from success. If we just give up like this, are you willing to do that? But I just can't master the song that teacher Han picked for us for the audition. Xiaolu burst into tears again. Why don't I give up? Sister Ling, you are better than me and you will definitely succeed. Try again, don't give up easily. Sister Ling walked to the computer console and played the music again. When the music started from the beginning, Xiaolu stopped crying and walked with Sister Ling and started singing and dancing. It is indeed a European and American style song. Lu Zixia searched his mind and it seems to be a classic English song from the United States. The two girls sang and danced, performing very hard. It can be seen that they all have solid dancing skills, good voices, and singing techniques, but this kind of performance gives people a weird feeling and is not satisfactory. Of the two girls, Sister Ling is better, but Xiaolu seems more and more weird the more she looks at her. Soon, halfway through the music, the little deer broke down and squatted on the ground crying again. Sister Ling also stopped, turned off the music, squatted beside Xiaolu and comforted her. Lu Zixia, who was standing at the door, also figured out where that strange feeling came from. European and American style heavy metal music is actually not suitable for singing and dancing. It seems to be more exciting if a person dressed as a punk holds an electric guitar and stands on the stage roaring and screaming at the top of his lungs. Shaking his head, Lu Zixia turned around to leave. At this time, the sound of his cell phone rang. I looked down and saw that it was Gao Zhuo from Yaya Publishing House calling. Lu Zixia swiped his phone and answered the call. Hello, Brother Gao. Brother Lu, I hope I didn't disturb you? Gao Zhuo's voice on the phone seemed very excited. No. Lu Zixia said repeatedly. After a few polite words, Gao Zhuo got straight to the point. It's like this, Brother Lu, your fairy tale book has been typeset, and I want to confirm the title and signature with you. As for the title of the book, let's call it Yaya's Goodnight Story. As for the signature, Lu Zixia thought for a moment and replied, let's sign it as Xia Yu. Okay, that's it. Attach the title and signature later, and I'll ask Xiaotong to send the sample to you. Gao Zhuo was an impatient person. He hung up the phone after saying this. This Lao Gao. Lu Zixia put away his phone helplessly and prepared to turn around and leave. At this time, the two girls in the rehearsal room had already arrived at the door. Teacher? Lu Zixia stopped and turned around and said, hello, I'm not a teacher in the company. No, teacher, then senior brother is so handsome and has such a good temperament, he must be an artist under the company. Sister Ling said excitedly, senior brother, are you here for rehearsal? This girl was so enthusiastic that Lu Zixia felt a little embarrassed. No. Lu Zixia denied honestly, I came here to record a song. Record a song? Xiaolu and Sister Ling looked at each other with envious expressions on their faces. They had been trainees at Wenqing Entertainment for more than half a year, so they naturally knew that there was a top-notch recording studio on the 17th floor. They also knew that in addition to this recording studio, the company had 2 other recording studios, but their configurations were much worse. Generally, only the first-line artists of Wenqing Entertainment can come to the recording studio on the 17th floor to record songs. Brother, can you give us some guidance? Just when Lu Zixia was wondering whether to leave, the shorter girl named Xiaolu said in a pleading tone. I tried many times to get the song that Teacher Han picked for us to sing. Maybe these are my last 2 days at Wenqing Entertainment. Can you agree to my request, senior brother? Senior brother, please. Sister Ling didn't want to let her good sister go. Lu Zixia was a top singer in his previous life, so he could naturally see through the shortcomings of the 2 girls at a glance. However, based on this song alone, it would be difficult for his guidance to help the 2 girls improve in a short period of time. Faced with the 2 girls pleading, Lu Zixia couldn't bear to refuse. He sighed and asked, are you afraid of being eliminated by the company? Xiaolu and Sister Ling looked at each other and fell silent. After a long while, Sister Ling was the first to come to her senses and said firmly, brother, if you want to stay, we will stay together. If you want to leave, we will leave together. Xiaolu was shocked, raised his head, and looked at Lu Zixia firmly, we are a team. Lu Zixia admired the 2 girls' spirit of not giving up. He has made up his mind. What a bullshit, Teacher Han. If you eliminate these 2 girls, I will go directly to Langwenqing to ask for an agency contract. Okay, since you have decided, I will tell you. Since I have decided to help them, I just speak freely, I just watched your performance, I just want to point out one thing, you are not suitable for the song. Lu Zixia's words are powerful. To the 2 girls, it was like a thunderclap. They seemed to have just said that the song was chosen for them by Teacher Han, so how could it be inappropriate? But Xiaolu lowered his head, the song was chosen by Teacher Han himself, he can't be wrong, right? Yes, senior brother. Sister Ling followed up, Teacher Han is the music creation director of Wenqing Entertainment. He has written many classic songs. How could he choose the wrong song? You misunderstood what I meant. Lu Zixia shook his head. Teacher Han's song choice is not wrong. This song is also a classic. However, it is not suitable for you. Haven't you heard of the saying, the best may not be suitable for you, and the best for you may not be the best? Both girls shook their heads. Let me tell you this. Lu Zixia, a size L piece of clothing is just right for a thin person. But what if a fat person wears a size L piece of clothing? It's burst. I can't get through it. The 2 girls blurted out. That's right. Lu Zixia snapped his fingers and continued, this is the same as singing and dancing. Songs and music are size L clothes. You have to think carefully about whether you are thin or fat. Chapter 28 one is like summer and the other is like autumn. Lu Zixia used vivid analogies in the rehearsal room, trying to change the 2 girls' mindsets. However, in the corridor on the 17th floor, an unpeaceful scene was taking place. Han Junqing, who was about 50 years old, of medium build and with a Mediterranean hairstyle, stomped forward with his hands behind his back. Langwenqing, dressed in a well-ironed suit, walked beside Han Junqing with a bad look on his face. Teacher Han, you don't have to go, right? Langwenqing said in a low voice, I've heard Zixia's voice, it's very nice, there will be no problem recording the song. What's more, Lao Fang is there, even if there is any problem, it can be solved immediately. Langwenqing was angry. He was processing some documents in the president's office when Han Junqing rushed in a hurry and asked to meet Lu Zixia, saying that he was worried that the company's new artist might encounter an accident while recording a song. To be honest, if Han Junqing wasn't one of the top songwriters in the industry, Langwenqing would never have hired him as the company's music creation director given his arrogant and conceited personality. Boss Lang, you are being impulsive this time. Young people nowadays rely on their achievements to ask for this and that. What qualifications do they have to ask for it? Han Junqing curled his lips. He was just a little-known person who sang a song called Meeting You. Who knows if he copied it from somewhere? Han Junqing was not convinced. He felt that the songs he created could completely beat Lu Zixia. Why should you, Lang Wenqing, open a studio for him? Although Lang Wenqing could hear the jealousy in Han Junqing's words, he still retorted, "It is undeniable that the song Just Met You was of top-notch quality in the industry, whether in terms of lyrics, composition, or singing. What does that prove? There are many people who became internet celebrities, but how many of them are still around?" Han Junqing snorted coldly and said, "Boss Lang, you do have a good eye. You have discovered many first-line artists in the circle over the years, but even tigers can take naps. In my opinion, this Lu Zixia is just a mediocre person. Damn it, if I wasn't afraid that you would lose too much blood, I would use a needle to sew your mouth shut right now." Lang Wenqing cursed in his heart and was too lazy to pay attention to him. The two were almost at the recording studio when Lang Wenqing suddenly heard Lu Zixia's voice from the nearby rehearsal room. "Songs and music are like size L clothes. You have to make sure whether you are skinny or fat." Han Junqing was still walking forward when suddenly there was no sound around him. Turning around, I saw Lang Wenqing standing outside the door of a rehearsal room, secretly looking inside through the crack in the door. Han Junqing felt very strange and couldn't help asking, "Boss Lang, why don't you leave?" Lang Wenqing made a gesture to keep quiet, and then pointed in the direction of the rehearsal room. "Who's in there?" Han Junqing leaned over to take a look. "Hey, aren't these the two trainees from the company? And who's the young man next to them?" Han Junqing was proud of his talent, so he did not watch the video of Under the Tree, "I Just Met You," and naturally did not recognize Lu Zixia. "He is Zixia," Lang Wenqing said without turning his head. "What, he is Lu Zixia?" Han Junqing was surprised, and then he stayed and eavesdropped with Lang Wenqing. "Brother, I want to give it a try." After a long time, Sister Ling made a decision. "What about you?" Lu Zixia turned his head and looked at Xiaolu. "There are two girls, Sister Ling is decisive while Xiaolu is weak. Lu Zixia wants to see Xiaolu's decision." Lu Zixia understood from his previous life experience that one must have perseverance and determination in doing anything. These two girls are all good in singing, technique, and dancing, and they should have good development if they debut as idols in the future. But if you retreat when encountering difficulties and don't even have the courage to give it a try, let alone becoming an idol, even if you stay in the entertainment industry, you can only be a supporting role or a passerby. "Brother, I'm willing to give it a try too." After a long time, Xiaolu's face showed a determined look. "Okay." Lu Zixia nodded, "The only hope for you to stay is to change the song." "Who is he?" Han Junqing, who was eavesdropping outside the door, immediately got angry when he heard this. "She's just an internet celebrity who became famous for a cheesy song. What right do you have to change the song I choose?" Having said this, Han Junqing, who was furious, was about to push the door open. Lang Wenqing grabbed Han Junqing and said, "Teacher Han, don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Why do you have to be angry with a young man? Let's continue reading." "Humph." Han Junqing said coldly, "Boss Lang, this is the artist you signed personally. He is so arrogant and conceited." Lang Wenqing didn't reply, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. It was obvious that Han Junqing's annoyance and frustration made Lang Wenqing very happy. In the rehearsal room, Sister Ling looked at Lu Zixia expectantly and said, "Brother, what kind of song should we choose? You guys tell the story first." Lu Zixia wanted to test them. The two bowed their heads and thought for a while, then said in unison, "Happy and lyrical." Two girls found their future direction. Lu Zixia smiled, and at the same time a song flashed through her mind, a song that was very suitable for the two girls. One is like summer and the other is like autumn. This song was released on Earth in 2006. Until 2018, it was still a must-have song in KTVs. It can be said to be enduring. At the same time, this song is very appropriate as it expresses the friendship between two girls, just like Xiaolu and Lingjie today. They have completely different personalities, but they never abandon or give up each other and advance and retreat together. "I have a song I wrote here. If you are willing, I can teach you." Lu Zixia laughed, and the smile on his face was gentle and sunny. "Humph, you really think songs are easy to come by and you can write them whenever you want?" Han Junqing sneered outside the door and leaned against the wall. "I want to see what you are capable of." Lang Wenqing was excited. Although he had known for a long time that Lu Zixia was an all-round singer who could write lyrics, compose music and sing, he still couldn't feel at ease with just one song, Just Met You. Now that he had the chance to hear Lu Zixia's second song, he naturally wouldn't let it go. He excitedly took out his phone and secretly started recording. In the rehearsal room, the two girls couldn't help but open their eyes wide. This senior brother could actually write his own songs. He was so cool. After taking a quick look around the rehearsal room, Luzicia saw several musical instruments placed against the wall. He walked over, picked up a guitar, adjusted the pitch, and started playing and singing. Oh 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 oh. Yeah. I didn't like you when we first met. Who knew they would become so close later on? We are like summer and autumn. But it always turns winter into spring. Chapter 29 Teacher Han, does your face hurt? The prelude of this song is very short, and it attracted the four people inside and outside the rehearsal room with just a few simple melodies. As for the reason, there is no other reason except that it sounds good. This kid, really surprised me. Lang Wenqing's hands trembled and he almost dropped his phone on the ground. This song and Just Met You are two completely different styles of music. Just Met You is more like a plain narration of an event, praising the years like a song, while this song is more cheerful, with a clear rhythm, and uses simple words to praise the greatness of friendship. Han Junqing, who always felt superior to others, also changed his expression at this time. His eyes widened slightly and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. The contempt and disdain on his face had long disappeared, and there was more disbelief on his face. However, Han Junqing would not admit that he was inferior to others. He continued to belittle Luzicia. What a bullshit, winter turning into spring, why don't you go to heaven? Teacher Han, can you be quiet for a moment? Lang Wenqing finally couldn't bear it anymore. He turned his head and gave Han Junqing a sidelong glance, thinking that this old guy was really being stubborn. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't believe that friends are more loyal than lovers. Even if I was busy with love and froze you, you wouldn't hate me, you would just scold me a few words. When the song slowly reached its climax, the two girls couldn't help but echo Luzicia's voice and hum together. Even though they haven't memorized the lyrics yet, the fact that they can hum the melody alone is enough to prove how catchy the song is. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be sure. Friends know how to listen better than lovers. My hidden meaning, my words and deeds. I can't live without darling, and I can't live without you even more. Oh yeah. Luzicia put some emotion into singing the song. Looking up, I saw Sister Ling and Xiaolu were still humming subconsciously and hadn't noticed that the song had ended. Cough cough. Luzicia coughed twice, waking up the two girls. Brother, what's the name of this song? It's so beautiful. Brother, are you really going to sing this song for us? The two girls finally came to their senses and clapped their hands vigorously while looking at Luzicia expectantly. This song is so good and it seems to be tailor-made for the two of them. One is summer and the other is autumn. Isn't you talking about the two of them? The song is called One is Like Summer, the other is like autumn, Luzicia said. Since the song is out, it's for you to sing. I just hope you won't bury it. Thank you, brother. Sister Ling and Xiaolu couldn't hide the excitement on their faces and sincerely thanked Luzicia. Okay, forget about thanking me. Your ability to sing this song well is the greatest thanks to me. Luzicia waved his hand. By the way, when will your interview be? Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30. Sister Ling replied. Well, that should be enough time. Luzicia thought for a moment and said, how about this, I'll stay and teach you for an hour. How much you can learn depends on you. Outside the door, Lang Wenqing put away his phone and deliberately asked Han Junqing, Teacher Han, what do you think of this song? Can it be used as the title song for an album? The surprise on Han Junqing's face had long disappeared. Perhaps he was really hit by Luzicia. This guy's face was as black as ink. Boss Lang, I suddenly remembered that I have some things to deal with. Let's talk to the newcomers in the company next time. Han Junqing felt that he was a joke. Rather than staying here and enduring Lang Wenqing's contempt, he might as well think of other ways to disgust Luzicia. Teacher Han, since you're here, why don't you get to know each other before you leave? Lang Wenqing said with a smile, we'll be in the same company from now on, so we'll see each other every day. Han Junqing ignored Lang Wenqing this time, but quickened his pace as he left. Bah, you're taking advantage of your age. Lang Wenqing spat as he watched Han Junqing leave. If it weren't for your age, I'd really like to ask you, does your face hurt? It's retribution in this life. Just now he was saying that Luzicia was a mediocre person, but now he composed a song tailor-made for the two girls on the spot. This face looks like it was slapped, it must have been swollen, right? Lu Zixia had no idea that he had been hated by the company's music creation director. Of course, even if he knew, he would not even look at Han Junsheng. Now, what Lu Zixia wants to do is to teach the song to the two girls in front of him. When Lu Zixia sang the second time, the two girls listened very carefully and watched very attentively. After all, singing is easy, as both of them have the technique and singing ability, but their guitar playing is only average and they need more practice. Of course, with Lu Zixia, the composer, around, the two girls would not waste such a convenient opportunity. They simply picked up two guitars and started learning while singing. Even if any mistakes were made, Lu Zixia would correct them in time. Lu Zixia had long forgotten about recording the song and answered the two girls' questions one by one. Moreover, during the teaching process, Lu Zixia also discovered that the two girls had a common advantage, that is, they both had a strong ability to understand. Often, he only needs to point out a mistake once, and the two girls will promise not to make the same mistake again. If such excellent comprehension ability, coupled with solid singing and dancing skills, cannot pass the interview of Wenxing Entertainment, then Lu Zixia can only suggest to Lang Wenxing that all the interviewers responsible for interviewing the trainees this time should be fired. What else can you do if you don't quit? Is it a waste of food to support a bunch of good-for-nothings? Just like that, one taught attentively and the two learned seriously. In just 1 hour, the two girls were able to play and sing the song completely. All that remains is to keep practicing and adding the emotions you understand into the song. I have taught you everything I can. The rest is up to you. After listening to the two girls singing, Lu Zixia said to them, I wish you success in your interview. Sister Ling and Xiaolu looked at each other, bowed deeply to Lu Zixia, and said, Brother, thank you. Whether it was the song one is like summer, the other is like autumn, or what Lu Zixia had said to them before, the two girls were deeply touched. Their intuition told them that today was a turning point in their destiny. Therefore, the two girls were very grateful to Lu Zixia. Brother, we really don't know how to thank you. You're welcome. Lu Zixia said with a smile, as I said before, as long as you can sing the song well and not bury it, it will be the best way to thank me. The two girls nodded vigorously, their eyes turning red involuntarily. Okay, I should go record the song too. Lu Zixia turned around and deliberately didn't look at the two girls crying. Don't forget to dress simply and brightly for the interview tomorrow. This outfit and makeup really don't suit you. Chapter 30 Recording Songs Without Mistakes. Senior brother, my name is Huang Linger and her name is Sun Xiaolu. Can we know your name? Seeing Lu Zixia was about to leave, Sister Ling shouted anxiously. Lu Zixia. Lu Zixia waved his hand, pushed open the door of the rehearsal room and walked out. Sister Ling, I seem to have seen my senior brother. There were only 2 people left in the rehearsal room, and Sun Xiaolu suddenly screamed. Where? Huang Linger asked curiously. Sun Xiaolu didn't say anything, but took out her phone and clicked on it. She entered a video and suddenly a melodious guitar sounded. We cried, we laughed, we looked up at the sky, and saw a few stars were still shining. Lu Zixia didn't care how much shock his name would bring to the 2 girls. Originally, Lang Wenxing wanted him to go to the recording studio to wait for him. Now, he was already an hour late. Who knows what kind of temper Lang Wenxing would get in a while. I went straight to the recording studio and knocked on the door. Are you here? The door of the recording studio was quickly opened, and it was Lang Wenxing who opened the door for him. Well, sorry for the long wait, Brother Xing. Lu Zixia nodded. Lang Wenxing shrugged. Instead of asking questions or getting angry as Lu Zixia had imagined, he directly pulled him into the recording studio. The recording studio is very large and has a complete range of sound tuning equipment. In Lu Zixia's previous life, he had dealt with these things a lot. In the recording studio, besides Lang Wenxing and Lu Zixia, there were several other people, a sound engineer, a mixer, and a middle-aged man with a handsome face and artistic dress, who should be the person in charge of this recording studio. Old Fong, this is the person I told you about. Bringing Lu Zixia to the literary middle-aged man, Lang Wenxing introduced Zixia, this is our company's deputy music director, Fong Wenhe. I've seen your singing video before, and I was still amazed that there is a new singer-songwriter in the music industry. I've always wanted to meet you, and today I finally got my wish. Fong Wenhe spoke very elegantly and took the initiative to extend his hand to Lu Zixia. Mr. Fong, you are too kind. I just want to sing what I wrote. Lu Zixia shook hands with Fong Wenhe. You are a senior in the circle. I will need your care in the future. You're welcome, you're welcome. Fong Wenhe laughed. I'll record a song for you when Tauzi comes out of the recording studio. How about you sit down for a while, drink some water, and moisten your throat? No hurry. Lu Zixia waved his hand, found a seat and sat down. He took this opportunity to write the melody of Just Met You and gave it to the recording and mixing engineers. After half an hour, the song was finally recorded. The young man named Tauzi greeted Lang Wenqing as soon as he came out. Boss Lang, why are you here? Come over and record a song. By the way, Tauzi, let me introduce someone to you. Lang Wenqing patted Tauzi on the shoulder. This is Lu Zixia, the company's newly signed artist. Yi Lintao, a film and television actor, is now considered a quasi-first-line star. Hello? Lu Zixia stretched out his hand and shook hands with Yi Lintao. Are you the guy who sang Just Met You? Yi Lintao also recognized Lu Zixia. Hey, I'm your fan. It's my honor. Lu Zixia was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. It turned out that the big star was also a fan of someone else. Okay, both of you, don't be polite. Lang Wenqing said, Tauzi, it's almost 12 o'clock. Let's go to the company restaurant for dinner after Zixia finishes recording. Wenqing Entertainment Company has its own restaurant, which is responsible for the company's employees' meals. When Lang Wenqing doesn't have any social engagements, he usually doesn't go home for lunch. He likes to call a few senior executives of the company or his artists to go to a restaurant for lunch together. In Lang Wenqing's words, this is called caring for subordinates and strengthening class feelings. Okay. Yi Lintao nodded. He also wanted to chat more with Lu Zixia. After entering the studio, Lu Zixia stood in front of the microphone, made some adjustments, and then made an OK gesture to the sound engineers and mixers outside the glass. Several professionals immediately adjusted the volume of the speakers to the most appropriate level and nodded to start. We cried, we laughed, we looked up at the sky, a few stars were still shining, we sang the song of time, and then we understood how to embrace each other. What was it all for? As soon as Lu Zixia sang the first sentence, Lang Wenqing outside the glass couldn't help but sit up straight. Because he knew that Lu Zixia had never been in a recording studio. Staring closely at the computer screen in front of the sound engineer, Lang Wenqing suddenly discovered that there were no flaws at all and the music was completely consistent with the rhythm of the music on the computer. Not to mention Lang Wenqing, even Fang Wenhe and Yi Lintao almost dropped their jaws in shock. Yi Lintao spent a full half an hour recording the song just now, and during that time, either the tempo was too slow, or the pronunciation was unclear, or the tune was wrong, and the emotional investment was not enough. Fang Wenhe has been a music producer for so many years, and the shortest song he recorded took him only 10 minutes, and that was a short song. It's rare to find someone like Lu Zixia who can sing perfectly as soon as he opens his mouth. Because I just happened to meet you, leaving footprints behind is beautiful, the wind blows the flowers and tears fall like rain, because I don't want to be separated. Despite the perfect start, the staff in the recording studio still listen carefully, looking for small flaws in the performance. Because they are the top recording team in the industry, their professional ethics do not allow them to slack off. Because I just happened to meet you, leaving behind 10 years of expectations. If we meet again, I think I will remember you. After the last line of lyrics was sung, the mixer made an OK gesture, and Lu Zixia took off his headset and walked out. Bang bang bang. Led by Fang Wenhe, everyone in the recording studio applauded, with appreciation and excitement on everyone's face. As professionals, they had never seen anyone who could record a song so perfectly. Lang Wenqing gave a thumbs up. Zixia, I was right about you. It's so beautiful. Fang Wenhe praised sincerely, Mr. Lu, not only do you compose good lyrics and music, you sing well, but I didn't expect you to have such perfect control. You are really a natural singer. You are worthy of being my idol. Yi Lintao said in a funny way, Brother Xia, you must teach me some singing skills later. You guys are praising me so much that I feel like I'm floating on air. No matter how thick-skinned Lu Zixia was, he would feel embarrassed when a man 6 or 7 years older than him called him brother. You deserve it. Fang Wenhe shook his head. No wonder Mr. Lang thinks highly of you and even opened a studio just for you. With you here, Wenqing Entertainment will be an evergreen tree in the music industry. Then I'm not an old monster? Lu Zixia spread his hands exaggeratedly, I'm still young. Ha ha ha. There was cheerful laughter in the recording studio. Chapter 31 The Evil Lang Wenqing. An afternoon passed quickly. In the evening, Lu Zixia did not ask Lang Wenqing's driver to pick up Yaya, but took a taxi and went to Sunflower Kindergarten. The call was picked up very promptly today. When Yaya saw Lu Zixia, she was so excited that she flew into Lu Zixia's arms like a little butterfly. Because today is Lu Zixia's first day at work since coming into this world, he planned to commemorate this day, so he took the little guy to a famous private restaurant in Jinghua for dinner. Anyway, the royalties for the simplified and traditional Chinese versions of the book paid by the publishing house have already arrived, so Lu Zixia doesn't have to worry about making money for the time being. Since you have made money, why not enjoy it? After all, what is the point of making money if you don't spend it? The next day, Comrade Lao Lang came to pick up Yaya from school and also had breakfast with Lu Zixia. This guy is of the same character as Fatty Sue and the others. He completely treats Lu Zixia's house as his own home. He doesn't take anything and just comes in with his daughter to eat and drink for free. Lu Zixia could only smile bitterly and said that he would lower the food standards in the future to prevent this guy from getting addicted and coming over to eat and drink for free every day. When he and Lang Wenqing arrived at the company, Lang Wenqing just said to Lu Zixia, "Let's have lunch together." Then he left in a hurry, leaving Lu Zixia confused. Boom boom. Because the studio was a startup and the location was under renovation, Lu Zixia had no specific work arrangements. He stayed in the office all morning, watching TV, movies, and browsing the web. After all, the memories of the previous life are just memories and still need to be digested and absorbed. Lu Zixia is adapting to all the information and culture of this world as quickly as possible. Zixia, let's go and have dinner together. At 12 o'clock noon, Lang Wenqing pushed the door open on time, followed by a follower, Yi Lintao, a new film and television star he met yesterday. Good morning, Brother Xia. Yi Lintao greeted with a smile. What the hell, what time is it? Lu Zixia rolled his eyes, don't you have to work? Yi Lintao spread his hands innocently and said, Brother Xia, the song yesterday was my recent work, so I have been very free these days. Besides, Mr. Lang also said that if we have time, we should get closer. Well, you know how to use chicken feathers as a token of authority. Lu Zixia was speechless. The company's restaurant is located on the 8th floor. The generous Lang Wenqing turned the 8th floor into a buffet restaurant similar to a bar. In addition to a few private rooms, the entire floor is airy and can accommodate more than 300 people dining at the same time. After choosing a private room, Lang Wenqing took the two of them to have a big meal. When it was almost 1:30, Lang Wenqing said to Yi Lintao, Taozi, do you have any plans for the afternoon? No. Yi Lintao shook his head. Okay then. Today is our company's trainee interview and assessment. Let's go and see the quality of this year's trainees. Lang Wenqing smiled and glanced at Lu Zixia at the end. Lu Zixia's eyelids jumped, and he said, Brother Xing, you guys go if you want to go. I have to go to the recording studio to ask them for the recorded songs, and then upload them to Penguin Music. I also have to organize my Weibo. I'm very busy. What are you busy with? It's just uploading a song, it only takes 2 minutes. Lang Wenqing raised his eyebrows, don't blame me for not reminding you, Han Junchang is one of the interviewers today. Did you see everything yesterday? After hearing this, even if Lu Zixia was slow-witted, he understood that this guy was eavesdropping outside the rehearsal room in the morning. Mr. Lang, Brother Xia, what are you talking about? The only person in the room who didn't understand was Yi Lintao. Let's go, let's go. You'll understand in a moment. Lang Wenqing smiled as he walked out. Then let's see what old Han will choose. Wenqing Entertainment Media Company is a large company with a total of 21 floors, and each floor has its own exclusive use. There is a small theater in the center of the 13th floor of the building, where the company usually holds activities, parties, or interviews new employees. When Lu Zixia arrived at the small theater, there were already more than 40 people sitting inside. In the front row are 5 middle-aged men who look like interviewers. Sitting in the front row on the left side of the theater are 20 handsome young men dressed differently, and in the front row on the right side of the theater are 20 young girls, including Sun Xiaolu and Huang Linger. Lang Wenqing led Lu Zixia and Yi Lintao all the way to the front row, acting like a boss. Boss Lang. Seeing their boss coming, both the young trainees on both sides and the interviewers in the front row stood up and greeted Lang Wenqing. Oh, no, to be precise, among the 5 interviewers, there was one who was a maverick. He was bald, had a hooked nose, and just sat there without standing up. It was not until Lang Wenqing walked in front of him that he slowly stood up and said, Boss Lang, you're here. Yi Lintao whispered in Lu Zixia's ear, Brother Xia, his name is Han Juncheng, and he is the music creation director of our company. Oh. Lu Zixia suddenly realized that this guy was Han Juncheng. No wonder the 2 girls looked so respectful when they mentioned him. After all, he is the music creation director of Wenqing Entertainment. Lu Zixia, who was a senior executive of a media company in his previous life, naturally knew the importance of a music creation director. They are generally top musicians in the industry, possessing the most cutting-edge musical touch and music creation ability. It can be said that a good music creation director is enough to support half of the music department of a media company. Lang Wenqing was a head taller than Han Junqing. He looked down at Han Junqing and asked, "Director Han, it hasn't started yet, right?" "It will start soon." Han Junqing's face looked a little ugly, especially when he saw Lu Zixia. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Lu Zixia felt like he was being blamed. Why did this guy look at him like that? Did he provoke him? Lang Wenqing was also very mean. He did not tell Lu Zixia at all that besides him, there was another person, Han Junqing, who eavesdropped outside the rehearsal room that morning. "You guys start, don't worry about me, I just came over to take a look." Lang Wenqing found a place and sat down casually. He deliberately avoided looking at Han Junqing's ugly face, fearing that he would not be able to hold it in and burst out laughing. Lu Zixia and Yi Lintao followed suit and sat down waiting for the interview to begin. The company boss arrived, and the trainees suddenly felt the pressure doubled. Han Junqing was furious, but he had no choice but to bully these trainees. He said, "You have been trainees at Wenqing Entertainment for 6 months. During these 6 months of training, some of you have satisfied me, but of course, some of you have not satisfied me." When he said this, Han Junqing glanced at the female trainee intentionally or unintentionally, and said coldly, "Okay, now we're going to witness the results of your hard work over the past 6 months. The first group, the sisters group, please invite Sun Xiaolu and Huang Linger to the stage." "Hey, aren't we going to draw lots to choose the order of assessment for this interview?" "Yeah, we haven't even drawn lots yet, why are you calling names right away?" "Forget it, as long as I'm not the first one." As soon as Han Junqing finished speaking, all the trainees were stunned and started talking about it. Lu Zixia frowned, instinctively feeling that this matter seemed to have something to do with him. Lang Wenqing's expression turned cold, and he thought, this old man is really mean. He knew that the first person to go on stage would be under a lot of pressure and easily nervous, but he actually chose those two girls. Huang Linger and Sun Xiaolu were also a little confused, but they had already thought about being eliminated at this time, so they quickly adjusted their mindset. The two walked onto the stage and bowed to the 5 interviewers. "Hello teachers, my name is Huang Linger, my name is Sun Xiaolu. Today is our last day as trainees, and it may also be our last day in the company. So, no matter what the result is today, we hope to show you what we have been insisting on all along." Lu Zixia, who was sitting not far from Lang Wenqing, looked at the two girls on the stage who had changed their outfits. The same light pink t-shirt, straight long hair casually draped over the back, simple jeans, sky blue sneakers, her pretty face was no longer covered with smoky makeup, a little bit of powder was enough to be stunning. Seeing the two girls on the stage, the eyes of several interviewers couldn't help but light up. They were so beautiful. The two girls were young, pretty, and had perfect temperament. The 4 interviewers all picked up their pens and wrote on the assessment forms. Only Han Junqing crossed his arms and said stiffly without any movement, "Let the show begin. Dear teachers, we are going to perform the song, one is like summer and the other is like autumn." Huang Linger and Sun Xiaolu looked at each other and said in unison, "One is like summer and the other is like autumn?" The interviewers were stunned. Aren't all the test songs personally selected by Han Junqing, the music creation director, for the trainees? Was this song included in the test songs? What's going on? Was your song chosen by Teacher Han? Of course, Mr. Han is the top musician in the industry. These two girls are so bold that they actually took it upon themselves to change the song? Not only the interviewers, but also the trainees sitting on both sides of the theater were excited. Obviously, they didn't expect that there would be a trainee who would be so bold as to replace the song chosen by the company's teacher. Isn't this courting death? The trainees' eyes changed when they looked at the two girls on the stage. If they were curious and hostile at first, now they were filled with pity and contempt. "You are eliminated." Just when everyone was stunned, Han Junqing's cold voice rang out. Chapter 32 Teacher Han's Revenge. What? Eliminated? On the stage, Huang Linger and Sun Xiaolu's faces turned pale in an instant. They didn't expect that the interviewer would not give them any chance to perform and would eliminate them directly. Han Junqing continued, "You are the company's trainees. You must complete the tasks assigned to you by the company. Your task in the last stage was to practice the songs I chose for you. If you can't even do this, what are you still doing in the company? You are eliminated. Yeah, now you dare to change the company's tasks. If you become famous in the future, won't you expose the truth? Who are you? Just do whatever I tell you to do. You even changed the song chosen by Teacher Han. Do you really think you are such a big shot? Among the other 4 interviewers, 3 expressed dissatisfaction. They were just a few trainees of the company, but they actually disobeyed the company's arrangements. This was outrageous. Seeing that the interviewers were all on his side, Han Junqing, who was already harsh, continued to vent his anger. Who are you, top celebrities? You take yourselves too seriously. With every word the interviewers spoke, the 2 girls on the stage trembled a little. These days, all the children are spoiled at home. They had never experienced such criticism. They just lowered their heads timidly and cried secretly. This bunch of people are really bad. Listening to the bad words from these interviewers, Lu Zixia got angry. He originally thought that after teaching these 2 girls songs, with their talent and hard work, they would naturally be able to stand out in the interview assessment and become contracted artists of Wenqing Entertainment. But I didn't expect that more than half of these interviewers were flatterers. In order to please the director Han Junqing, they spoke harshly to the 2 girls in their early 20s, without any awareness of being seniors in the industry. Lu Zixia frowned, stood up and walked towards the small stage. Although they didn't know Lu Zixia, he was brought by Lang Wenqing, so the interviewers didn't dare to scold him. The trainees were even more afraid. Although some of them recognized Lu Zixia as the guy who sang Just Met You, he came with his boss. What if he was a senior executive of the company? Look up. Lu Zixia walked straight to the edge of the small stage and looked at the 2 girls on the stage. Senior brother. The 2 girls saw Lu Zixia when he came in. Now, they don't want the senior brother who wrote songs for them and taught them singing with all his heart to see them in this state. Believe in yourself. Lu Zixia encouraged, say whatever you want to say. For yourself and for your hard work over the past 6 months, show yourself well on this stage. The 2 girls held hands, looked at each other, and saw the determination in each other's eyes. Today might really be their last day at Wenqing Entertainment, but they are unwilling to be eliminated like this. Even if they have to leave, they want to leave in style and beautifully. Sun Shelu, who has always been gentle, stroked her chest and said in a low voice, word by word. Dear teachers, we changed the song that Teacher Han had decided on without permission. It was our fault and we apologize. But I hope that the teachers can give us a chance to show ourselves. Even if we are eliminated, we will leave without regrets. Teacher Han, they are still young. I think we should give them a chance to show themselves. Perhaps this song can better demonstrate their abilities? Said the only interviewer who did not mock the 2 girls. Teacher He, when you say this, do you not believe me? Han Junqing said coldly, in our company, even those first-line singers are singing the songs I wrote. The trainees don't even like the songs I chose for them. Who in the company can serve them in the future? Han Junqing absolutely would not allow the 2 of them to sing this song, because he knew the importance of the song. Not to mention the songs he wrote, even the classic songs in the past might not be as good as this song. On the stage, the light in the 2 girls' eyes dimmed. Everything was over. I think. Suddenly, a low voice sounded, and the entire theater fell silent in an instant. President, it's the president who has spoken. Only then did they remember that besides them, the company's boss was also in the theater today. Mr. Lang, what do you mean? The interviewer sitting next to Han Junqing had a flattering smile on his face. Lang Wenqing is well known in the company for his decisiveness. Whatever he says is what it is. If anyone disobeys his orders, sorry, they will have to say goodbye to the company. In other words, obeying orders and following instructions is the unspoken rule of Wenqing Entertainment Media. Now, the 2 girls changed the songs they were going to sing without permission, which was a violation of this unspoken rule. In this case, the performance the 2 girls wanted to perform would most likely fail. It just so happened that the boss directly gave the order to eliminate the 2 girls so that they, the assessment interviewers, would not be left with a bad reputation as seniors in the music industry bullying the younger ones. I think young people should be motivated. If they don't have motivation, can they still be called young people? Lang Wenqing laughed and said, 2 little girls, sing and express everything you want to express. After hearing Lang Wenqing's words, all the interviewers were stunned. Even Teacher He, who preferred to let the 2 girls perform, was stunned. This is so unexpected. When did Mr. Lang change his personality? Sun Xiaolu and Huang Linger had no idea what the interviewers were thinking. They excitedly thanked Lang Wenqing. Thank you, Mr. Lang. Okay, let's get started. Lang Wenqing waved to the two girls, glanced at Lu Zixia who had come back, and said, "How is it? Are you satisfied with this?" Lu Zixia said expressionlessly, "Brother Xing, I think that except for Mr. He, the other interviewers are all scumbags. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. Brother Xia, what you said is what I wanted to say." Yi Lintao came over and gave Lu Zixia a thumbs up. It seems that the company is going to conduct a personnel investigation. Because of Lu Zixia's words, Lang Wenqing made a decision. On the stage, the two girls took a deep breath. Facing the ridicule, they could only fight back with what they were good at, and use their strength to shut them up. Oh yeah. I didn't like you when we first met. Who knew they would become so close later on? We are like summer and autumn. But it always turns winter into spring. Chapter 33 I won't discuss with you. Both girls' voices are very clean, but there are also big differences between them. One of them has a sweet voice, and the other has a slightly metallic voice, which makes their voices very clearly recognizable. But talent alone does not mean anything. Hard work, opportunity, luck and other factors also play a role. The two girls sang very attentively and devotedly. Although their guitar playing and singing were still a little awkward, it could not conceal their own strength. The changes in expressions on the faces of the trainees and interviewers who had just mocked the two girls were truly amazing. There was no pre-recorded musical accompaniment and no prepared lighting, only simple guitar sounds and beautiful singing. When the prelude sounded, everyone acted nonchalant, but when the unique melody gradually became more and more exciting, everyone was attracted and showed surprise on their faces. When the two girls opened their mouths and started singing, everyone's eyes widened. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't believe it. Friends are more loyal than lovers. Even if I'm busy with love. Freeze you into ice. You won't hate me. Just scold me a few words. The first climax came, and all the interviewers sat up straight unconsciously, with shock on their faces, except Han Junqing, who still had a sour face. But if you look closely, you can see that old Han can no longer hold on. Not only is his forehead covered with sweat, but even the ballpoint pen in his hand is broken by his fist. Lao Ton, this should be an original song, right? It's original, but it wasn't created by our company. And listening to the lyrics, it seems to be tailor-made for them. Teacher Han, these two girls are beautiful, have good temperaments, and have nice voices. I think we should sign them. Although before, except for Mr. He, the other three interviewers seemed a bit flattering, they still had some real skills and knowledge. The two girls on the stage fully met or even exceeded the company's signing conditions. Han Junqing didn't say anything, but his face was so dark that water seemed to drip out of it. He didn't want to say a word of praise, because once he opened his mouth to praise, wouldn't it prove that he was not as good as Lu Zixia? Lang Wenqing had laughed at him once before outside the rehearsal room. Was he going to stick his face out and let Lu Zixia hit him again this time? Han Junqing could only choose to remain silent and even closed his eyes. Han Junqing lost again this time, so he remained silent. But Lu Zixia didn't want to let him get away with it so easily. After such a long time, even a fool could see that Han Junqing was deliberately targeting him. Although he didn't know why, Lu Zixia didn't want to swallow his anger. He was just that kind of person. If you respect me 3 feet, I will return you 10 feet. If you provoke me for no reason, I will never let you go. I'll confront you, no discussion. Teacher Han, what do you think of this song? Lu Zixia looked at Han Junqing expressionlessly. You are a senior in the industry. I really want to know what you think of this song. Brush. Everyone looked at Han Junqing in unison. There was a moment of astonishment on Han Junqing's face, and then his thick eyebrows raised, and the anger in his eyes could not be concealed. Mr. Lang, is there any grudge between Brother Xia and Teacher Han? Yi Lintao, who was sitting in the middle row, noticed something was wrong and turned to ask Lang Wenqing. Lang Wenqing didn't say anything, but took out his mobile phone, clicked on a video, and handed it to Yi Lintao. This is? Yi Lintao took the phone and looked at it for a while, then suddenly realized, Mr. Lang, was Teacher Han with you at the time? It's also old Han's fault for being too impatient. He insisted on competing with Zixia at that time. Lang Wenqing nodded and said, otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Boss Lang, why don't you stop him? Yi Lintao said with some concern, brother Xia just joined the company and he has offended the music director. His songs in the future. Taozi, are you stupid? Lang Wenqing looked at Yi Lintao as if he were a stupid son of a landlord. With Zixia's talent in writing these two songs, will he still need Lao Han to write songs for him in the future? Yi Lintao was stunned for a moment, then he touched his chin and chuckled. Teacher Han, I'm waiting for your evaluation. Lu Zixia ignored the anger in Han Juanqing's eyes and pressed on. The sisters' voices were great in this performance, and they sang with great emotion. It was very good. I can sign them on behalf of the company. Han Junqing gritted his teeth, a fierce look flashing across his face, but... Sure enough, a dog can't spit out ivory. Lu Zixia sneered in his heart, this old man was really cunning, he just kept praising the two girls and didn't praise the song itself at all. It's just that the lyrics of this song about summer and autumn are too ordinary, and the artistic conception is also a bit lacking. Han Junqing shook his head. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. I still think that the songs I chose for them can better show their abilities. Although he didn't say it so directly, everyone present could hear that he was not only emphasizing that the song he chose was good, but also satirizing that the song was bad. Han Junqing really has reached the pinnacle in his ability to tell lies with open eyes. Oh? Lu Zixia smiled and said, I wonder if Teacher Han can let me, the lyricist and composer of One is Like Summer, One is Like Autumn, appreciate the meaning of gorgeous lyrics and profound melodies? Cruel, so cruel. Didn't you say that this song is not good? Okay, then come up with a good one and let me hear it, so that I can admit defeat sincerely. What? He wrote this song? Such a great original song, and it's tailor-made for me. As expected of a ruthless person who has become popular on the internet, every song he releases is a classic. The trainees and interviewers were all crazy. Such a good song, and its composer was so young and worked for their company. Well. Han Junqing was stunned. He didn't expect Lu Zixia to suddenly break up with him. Why? Is it because Teacher Han has composed too many songs, each with gorgeous lyrics and lofty ideals, that it's hard to choose? Lu Zixia decided to push Han Junqing into a corner. If that's the case, just pick out a song at random. Everyone in the small theater is not a fool. Although the trainees have just entered the entertainment industry, they can still judge whether a song is good or bad. One is Like Summer, the other is Like Autumn is obviously a very nice song, but Han Junqing criticized that the song is not very good. Isn't this just lying with blatant eyes? If you ask Han Junqing to come up with a song to compare with this one, it would be strange if he could do it. Chapter 34 fainted with angry. Lu Zixia, don't go too far. Han Junqing's face turned from black to white, and then from white to black. After several changes, he finally roared in a low voice. You're going too far? Lu Zixia's face darkened. Han Junqing, I gave you face, right? I just signed a studio contract with the company, and I just changed the songs that these two girls were going to take the test. Are you so jealous? And vindictive? Wow. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Studio? The company actually signed a studio contract with a newcomer? Since the establishment of Wenqing Entertainment Media Company, except for a few first-line stars who have become affiliated studios of the company with their own abilities, no one has ever been able to set up a studio directly with the help of the company, let alone a newcomer. The trainees looked at Lu Zixia with eyes full of envy, but few were jealous. There was no way. Not to mention the song Just Met You, even this song One is Like Summer, the other is Like Winter was not something they could compare to. Even if I want to be jealous, I can't be jealous. I was able to sign with the studio because of my worth. I changed the music for them and the song is more suitable. If you can do it, why don't you do it? When he said the latter part, Lu Zixia's eyes were full of provocation. He was not afraid that the news of signing the studio contract would get out. It would be known to others sooner or later anyway, so he might as well say it himself. You are so arrogant. Han Junqing was about to vomit blood. Lu Zixia, from now on, don't even think about getting any songs from me. He. Lu Zixia threw 2 words at him. Does he need Han Junqing to write a song for him? There is absolutely no need for that. As long as he wants, he can pick out 1,000 or 800 songs and guarantee that every song will crush Han Junqing. You plop. Han Junqing kept saying you for a long time, and suddenly fell to the ground with a thud. What made Lu Zixia laugh was that when the old guy fell to the ground, he actually leaned backwards instead of falling forward. In his opinion, he was probably pretending to be fainted. This was indeed the case. Han Junqing had no good songs to come up with to deal with the situation. He could only pretend to be unconscious and pray that someone would move him away from here. Teacher Han, Teacher Han. The interviewers around were all startled and hurriedly bent down to check on Han Junqing's condition. After feeling the patient's breath and finding that he was still breathing and his vital signs were basically normal, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Call 120. Lang Wenqing walked over slowly. Put him down, don't move him. What if his old illness relapses? Let's wait for the ambulance to arrive before moving him. They are all smart people. Lu Zixia could tell that Han Junqing was pretending. Lang Wenqing and Yi Lintao, as professional actors, could naturally see it as well. But Lang Wenqing is as naughty as ever. Since you, Han Junqing, want to lie on the ground, then lie down. It's hot in the summer and the ground is cool. Okay, everyone, spread out a little and keep the air circulating. Lang Wenqing looked at the interviewers and trainees who had gathered around him and said, wait for the ambulance to arrive and then continue the assessment. Mr. Lang, what about these two girls? An interviewer asked. Approved. Lang Wenqing glared and said, didn't Teacher Han just say that we can sign them? Besides, if we don't sign such good singers, do we have to kick them out of the company? Yes. The interviewer nodded repeatedly. Congratulations, you succeeded. Turning his head and looking at the two girls walking over, Lu Zixia showed a sincere smile on his face. Senior brother, thank you. Sun Xiaolu and Huang Linger bowed to Lu Zixia excitedly. Okay, don't thank me. You will be the company's artists in the future. You must work hard. Lu Zixia encouraged the two girls and left the theater. The two girls became contracted artists of the company, and the anger in their hearts was relieved. There was no point in staying. Lang Wenqing originally wanted to wait for the paramedics to arrive before leaving, but when he saw Lu Zixia leaving the theater, he followed him out. Hey, Zixia, why are you in such a hurry? Lang Wenqing said as he chased her, I want to wait for the paramedics to come and expose him. Mr. Lang, please keep your voice down. We haven't gone far yet. Yi Lintao, who was following behind Lang Wenqing, was speechless. Don't let Teacher Han hear it again. Just listen to it. Lang Wenqing rolled his eyes. Han Junqing is only allowed to act cool, but we are not allowed to hit him in the face? Usually this old guy relies on his seniority and talent to ignore me as the CEO. This time I finally have a chance to hit him hard, so I have to seize this opportunity, right? You can go back. Lu Zixia said without turning his head. Yeah, why should I chase her out? Lang Wenqing was stunned, and was obviously tempted. It seemed that Lang Wenqing had endured a lot of hardship in the past few years. His expression changed for a while, and Lang Wenqing suddenly shook his head. Oh, forget it, I don't want to bully the old man. Why don't you bully the old man? You are such a Lang Wenqing. The corner of Lu Zixia's mouth twitched. Why didn't he see this guy's vicious nature at the beginning? Ding-a-ling. As he was walking forward, Lu Zixia's cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone, looked at the name flashing on the screen, and a gentle expression appeared on his face involuntarily. Hello? Hello, is this Daddy? Yaya's childish voice came from the phone. Lang Wenqing, who was originally trying to eavesdrop, was slightly startled when he heard the familiar voice coming from the phone. Then he pulled Yi Lintao aside, leaving the time for the father and daughter. It's Dad. Lu Zixia couldn't help but laugh. Did Yaya listen to me today? Did you miss Dad? Yaya is so good. Yaya's voice became sweet and innocent, also, and Yaya misses Daddy too. Does Daddy miss me? Of course I did. Lu Zixia's smile widened. What did the teacher teach you this morning? He taught us to draw. Yaya was very proud. I drew the ugly duckling, and Sister Han drew the white swan. The teacher also praised us for our good drawings. Yaya is so smart. Lu Zixia said, Dad will tell you a short story as a reward tonight. Can I have two? There was anticipation in Yaya's voice. No. Lu Zixia paused deliberately. I won't tell you one, I'll tell you two. That's great. Xiao Yaya's voice was full of joy, one for me and one for Sister Han, she will definitely be very happy. This little guy. Lu Zixia laughed. Chapter 35 I am not myself, I can't tell the difference. After coming out of the small theater, Lu Zixia sent Lang Wenqing and Yi Lintao away and went to the recording studio again. The song recorded yesterday was already out, in 2 versions, one abridged version and one complete lossless version. Lu Zixia took the song back to the office, turned on the computer, logged into the Copyright Association's website, registered the copyright of one is like summer, the other is like autumn sung by the 2 girls, and then downloaded a Penguin Music client. As mentioned before, Penguin Music is a music platform under the WeChat group, with a huge number of users in the hundreds of millions. The music on it is either a castrated free version or a full paid version. It costs 1 yuan to download a song, and the fee is split 50-50 between the website and the singer. Lu Zixia's eyes lit up when he clicked into the main interface of Penguin Music and saw the light green style. Like a certain group's music client on Earth, the main interface of Penguin Music is divided into 2 parts. On the far left is the vertical personal center, which has the following vertical columns: My Music, Music Gallery, MV, and Search. On the right is a section that has the selections, rankings, playlists, radio stations, and new songs listed horizontally. As long as you have a WeChat account, you can log into Penguin Music. After entering his account number and logging into Penguin Music, Lu Zixia clicked into the backstage to link the singer's account. The singer's nickname was his own name. After listening to the 2 recorded versions of Just Met You Again, Lu Zixia directly posted the song to the Penguin Music backstage. Generally speaking, after a song is released to the Penguin Music backend, it needs to be reviewed by a music editor within 24 hours. If the editor is capable, the song may be reviewed and appear in the new song catalog on the homepage as soon as it is uploaded to the backend. Appearing in the new song catalog, netizens can listen to and download the songs. Ding dong! Just a few minutes after Lu Zixia uploaded the music, a system message came in. I clicked on it and saw, "Congratulations, your work Just Met You has passed the review and has been officially included in the Penguin Music library." So fast? Penguin Music is very efficient. Lu Zixia was delighted. The song has been uploaded. The next step is to post it on Weibo. Thinking of this, Lu Zixia searched for the official website of Xianlang Weibo, and then logged in using the account given to him by Lang Wenqing. After clicking on his own Weibo and taking a look, Lu Zixia showed a wry smile on his face. His nickname on Weibo is his name, his certification is Orange V, and he is a contracted artist of Wenqing Entertainment. Compared with other celebrities' Weibo, Lu Zixia's Weibo looks very miserable, with only 53 fans, 50 of whom were liked by company employees at the request of Lang Wenqing, just to get Orange V certification. The remaining 3 fans are President Lang Wenqing, actor Yi Lintao and restaurant owner Zhang Mingho. Clicking into Yi Lintao's Weibo and seeing that he had 10 million fans, Lu Zixia couldn't help but smile bitterly. Compared to these big stars, I really have very few followers. Shaking his head, Lu Zixia posted his first Weibo since coming to this world. Hello everyone, I am Lu Zixia, the singer of Just Met You. I am very grateful to all my friends for liking my song. Thank you all. As soon as the Weibo post was sent, Lu Zixia received a private message from Lang Wenqing: "Zixia, go buy a promotion and promote the Weibo post." If a new user wants his or her Weibo post to be seen by netizens as quickly as possible, there are only 3 ways on the Weibo platform. One is Weibo Hot Search, one is Hot Topic, and the last one is Weibo Promotion. As for hot searches, everyone who browses Weibo can see them, because they always appear on the Weibo interface. The effect of hot topics is slightly worse than that of hot searches, as they can only be seen when searching. The effect of promotions cannot keep up with the other 2 at all. They just randomly recommend the published Weibo posts to other people as Weibo hotspots, which may cause the post to be refreshed on the Weibo main interface, and then it will be directly wiped out before it can be seen. Although the promotion effect is very poor, compared with hot searches and hot topics, promotion has a big advantage, that is, it can be purchased with money, and 10 yuan can be used for promotion for 24 hours. Okay. Lu Zixia replied to him and simply spent money on promotion. The effect of the promotion was immediate, and comments soon appeared under this Weibo post. Ever since the singing video of Under the Tree, I Just Met You became popular overnight on the internet, many people have started to impersonate the singer, and many people have claimed on Weibo that they are the singer of Just Met You. After many fans who fell in love with Lu Zixia because of the song Just Met You were deceived, not many people are willing to believe those who claim to be the singers of Just Met You on Weibo. Therefore, when Lu Zixia's Weibo post was promoted, although many Weibo users saw it, they did not believe it and complained under it. Another one pretending to be the singer Under the Tree. At Weibo official account, are you guys going to do anything about this? Another fake product has appeared. Show us the photos and we will believe you. Almost every reply was a complaint about this Weibo post, and no one believed that this was really the person in the video under the tree. I just met you. What's going on? It's so confusing. I'm not myself anymore? Lu Zixia was a little amused and helpless after reading the comments from netizens one by one. After thinking for a while, Lu Zixia searched through his phone and picked out a selfie. Flowing short hair, a bright smile, a white shirt and a pair of light blue jeans. Although the outfit is simple, it is full of sunshine and very handsome. After slightly retouching the photo, Lu Zixia posted it on Weibo, adding a note, it's me, it's not me, I can't tell them apart. Also, Just Met You has been released on Penguin Music, attached is the link, friends who like it can go and listen and download it. We have the same promotion, we have money. As soon as Lu Zixia updated his Weibo post, people immediately paid attention to it, commented on it, and forwarded it. I caught an idol. My dear brother Xia, you sing so beautifully. I'll download it to show my support. When Lu Zixia saw the first comment and repost in the front row, he couldn't help but laugh. It was that guy Yi Lintao. He was probably staying in his office right now, checking Weibo. Oops, that's not right, this photo is indeed the handsome guy in the video. Are you stupid? Nowadays, even if you pretend, you have to have some authenticity. The one-sided complaints didn't last long before a large number of Yi Lintao's fans came out in a group to defend Lu Zixia. Wooly Tao Tao has an idol. As a fan of Tao Tao, I'm here to report. To be honest, the song Just Met You is really good. I've become a fan. +1 for Tommy's report, I really like Just Met You. Tommy +50, after listening to Just Met You, I decided to confess my love to her. Chapter 36 Abstract Painters. Lu Zixia's second Weibo post received nearly 1,000 comments, led by Yi Lintao, all of which were occupied by Yi Lintao's fans, who perfectly dominated the screen. At this time, those netizens who did not believe this Weibo finally became rational, because it was impossible for a quasi-first-tier celebrity to repost and comment on a liar's Weibo. Even if Yi Lintao was wrong, then the more than 1,000 Tommy were also wrong? Some careful netizens discovered that this Weibo account actually certified an individual named Orange V, a contracted artist of Wenxing Entertainment. Wenxing Entertainment, is it the media company that is one of the three giants in the entertainment industry? Wow, this is really the Weibo of the singer from Tree Restaurant. I did a human flesh search and found that the singer of Just Met You is Lu Zixia from the performance department of the Chinese opera. The comments and reposts from Yi Lintao and his fans had unimaginable effects. Although some people are still hesitant, more people do believe the authenticity of this Weibo post. As a result, Lu Zixia's Weibo fans are increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Lang Wenxing's driver took Yaya to the company, the time was fixed at 5:10. Lu Zixia's Weibo fans also skyrocketed from 53 to 53,000. No matter how many fans he really likes, Lu Zixia is still happy. Because this is just the first step, there will be more to come. Dad, I'm here to see you. Yaya ran into Lu Zixia's office holding a small school bag. Throwing away the mouse, Lu Zixia stepped forward and picked up Yaya. Yaya is here, tell Daddy, who brought you here? It's a beautiful big sister. Yaya tilted her little head, the big sister also said that she would bring me something delicious later. Dad, where is this place? It's so big. Lu Zixia kissed Yaya's little face and said, this is where Dad will work in the future. You will come here every day after school. He. Dad's beard is prickly. Yaya smiled so hard that her eyes narrowed. Will you come again in the future? Is this our home? Yes. Lu Zixia held the little guy and sat on the sofa. If Yaya likes it, when our place downstairs is ready, Yaya can live here. That's great, Yaya has a new home. Yaya clapped her hands, her face flushed with excitement. Boom boom boom. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Please come in. Lu Zixia put Yaya on the sofa and looked towards the door. The pretty secretary Zhang Jia came in with a fruit plate and a bunch of snacks and placed them on the coffee table in front of the small sofa. Xiao Yaya's eyes lit up, and she said to Lu Zixia, Dad, this is the big sister who sent me here. Ms. Zhang, thank you for your help. Lu Zixia thanked Zhang Jia sincerely. Mr. Lu, you're too polite. This is my job. Besides, I like Yaya very much. Zhang Jia shook her head slightly. Henin, stop hiding. Why don't you come out and say hello to Uncle Lu? Hello, Uncle Lu. Lang Wenxing's second daughter, Henin, walked in timidly from the door and greeted Lu Zixia shyly. Hello to you too. Lu Zixia smiled and waved to Hanin, come here. Hanin moved over with a red face, not daring to look at Lu Zixia. Mr. Lu, Hanin is just like that. She was fine today, but if it was Teacher Han, she would have been scared to tears. Zhang Jia was also helpless with this cousin. Don't even mention Hanin. Even Yaya would be scared to tears when she saw old man Han. Lu Zixia rolled his eyes. Hanin, I heard that you painted a white swan today. Can I see it? I gave it to Yaya. Hanin lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. Dad, they're here with me. Yaya excitedly took out 2 pieces of drawing paper from her school bag and showed them to Lu Zixia. Let me take a look. Lu Zixia took the 2 sheets of drawing paper with a smile. At this time, Zhang Jia also came over. Lu Zixia looked at the 2 pieces of drawing paper and almost collapsed with laughter. These 2 paintings are really in abstract style. Whether it's the ugly duckling or the white swan, the colors are correct, but the appearance. The ugly duckling does have the appearance of a duck, but its neck is a little shorter and it has a chicken beak on its head. The white swan is even more abstract, with a duck's head, a swan's body, and a tail that looks like a peacock. Dad, how is our painting? Did we do it well? Yaya looked at Lu Zixia expectantly. Hanin also secretly raised his little head, and both ears stood up. Lu Zixia looked at the 2 little guys and said with a smile, you draw very well. I think you 2 will definitely be great painters when you grow up. Phew. Seeing that Lu Zixia was obviously lying, Zhang Jia covered her mouth and chuckled. It was all ruined. Zhang Jia's smile ruined everything. Lu Zixia looked up at Zhang Jia helplessly and said, okay, Miss Shang. Boss Lu, just call me by my name. Zhang Jia waved her hand. The CEO said that if you are busy in the future, Yaya will be handed over to me. If you are always so polite, I will feel uncomfortable. Well, okay. Lu Zixia said, Zhang Jia, does our company have a piano? Yes, except during rehearsal, I have it in my office. Zhang Jia nodded, do you want to use it? Lu Zixia said happily, that's great, Yaya likes playing the piano very much. I think when I'm busy in the future, I can let her learn to play by herself. Yaya can also play the piano? Zhang Jia looked at Yaya in surprise, she is still so young. Yaya, do you want to play the piano with Daddy? Lu Zixia smiled and suddenly asked. Yaya looked up and asked in surprise, can Yaya play the piano again? Yes, Dad will teach you a song today. Lu Zixia touched the little guy's head. Yes. Yaya nodded happily, can Sister Han go too? Let's go together. Lu Zixia held the 2 children in each hand, let's go. Although Zhang Jia is only Lang Wenxing's secretary, she is the president's nephew and has a doctorate in business administration. Her abilities are there and she will become a senior executive of the company sooner or later. Therefore, Lang Wenxing prepared an office for Zhang Jia on the 21st floor. The office is on the westernmost side of the 21st floor. When Lu Zixia walked into Zhang Jia's office, his eyes lit up. The office was divided into 2 areas. One part was furnished with normal office supplies, desks, filing cabinets, and video projection equipment. The other part, which should have been furnished with sofas and coffee tables for entertaining guests, instead she placed a piano and an oval hanging chair. Chapter 37 Singing with Yaya. Zhang Jia, your place is really special. Lu Zixia glanced around Zhang Jia's office and said with a smile. Zhang Jia closed the door and explained, normally, not many people come here. Most of the work is done in the president's office, so it's not usually used here. It's a good place to rest. Lu Zixia led Yaya to the piano. Yaya, can you play a song for me? Yaya tilted her head and said, okay, then what should I play? Yaya can play whatever she can play. Zhang Jia said with a smile as she hugged Hanin and sat in the hanging chair. Yes, when I came to see my dad, my mom taught me to play a new song, and I can sing it. Yaya puffed out her chest proudly, I'm going to start. Having said this, the little fellow placed his hands on the piano in a very serious manner. Ding ding dong dong. The pleasant sound of the piano sounded, and along with it came Yaya's babyish voice, Happy New Year, Happy New Year, I wish you all a Happy New Year. Happy New Year. The cheerful tune and simple lyrics may seem simple, but when a 4-year-old child performs it, one cannot help but feel amazed. Yaya can actually play the piano, and she plays so well? Zhang Jia was really amazed by Yaya. She originally thought that Lu Zixia was bragging about Yaya's talent out of his love for her. Unexpectedly, what he said turned out to be true. Not only did he play so smoothly, but he also sang so beautifully. Bang bang bang. After a song was finished, applause broke out. Yeah, you are so awesome. Hanin's big eyes sparkled and her little hands turned red from clapping. Zhang Jia also smiled brightly. Yaya plays the piano very well and sings beautifully too. Thank you. Yaya bowed politely to Zhang Jia, then turned to look at Lu Zixia. Lu Zixia touched the little guy's head and said with a smile, "Oh my, I didn't expect that Yaya has such a hidden talent. The songs she sings are much better than her father's." He. Yaya laughed contentedly, her big watery eyes curved into crescents. Boss Lu, would you like to consider giving Yaya individual training? Zhang Jia said with interest, our company has specialized dance, vocal, singing, teachers. With Yaya's talent, she will soon stand out in the entertainment industry. Forget it. Lu Zixia interrupted Zhang Jia directly, I just want Yaya to grow up healthy and happy, have her own hobbies and ideas, instead of arranging a life for her that she doesn't want. Zhang Jia was silent for a while. Just as she was about to speak, the internal phone on her desk rang. When she answered the phone, it was Lang Wenqing who called and said there was something urgent and needed her to come over. Zhang Jia and Lu Zixia apologized and went to the president's office, leaving Lu Zixia, Yaya and Hanin in the office. When Zhang Jia came back, half an hour had passed. In the office, Lu Zixia was having fun with Yaya and Hanin. When they saw Zhang Jia coming back, they suddenly said, Zhang Jia, can you do me a favor? Zhang Jia came back and was originally going to tell him that Lang Wenqing was going to take them home, so she smiled and said, Boss Lu, it's no problem for me to help you, but let's talk while we walk. The president is already waiting for you in the garage. Don't worry, it won't take more than a few minutes. Lu Zixia waved his hand, I just taught Yaya a song, and now I want to record it. Can you help us record it? In just a short while, you taught Yaya a song? Zhang Jia blinked, somewhat unbelieving. Lu Zixia nodded affirmatively. In fact, Lu Zixia was also very surprised. He didn't expect that although Yaya was young, she was very smart. Not to mention her super high musical talent, she also had a strong comprehension ability. He just wanted to record the song now and let Yaya practice it in the few days after returning home. After all, he had promised Yaya that he would perform with the little girl at the graduation performance. Sister, Yaya is amazing. Hanin has turned into Yaya's little fangirl, chiming in, I haven't even learned it yet, but Yaya has already learned it. What else could Zhang Jia say? She readily took Lu Zixia's phone and turned on the camera. When Zhang Jia turned on the camera and clicked record, elegant piano music sounded at the same time. Yaya tilted her head and looked at Lu Zixia, asking, Dad, can you sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? No. Lu Zixia looked at Yaya gently and shook his head. Then I'll teach you. Okay. Twinkle Winkle Little Star, how I wonder what you are. You're out of tune. The question and answer session started with the father and daughter laughing happily. The lively melody and simple conversation between father and daughter, this unique opening style caught Zhang Jia's ears instantly. There's a cool guy in my family. 3 heads and 6 arms, invulnerable to swords and guns. His palms are a bit rough. Holding my hand, I learned to walk. Yaya's baby voice is full of rhythm, and against the backdrop of the lively melody, it is indescribably harmonious. Lu Zixia looked at Yaya tenderly, his 10 fingers seemed to be dancing on the piano keys. After Yaya finished singing, he said, Thank you for visiting my little monster. You are the most beautiful love letter I have ever written. Buttons bring happiness to a home. I love you, rain or shine. It was the first time that Zhang Jia heard Lu Zixia sing live. She had seen the video of Just Met You, but compared to hearing the live performance, she somehow could hear a lot more flavor in it. Just like a person full of mental journey, telling others about his journey, the duet between Lu Zixia and Yaya is full of the most sincere emotions. They sing with their hearts and with fatherly love. As Zhang Jia listened, she couldn't help but be moved. Dad, where are we going? You are my heaven and earth. Baby, with the wave of time's hand, you are forever precious. When the last syllable fell, Yaya smiled and threw herself towards Lu Zixia. Lu Zixia reached out, picked up Yaya and kissed her little face. The air was still for a moment. Hanin looked at the father and daughter with envy on her little face. Zhang Jia, who was recording the video, had a look of unsatisfied expression on her face. Original again. Zhang Jia works in the entertainment industry. Although she cannot say that she has a 100% grasp of information about the music industry, she does know a lot about it. She searched her mind but couldn't find any information about the song. Moreover, if such a beautiful melody and such innocent lyrics had appeared in the music circle, it would have been sung by people long ago. Zhang Jia came back to her senses, handed the phone back, and said, "Mr. Liu, is this an original song?" Although she was already certain in her heart, Zhang Jia still wanted to confirm it from Liu Zixia. "Yes." Liu Zixia took the phone and smiled. "Zhang Jia, this song needs to be kept secret for the time being, you must not tell Brother Xing." Although Zhang Jia didn't know why, she still agreed. Chapter 38 Performance Report. 5 days passed quickly. In the past few days, Liu Zixia recorded and mixed various musical soundtracks for Where Are We Going, Dad? And also took time to visit the children's department of Yihua Publishing House. When Liu Zixia read the proof of publication of Yaya's Goodnight Story, he was not satisfied with the layout of some fairy tale texts and illustrations, so he went to the publishing house in person to guide Wang Xiaotong on the typesetting. Yaya has been living a fulfilling life these days. She goes to kindergarten during the day, practices singing when she gets home in the evening, and listens to new stories told by her father before going to bed. She is happy every day. It has been 5 days since Just Met You was uploaded to Penguin Music. On the first day that Just Met You appeared in the new song list, by midnight, just 8 hours later, the number of clicks reached an astonishing 200,000, and the number of download subscriptions exceeded 50,000. On the 5th day, which is today, the number of clicks reached 8 million, and the number of downloads and subscriptions reached a skyrocketing 3 million, and this number is still continuing to grow. The download of a complete lossless version of Just Met You costs 1 yuan, which is split 50-50 between the website and the singer. In other words, in just 5 days, Liu Zixia's pre-tax income from Penguin Music reached 1.5 million. In addition to this gratifying news, Liu Zixia's Xianlang Weibo has also undergone gratifying changes. Since its opening, he has only posted 2 Weibo posts, and his fans have skyrocketed from 53 to more than 600,000. Although it can't be compared with Yi Lintao's tens of millions of fans, it is at least similar to some Weibo fashion gurus. From Orange V certification to Gold V certification, Liu Zixia also gained a group of loyal fans. On Saturday, it was the day of the performance report of the Chinese opera department. "Zixia, are you ready?" Lang Wenqing, still dressed in a neat suit, came to Liu Zixia's house early in the morning. Because it was Saturday and there were no classes in the kindergarten, Lang Wenqing did not bring Han in with him. "Brother Xing, why are you in such a hurry?" Liu Zixia was changing clothes and dressing up Xiao Yaya in the inner room. "Brother, don't you see what time it is now?" Lang Wenqing sat in the living room, looking up at the time. "I'm telling you, I won't show up this time. I'll just hide in the crowd and wait to see you in." "Don't." Liu Zixia, wearing a white shirt, blue jeans, and a baseball cap, walked out with Yaya. "The people at Orange Light should know you, right? When you go there, they will definitely call the CEO of Orange Light. If the CEOs of your 2 major media companies show up at Huaxi Opera, it will also bring honor to our acting department." "Oh, our Yaya is so beautiful today." Lang Wenqing turned his head, and when he saw Yaya following Liu Zixia, his eyes lit up. Yaya was dressed up very beautifully by Liu Zixia today. She had a bun on her head with a cute little rabbit hairpin on the right side of the bun. She wore a blue dress with white flowers. The skirt was wide and big. When she ran, she looked like a beautiful blue butterfly. "Thank you, uncle. You look handsome today too." Yaya was very happy today. She could perform with her father. Nothing could make her happier than this. "Isn't uncle handsome?" Lang Wenqing said deliberately unhappily. "Do you think this is fun?" Liu Zixia rolled his eyes. "No, uncle is always handsome." Yaya said innocently, "He's even more handsome today." "Haha, I love to hear that." Lang Wenqing laughed. "Brother Xing, what do you think of my suggestion?" Picking up Yaya, Liu Zixia followed Lang Wenqing out of the house. "Come on." Lang Wenqing walked forward while curling his lips. Zhang Changgang is obviously selecting talents for his company. "If you get first place, I guess this old man will come to poach my employees right away." "Really?" Liu Zixia said jokingly, "The salary is high, so I changed jobs." Through this period of time together, Liu Zixia has basically seen through Lang Wenqing's character. Although he gives the impression of being a cold and domineering president to outsiders, he is actually a mean and rough man. "Just jump." Lang Wenqing touched his chin and laughed. Anyway, our agency contract is only for 3 years, and the penalty is not much, so you can jump if you want. Hey, that's what you said. Lu Zixia narrowed his eyes, feeling that this was very un-Lang Wenqing. Anyway, no matter where you go, Xiaoyu Studio gets 20% of our company's revenue. Your leaving is equivalent to helping us earn money for Chang Guang, so in the end, I'm the one who makes the profit. Lang Wenqing was very proud. Yes, Xiaoyu Studio was built with the help of Wenqing Entertainment. As long as Xiaoyu Studio is not disbanded, Wenqing Entertainment will always be able to get 20% of the profits. Damn, what a mistake. This guy is really mean. After chatting all the way for 20 minutes, the three of them arrived at the performance theater of Huaxi Opera. Huaxi Opera has its own theater, which is similar to the stage used by satellite TV stations to hold evening parties and can accommodate 8,000 people. Because the performance report of the Department of Performance will be held here at 9 o'clock this morning, the theater has been prepared long ago, and the lights, curtains, audio, have all been debugged. At this moment, many students had already come to the theater. Lang Wenqing deliberately did not walk with Lu Zixia. He got a pair of large sunglasses from somewhere and blended into the group of students. When Lu Zixia was about to reach the backstage, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking towards him and couldn't help but stop. Being held in Lu Zixia's arms, Yaya was looking around curiously. When she saw Lu Zixia suddenly stopped moving, she couldn't help but ask, "Dad, why don't you leave?" "It's okay." Lu Zixia smiled and shook his head, then changed direction and tried to go around. "Hey, don't go." The person walking towards him didn't intend to let him go. "You are wearing a hat, so I can't recognize you?" Lu Zixia stopped helplessly. He really wanted to say that this hat did block a lot of fans for him. Shaking his head, Lu Zixia turned around and looked at the person in front of him and said, "Hello." "Hello?" The man said with a smile, "You helped me lead the way that day, and I haven't thanked you properly yet." Yes, this person is the girl that Lu Zixia knocked down in front of the 10th grade boys' dormitory some time ago. Unlike the pink sportswear that day, today the girl wore a fashionable black suit, with her long hair combed behind her head and large sunglasses always on her delicate face. "No need to thank me, it's just a small favor." Lu Zixia waved his hand. The girl smiled, looked at Yaya who was held in Lu Zixia's arms, and said, "What a beautiful girl, what's your name?" "Hello, sister. My name is Yaya." Yaya looked at the girl in front of her curiously and asked innocently, "Sister, you are wearing sunglasses in the house. Don't you think it's dark?" Puff. Lu Zixia couldn't help but burst out laughing. The girl was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect Yaya to ask this suddenly. "It was my daughter's misfortune that I had to continue talking about, no matter how awkward it was." Lu Zixia asked, "Are you here to watch the graduation performance as well?" "Yeah." The girl came back to her senses, nodded slightly, and stared at Yaya. "Is this child your relative?" "My daughter." Lu Zixia touched the little girl's face very gently. Chapter 39 Sister Lian's Rival. Bang! I remember now. When you were singing in the restaurant under the tree that day, Yaya seemed to be there too? The girl clapped her hands, as if she remembered something. Yes. Lu Zixia nodded. Have you watched this video too? That video was so popular, how could I not have watched it? The girl laughed. I even went to Penguin Music to download the song. Just met you was really nice. You're welcome. Lu Zixia smiled and pointed to the backstage of the theater. I have to go over there. I have to prepare the music later and hand over the music for the songs to be performed to the sound teacher. Goodbye. Okay, bye. The girl nodded, and watched Lu Zixia and his daughter walk around her and head backstage. She suddenly asked, "Don't you recognize me yet? Is this important?" Lu Zixia shrugged and said, "Don't you know my name too? Isn't your name Lu Zixia?" The girl said dissatisfiedly, "If you can call out my name, maybe there will be an unexpected surprise." Oh? Lu Zixia shook his head. Forget it. Let's save the surprise for those who need it. After saying this, Lu Zixia hugged Yaya and left without looking back. This damn guy. Watching Lu Zixia leaving in a leisurely manner, the woman gritted her teeth in hatred. She looked as if she wanted to eat Lu Zixia. "Chi-Chi, why are you here?" At this moment, an anxious female voice was heard, and then a middle-aged woman with ordinary looks, wearing high heels and fashionable clothes, walked over quickly. Sisterly, seeing the middle-aged woman, the girl's expression eased a little. "What's wrong?" Chi-Chi, can you please stop running around? Sister Li breathed a sigh of relief and said, I thought you got lost again like last time. I was scared to death. Oh, Sister Li, last time was an exception. Chi-Chi stamped her feet and said, besides, didn't anything happen last time? You still said. Sister Li wanted to scold Chi-Chi, but suddenly remembered something and said, look at me, you interrupted me and made me forget the important things. Come on, follow me. Sister Li said this, and she pulled Chi-Chi up and ran to the third floor of the theater. Sister Li, what are you doing? Chi-Chi was a little confused. Professor Huang is here. Sister Li spoke hurriedly, the date for this graduation performance is really well chosen. Today is the 30th anniversary of the founding of the performance department, and the academy specially invited Professor Huang to watch the performance. After going up to the third floor, Sister Li took a deep breath and said, let me tell you, Mr. Huang is the old principal of Huaxi Opera. He has students all over the world, including many first-line stars. You are very lucky today. As a sponsor, Mr. Huang specifically asked to see you. Be polite and don't act willful. Sponsor? That's right, this girl is Lu Chi-Chi, the sponsor of this Huaxi graduation gala, and she is also one of the first-line singers promoted by Orange Media. Ah, Mr. Huang is here too? Lu Chi-Chi took off her glasses and said nervously, is it Huang Bingkuan, Mr. Huang? What do you think? Sister Li rolled her eyes. Okay, I'll knock on the door. I carried Yaya to the backstage, where many students from the performance department had already arrived to participate in the performance report. Lu Zixia was walking forward with Yaya in his arms. Suddenly, Yaya pointed to the corridor not far away and shouted excitedly, Dad, look, it's Uncle Song and Uncle Fatty. Recently, Lu Zixia goes out at 7:30 every day and returns home around 6 o'clock in the evening, so he hasn't seen Song Qingshan and the others for almost a week. Song Qingshan and the other two were very nice to Yaya. They bought her all kinds of delicious and fun things and played games with her. Yaya liked them very much. After not seeing them for a week, she really missed them. Lu Zixia looked over at the corridor and saw a large group of people, both men and women. Yaya clamored to go over and say hello to Fatty and the others, so Lu Zixia carried the little guy over. In the crowd, two groups of people were confronting each other. There were 7 people in the group, including Song Qingshan, Fatty Su, and Bai Lianqing, with 4 pretty girls in black cheongsams protecting them. The other group consisted of 4 young men in their 20s, who were fair-skinned and all dressed in punk outfits, exuding a strong rock style. Lu Zixia didn't know those young men. After thinking for a while, he nudged a buddy next to him and asked, classmate, can I ask what happened to them? The guy looked excited and didn't care when Lu Zixia pulled him. He said without turning his head, does Zhang Ning know? He is bullying us again. Zhang Ning? Lu Zixia was stunned for a moment, then remembered. Zhang Ning is a well-known figure in the acting department because his brother-in-law Chen Luo is the boss of Huawei Media Company. Because of his brother-in-law, Zhang Ning signed a contract with Huawei. Huawei Media Company is a second-tier entertainment company in Jinghua. Most of its members are second- and third-tier celebrities, so they have more or less some resources. After signing the contract, he obtained some resources from the company and worked in the entertainment industry for more than 2 years, barely becoming a 4th-tier star. But this guy is a typical playboy. He either stays overnight in a hotel with his female fans or has an affair with some second-rate female celebrity. In short, there are scandals flying everywhere about him. As for Song Qingshan and the others, forget it, just go in and ask. Boss, Sister Lian, Fatty. Lu Zixia squeezed into the crowd holding Yaya and greeted Song Qingshan and the others. Third brother, you're here. Seeing Lu Zixia, Song Qingshan, and the others all smiled. The fat man stretched out his arms from a distance, took Yaya from Lu Zixia's arms, and put her in his arms. Oh, our Yaya is here too. Hello, Uncle Fatty. Yaya sat obediently in the fat man's arms. Hello, Uncle Song. Hello, Uncle Bai. Hey, Yaya, how are you too? Song Qingshan and the others all laughed. Boss, what happened? Lu Zixia asked. Someone is bullying your sister-in-law. Bai Lianqing pulled Wang Yingying over directly. This is your sister-in-law, Wang Yingying. Hello, sister-in-law. Lu Zixia was stunned, then chuckled. Hello? Wang Yingying's face turned a little red. Yingying, tell the third brother what happened just now. Bai Lianqing was a little angry now. Yes. Wang Yingying nodded and described what had just happened to Lu Zixia. It turned out that Zhang Ning had pursued Wang Yingying before, but was directly rejected by Wang Yingying. This guy did not give up, but became more aggressive and kept harassing Wang Yingying. Later, after Bai Lianqing and Wang Yingying confirmed their relationship, Zhang Ning stayed quiet for a few days. This time, Zhang Ning heard from somewhere that Wang Yingying would come to the performance, so he came here specifically to meet her. Wang Yingying couldn't dodge for a moment and was blocked by Zhang Ning and his men. Fortunately, Song Qingshan and his team arrived in time, and Wang Yingying and the others did not suffer any loss. Yingying, I am sincere to you. Zhang Ning was the one standing in front of the four men on the opposite side. What can you achieve by following this pretty boy? My brother-in-law is the CEO of Huawei Media Company. If you follow me, you will become a Huawei artist in no time. Huawei, that's one of the most famous entertainment companies in Beijing. Everyone says Zhang Ning has a backer, but I didn't expect that Huawei's CEO is actually his brother-in-law. Why is this girl still hesitating? If it were me, I would have agreed directly. After hearing Zhang Ning's words, the students around him started talking about it, and their eyes were full of envy and jealousy when they looked at Zhang Ning. They have no reason not to be envious. Not to mention other drama academies, the Chinese Academy of Drama alone has more than 600 graduates every year. Among these 600 people, it would be a miracle if 1/10 could be signed into an entertainment company. As the focus of everyone, Zhang Ning enjoyed the spotlight. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a hint of pride on his face. How about it, Yingying, follow me. Zhang Ning, I've already made it very clear to you. Wang Yingying's pretty face flushed with anger. I will not be with you. Besides, my boyfriend is Lian Shang, please don't harass me anymore. Yingying, don't be willful. Zhang Ning's face seemed to be even more proud. I have investigated this by Lianqing. To put it nicely, he is from a family of opera singers. To put it bluntly, he is just a lousy opera singer. What kind of Beijing opera is that? Pa! You will never achieve anything by following him, or? Isn't that too much? Yes, after all, opera is also our Chinese traditional culture. Someone is doing the backstage work, and this guy is inflated. The people around couldn't stand it anymore and started talking about it. Their original impression of Zhang Ning as a playboy was now labeled as an insult to traditional culture. It's really too much. After hearing the whole story, Lu Zixia originally didn't intend to get involved in the matter. After all, emotional matters still needed to be resolved by themselves. But as time went on, Zhang Ning went too far, and in the end he even openly insulted the traditional Chinese culture. As a traditional Chinese, Lu Zixia could not tolerate this. Mr. Zhang, just keep your point and don't insult other people's professions. Lu Zixia stepped forward. You are an actor, and so is Lian Shang. What qualifications do you have to insult him? Acting? Lu Zixia was wearing a hat, so Zhang Ning couldn't see him clearly. He curled his lips and said, don't compare me with him. I'm a star, but what is he? At best, he's a second-generation actor with a little background. Without your brother-in-law, you wouldn't even be a second-generation actor. Lu Zixia retorted mercilessly, if you have the ability, show off your real skills. Do you have the nerve to highlight yourself by belittling others? Real skills? Zhang Ning laughed, okay. Since you're talking about real skills, then, little white face, do you dare to compete with me? Comparing what? Lu Zixia sneered, don't even think about comparing our backgrounds. We will definitely lose to you in this aspect. Chapter 40 Competition and Conditions. Ha ha ha. Lu Zixia's words made everyone, including Song Qingshan and others, laugh. Indeed, you, Zhang Ning, have a brother-in-law who is the president of a media company, but we don't. In this comparison, you definitely win. TSK, you're just talking nonsense. Zhang Ning sneered, isn't today a performance report? I've already signed up. Do you dare to come on stage and compete with me? This guy is so shameless. Yeah, the show is about to start, and with only half an hour to prepare, how can he compete? When it comes to shamelessness, I'll give in to you even if I don't lean on the wall. As soon as Zhang Ning said this, the crowd was in an uproar, but none of them were good words. They all mocked Zhang Ning for being shameless and dishonest. Zhang Ning, you are shameless. Wang Yingying was furious. She pointed at Zhang Ning and said angrily, let's not talk about whether we can still register for the show. Even if we can, the show will start in half an hour. How do you expect Lianqing to prepare? Then I can't control it. Zhang Ning shrugged, and the woman laughed dryly. Little white face, if you don't dare to compete with me, just say it directly, and let your buddies and women stand up for you. Are you still a man? Let me compete with you. Bai Lianqing stood up directly. Lian Shang. Sister Lian, don't be impulsive. Wang Yingying and the other 4 girls, as well as Song Qingshan and the fat man, were all shocked and quickly tried to dissuade them. Lu Zixia didn't react much. Just compete. Is he afraid of him? Okay. Fearing that Bai Lianqing would change his mind, then let's compete at today's performance. How do you compare? Lu Zixia asked first. Secret ballot. Zhang Ning said, there is a secret ballot machine in the theater. Let's see whose program gets the most votes. Okay, as long as I beat you, you are not allowed to harass Ying again. Bai Lianqing was obviously overwhelmed by anger. I can't agree to this. Zhang Ning said slowly, if you win, I can't look for Ying anymore. But what if I win? You can't just give nothing, right? Just as Bai Lianqing was about to speak, Lu Zixia stopped him and asked, what do you want? Zhang Ning's face flashed with a hint of viciousness, and he said, if I lose, I promise you that I will never harass Wang Yingying again, and I will never appear in front of her again. But if Bai Lianqing loses, I don't want him to leave Yingying. I want him to take off all his clothes and run naked in the playground of the academy. This guy is really cruel. Where is this place? Huaxi, one of the cradles of the Chinese entertainment industry, streaking in the academy will definitely appear on the front page of major entertainment newspapers the next day. This is an attempt to completely discredit Bai Lianqing and make him forget about staying in the entertainment industry in the future. I agreed on his behalf. Lu Zixia's face flashed coldly, and he said expressionlessly, but, there is one more thing. If you lose, you have to run naked. Zhang Ning didn't even think twice and stretched out his hand, it's already said. Bai Lianqing glanced at Lu Zixia and raised his hand as well, it's hard to catch up with him. Bang! The palms of the 2 men hit each other fiercely in mid-air, and the strong smell of gunpowder instantly filled the entire corridor. The students who were watching around saw this scene and immediately became excited. It's getting big, these 2 guys are really ruthless. It's exciting. The loser has to run naked on the playground. No, this matter must be spread. Maybe the hospital leaders will pay attention to it. A group of onlookers were very excited and threatened to make the matter known to the whole world. Then, we'll see you on the stage. Lu Zixia didn't care what the group was excited about. He said something coldly to Zhang Ning and left with Song Qingshan and the others. As he watched Lu Zixia and the others leave, a trace of ferocity appeared on Zhang Ning's face. Brother Ning, you played this trick really well. That pretty boy Bai Lianqing is bound to lose this time. A young man standing behind Zhang Ning laughed loudly. A shorter young man answered, this time, Brother Ning invited Huayua's top musicians and choreographers to tailor songs and dances for our show. Don't even mention Bai Lian's promotion. Even if the recently popular Lu Zixia came, he would have to kneel down. The last young man flattered, Brother Ning will definitely be chosen this time to act in Lu Qiqi's MV. Ha ha ha. After leaving the corridor, everyone came to a lounge backstage. Yaya was put on the ground by Fatty Sue. At this moment, the little guy was turning left and right in the lounge curiously. Except for Lu Zixia, everyone's expression was solemn. Zixia, you've really screwed Sister Lian this time. Fatty Sue got a bag of melon seeds from somewhere and spit out the shells with a depressed look on his face. Zixia, that Zhang Ning is clearly well prepared. Song Qingshan, who is usually a bold man, also became depressed. He is probably thinking about how to humiliate Sister Lian right now. The girls were silent. Only Wang Yingying held Bai Lianqing's hand tightly and said, Lianqing, at worst we can tell him that the registration for the show has closed. This way you won't lose. It's useless. It was clearly written on the poster that there is no time limit for registration. It's just that those who register later will be ranked later in the performance order. Bai Lianqing helped Lu Zixia register for the performance, so Bai Lianqing naturally knew the registration time for the performance. What should we do? Wang Yingying said anxiously, what can we do in half an hour? The group of people had sad faces and clearly had no hope for the competition between Bai Lianqing and Zhang Ning. Hey, why do you have so little confidence? At this time, Lu Zixia spoke up. He looked at the group of people in front of him with a look of tears and laughter, and said, since I dared to get Sister Lian to agree, I am sure I can beat him. Look at you two, you all have sad faces, as if you really lost. Third brother, do you have any idea? Third brother, please don't fool us. We have a low psychological tolerance. Student Lou, what do you have in mind? A group of people were talking at once, and their eyes looking at Lou Zisha were full of anticipation. Of course I have a way. Looking at the anxious and expectant looks of the crowd, Lou Zisha smiled, took out a piece of paper and a pen like a magician, and began to write and draw on a table. After 5 minutes, Lou Zisha finally looked up and handed the paper in his hand to Bai Lianqing, saying, Sister Lian, see if you are satisfied. What? Bai Lianqing took it, and everyone else leaned forward to look. The new drunken concubine? Looking at the deliberately bold mark on the paper, everyone was stunned. Third brother, what is this? Is it a play or a song? Bai Lianqing frowned. If it's a play, I've heard it before, but if it's a song, I've never heard it before. We haven't heard of it either. Wang Yingying and others were also thinking hard, but there was still no information about the song in their minds. Lou Zisha rolled his eyes and said, What are you thinking about? I just came up with this song. How could you have heard of it? Ha! When everyone heard Lou Zisha's words, their eyes widened, especially Fatty Sue, whose eyes almost popped out. Third brother, you are not serious, are you? Fatty Sue looked at Lou Zisha with a tangled face. We all know that your original song Just Met You is really good, but I still don't believe that you can create a song in 5 minutes. Ah, you are Lou Zisha. Oh my god, Lian Shang, is the roommate you were talking about Lou Zisha? Student Lou, your song Just Met You is very nice. I'm your fan. As soon as Bai Lianqing finished speaking, 3 shrill shouts blew the roof off. It turned out that Wang Yingying's 3 roommates didn't know that the man in the baseball cap was actually Lou Zisha, the internet celebrity who had recently become popular. Hello, I am Lou Zisha. Lou Zisha took off his hat and greeted everyone politely. Hello. Several girls became reserved and looked at Lou Zisha with admiration in their eyes. Okay, I'll explain this to you later. Wang Yingying knew that the third brother that Bai Lianqing mentioned was Lou Zisha, but she didn't tell her roommates. The most important thing now is this song. Is it really feasible? Does Lianqing really have to sing this song at the show? What's wrong with that? Lou Zisha asked back, Sister-in-law, have you forgotten my song Just Met You? To tell you the truth, I'm really good at it. Yes. Yaya trotted over and said proudly, My dad is awesome. Well. At this time, Wang Yingying stopped talking and just looked at Bai Lianqing, hoping that he could come up with an idea. To be honest, if it were under normal circumstances, Wang Yingying would be happy to let Bai Lianqing try this song, but now is not the normal time. If I have to say, this matter concerns Bai Lianqing's future. In this case, you have to think seriously about it. Compared to Wang Yingying, Bai Lianqing is much more open-minded. If he doesn't sing, he will lose. If he sings, he might win. So why not give it a try? Thinking of this, Bai Lianqing calmed down and looked down at the song on the paper. That year, the snow fell and the plum blossoms bloomed. That year, there were too many sorrows left by the Huaqing pool. Don't say who is right or wrong in love. I just want to get drunk with you again in my dreams. After reciting the lyrics and tune twice, Bai Lianqing tried to hum a few lines. Although he didn't sing it clearly, the melody and tune still made Bai Lianqing look surprised. This. Bai Lianqing was shocked. Old third, this song is not a popular song, right? Yes and no. Lou Zisha explained, this song is a combination of classical, dramatic, and popular music. It also requires a lot of classical instruments in the background, such as the guzheng, flute, pipa. To be honest, if you hadn't studied opera since you were a child, I wouldn't have written this song at all. Okay. I'll sing this song. Bai Lianqing said excitedly, in my opinion, these 2 songs are not inferior to Just Met You. Lou Zisha smiled, as long as you like it. Chapter 41 Where are we going, Dad? With the new song, today's performance by Wang Yingying and her friends happened to be a performance of ancient musical instruments, and with Lou Zisha's guitar, there was also live accompaniment. 6 people started practicing in the small lounge. Lou Zisha and the others who were in a frantic singing practice mode did not know that the entire academy was now spreading the news that Bai Lianqing and Zhang Ning had agreed to a performance in competition. Taozi, have you heard? Zhang Ning is making trouble again and wants to compete with a classmate. Who did this guy bully again? Why? A woman? I heard about this. It's just jealousy. The two even agreed that whoever loses will run naked in the Huaxi playground. It's really exciting. Originally, students from other departments of Huaxi Academy had no desire to be the audience for the performance of the performance department. However, when they heard the news, they could no longer sit still and ran towards the theater. Time passed slowly, and at 9 o'clock on Saturday morning, the lights were ready, the sound system was ready, the camera was ready. As the familiar school song sounded, the 10th grade graduation performance of the Performance Department of China Drama Academy began. The theater, which could hold 8,000 people, was already half full, all of them students from various departments of the academy. Some of them came to see Lu Qiqi, some just came out of boredom, and most of them came to watch the fun. In the front row of the theater, near the stage, there were only 5 of the 6 reserved judges' seats. In addition to Lu Qiqi, there were also Chengwang's agent Dong Li, the current dean of Huaxi Academy Chen Shi, the director of the performance department Feng Zhang, and the deputy director, associate professor Chen Gang. The remaining seat on the left was empty. The hosts this time were the 2 vice presidents of the student union, Lin Xiangyang and Shui Minrui, third-year students in the Department of Performance. When everyone was present, the hosts Lin Xiangyang and Shui Minrui walked onto the stage and said to the audience, "Welcome to the Chinese theater to watch the performance of our acting department. I am the host Lin Xiangyang and Shui Minrui. Here, we welcome." The 2 hosts were worthy of being vice presidents of the student union. They aroused the emotions of the theater audience as soon as they appeared on stage. In the backstage, Lu Zixia and others also heard the voice from the front desk. Not long after, a huge cheer came from the front, and the slogan was clearly, "Liaigong, Hanxi, Liaigong, Hanxi." Oh my god, forget about that sissy Hanxi, but Liaigong is here too? Hurry, anyone who wants an autograph or a photo, please go to the front. It's really them. Old Third, I'm going to see the great god. Backstage, except for a few students who were at the front of the line for the performance, the rest of the people rushed out like a swarm of bees. Forget about Hanxi. Liaigong, a 2000 graduate of Huaxi Film and Television Performance, signed a contract with Orange Media while still in school. He has appeared in hundreds of film and television dramas and created many classic roles. In 2005, Liaigong announced his departure from Orange Media and set up his own studio. In the same year, he entered the music scene and released his first self-titled album Igong. However, this album did not seem to have many sales and soon faded from the music circle. In 2007, after 2 years of silence, Liaigong released another music album. The situation improved a little, but it still didn't cause much waves. Realizing that he did not have enough experience, Liaigong finally gave up his musical dream and focused on movies and TV series. In 2009, he entered the Western United States and won the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor. For a time, Liaigong became the idol of countless young men and women in China, and Lu Zixia was one of them at that time. Of course, Lu Zixia was not as excited as others. On the contrary, his expression was a little weird. There is no way, this Liaigong and Liu Gang from Lu Zixia's previous life are simply copied from the same mold and look exactly the same. It's just that they are the same people but have different destinies. Liu Gang is a musical genius, while Liaigong is a film and television superstar. They are 2 different paths. By Lianqing, Wang Yingying and her roommates were also in a calm mood like Lu Zixia. There is no other way, time is tight and the task is heavy, I have to practice the song quickly. The initial high-temperature warm-up has passed, but the report performance is still going on. Before we knew it, half the time had passed and it was Lu Zixia's turn to be the next performer. On stage. Students, recently, there is an original song that has become popular all over Beijing, all over the internet, and all over the north. Do you know what this song is called? Choi Min-rai is a tall girl with delicate features. Her voice seems to have a natural magic, very soft and coquettish. Just met you. Just met you. Yes, it's just met you. Shui Minrui smiled and said, "Do you know who sang and composed this song?" Lu Zixia. There are so many cheers. Today, our performance department's musical talent Lu Zixia, what surprises will he bring us after Just Met You? Shui Minrui's voice was filled with obvious anticipation. Let's welcome the next performer Lu Zixia to perform the song Where Are We Going, Dad? Lu Zixia. Lu Zixia. The cheers were getting louder and louder. It seemed that Lu Zixia was now a well-known figure in Chinese opera, even if he was not known to everyone. Tap tap tap. At this time, Lu Zixia, wearing a white shirt and blue jeans, slowly walked onto the stage of the theater, holding the hand of Yaya, who was wearing a blue dress with white flowers. When Lu Zixia and Yaya appeared in front of everyone together, the audience began to discuss in low voices. Ha, I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Lu Zixia also signed up to participate. Just met you is so beautiful, I really want to hear my Xia sing live. Hey, who's that little girl next to you? She's so cute. There's also a little girl in that video. Could she be his daughter? I'd become your fan, father-in-law, I want to be your son-in-law. The audience in the theater were all excited. Some were excited to see their idol, while others were simply delighted by the cute Yaya, who was so pretty and dressed so cutely. After entering the stage, Lu Zixia and Yaya faced the audience and bowed. At this time, Lu Zixia noticed an acquaintance sitting on the judges' panel. There was a small red card in front of her with her name on it. Lu Qiqi. Lu Zixia was shocked and thought, so she must be Lu Qiqi. No wonder she always asks me if I know her. As if she noticed that Lu Zixia's expression was wrong, Lu Qiqi took advantage of the situation and playfully stuck out her tongue at Lu Zixia on the stage. Lu Zixia was speechless for a moment. He turned around, took Yaya's hand and sat in front of the piano in the center of the stage, facing the audience sideways. On the judges' panel, the originally empty seat was occupied by a well-proportioned, handsome middle-aged man wearing a simple white gown. Sitting behind the man was Han Shi, who had stopped Lu Zixia at the Tree restaurant and wanted to buy the copyright of Just Met You. Brother, this person is Lu Zixia. Han Shi sat in the seat behind Li Aigang, that little girl is his daughter. Li Aigang raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a gentle voice, it seems that I can't buy the copyright for the song. I can only try to negotiate and see if I can get the authorization to sing it solo. Brother, I heard that he signed a contract with Wunxing Entertainment. As for his agent. Han Shi hesitated, I'm sorry, brother, I don't know who his agent is. It's okay. Li Aigong waved his hand. If you want to make a debut in the music industry again, one song won't be enough. Take your time. No one noticed the conversation between the two people because everyone's attention was on the stage. Faced with so many people, Yaya seemed a little nervous, and her little head subconsciously looked at Lu Zixia. Lu Zixia nodded gently to Yaya. Yaya gained courage and spoke in a childish voice through the microphone on her lips. Dad, can you sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? No way. Then I'll teach you. Okay. Twinkle Winkle Little Star, how I wonder what you are. You're out of tune. The father and daughter laughed out loud, just like their usual conversation between father and daughter. The simple dialogue-style opening quickly drew everyone's attention to the stage. The audience's faces were filled with surprise and anticipation. They had never heard of an opening dialogue like this before. Everything was full of novelty. My home. There is a cool guy. 3 heads and 6 arms. Invulnerability. His palms are a bit rough. Holding my hand, I learned to walk. Yaya's childish voice sounded different from the acquired academic voice. Her pure, heavenly voice without any impurities caught everyone's ears in an instant. Lu Zixia moved the 10 fingers of both hands rhythmically on the keys and sang softly. Thank you for visiting my little monster. You are the most beautiful love letter I have ever written. Buttons bring happiness to a home. Loving you. Rain or shine. The 6 judges in the judges' booth sat up straight subconsciously. Lu Qiqi looked at the father and daughter on the stage with shining eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. What about the audience at the scene? They were all speechless, thinking about the lyrics and melody of the song in their minds, and finally came to the conclusion that they had never heard this song before. Original song, another original song. They were all shocked by the singing of Lu Zixia and Yaya, father and daughter, on the stage. Many girls, looking at the father and daughter singing passionately on the stage, couldn't help but think of their fathers, and many childhood memories suddenly emerged before their eyes. When they were young, their father loved them in this way, or rather, he has always loved them in this way since they were young. Father's love is like a mountain. They never express it, but just give silently behind the scenes and never expect any return. All along, they have ignored their father, and even since they were little, they have never said to their father in person, I love you. They owed their father. At this time, Yaya's voice continued. Dad, Dad. Where are we going? You are my heaven and earth. Lu Zixia was completely immersed in the song. Baby, baby. The hand of time waves. You are forever precious. When Lu Zixia finished singing the last word, all the lights on the stage went out at once, and the spotlights gathered into one beam, shining on Lu Zixia and his daughter. This scene made the entire theater suffocate for a few seconds, and then the whole audience was boiling, and all the audience stood up, raised their hands high, and cheered. Chapter 42 Yaya, who attracts fans crazily. This kid is quite popular. Lang Wenqing was hiding in an inconspicuous corner in the front row of the theater, holding a professional video camera in his hand, and muttered, "This distance is still not good enough. The recording location is not clear. I will ask Zixia to ask the theater for a video of the performance." Lang Wenqing wanted to record Lu Zixia's program this time, and after returning to the company, handed over to the post-production department to make a short film to promote Lu Zixia. There were many people in the theater who were also holding mobile phones or cameras to record videos. Their idea is quite simple, which is to record it and put it online to increase their popularity on Weibo or WeChat moments. Wow! The entire theater burst into applause. Even the 6 judges sitting in the front row clapped their hands in appreciation. This Lu Zixia really surprised us. Feng Zhang, the director of the performance department, is a middle-aged man in his early 40s, a bit short and fat. When the police officer brought the child to us, I was thinking that Lu Zixia was not doing a good job, but now it seems that someone who can write such a song is not an irresponsible person. You guys are just too conservative. Dean Chen, she smiled and shook his head. From the lyrics and the emotional involvement, we can see that Lu Zixia has a deep love for the little girl. The little girl will not suffer if she lives with him. This young man will definitely have a place in the future entertainment industry. Professor Chen Gang is over 70 years old. I'm afraid it's not too late now. As he spoke, Chen Gang turned his head and looked at Lu Qiqi. "Qiqi, I'm not being nosy, but this classmate Lu Zixia is very talented. I suggest that he be included as one of the candidates." Lu Qiqi didn't say anything, just nodded. "Qiqi." Li Aigang also said with a smile, "You have found a treasure this time, a singer-songwriter. I suggest you ask him to write a song for you, maybe you will get something unexpected." Lu Qiqi was stunned for a moment, thinking of just met you and where are we going, Dad? She couldn't help but feel a little moved, and hurriedly thanked Li Aigang. "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother." The audience in the theater, not paying attention to the judges' discussion, continued to clap their hands excitedly, followed by deafening shouts, which only contained 3 words. Lu Zixia! Lu Zixia! Lu Zixia! On the stage, Lu Zixia felt a long-lost sense of familiarity. In his previous life, he had reached the heights on earth, and Lu Zixia was confident that he could recreate his glory here. The crazy screams of the audience obviously frightened Yaya. Yaya had never encountered such a situation before. Her little body involuntarily moved closer to Lu Zixia, and her little hands tightly grasped the corner of her father's clothes. Lu Zixia came back to his senses. He looked down at Yaya, and just saw the nervous look on Yaya's face. With a slight smile, Lu Zixia bent down and picked up Yaya, whispering, "Yaya, don't be afraid, Daddy will always be by your side." Hearing Lu Zixia's words, Yaya's body relaxed instantly. She nodded her head vigorously, her little face full of happiness. After bowing to the audience, Lu Zixia hugged Yaya and turned around to walk off the stage. The audience was not willing to let Lu Zixia go, and they just kept shouting, "Lu Zixia, one more. We want to listen to Just Met You." At this time, the beautiful female host Chui Minrui came up and stopped Lu Zixia. "Senior Lu Zixia, please wait a moment." Lu Zixia, who was stopped halfway, stopped and looked at Chui Minrui in confusion. "Classmates, please be quiet for a moment." Chui Minrui turned her head and looked at the audience. "Do you want to know what Senior Lu's daughter's name is? Do you want to hear the exclusive revelations of Senior Lu's daughter? The host is awesome. Vice Chairman Chui, you are really good at scheming." 6666, there is nothing wrong with the hostess operation. Choi Min-rai is indeed a master at stirring emotions. The audience soon calmed down, and the occasional discussions were harmless. Chui Minrui smiled confidently, looked at Lu Zixia and asked, "Senior Lu, can I ask your daughter a few questions?" Lu Zixia smiled. He had a good impression of this beautiful vice president of the student union. Looking down at Yaya, Lu Zixia said, "Yaya, answer a few questions from your sister later, okay?" Yaya nodded seriously. What a cute little girl. Women have always been unable to resist cute and adorable things, and Yaya just happens to meet these 2 criteria. "Pretty girl, what's your name?" "My name is Yaya." Yaya replied in a baby voice, "Big sister, you are also very beautiful." Chui Minrui was amused by Sha Yaya and continued to ask, "Yaya, can you tell me, big sister, who taught you to sing this song?" Yaya smiled and said, "My dad taught me to sing this song." I learned it after learning it twice. Really? Yaya is so smart. Choi Wonrue praised Yaya and changed the subject, saying, I heard that you and your father just met not long ago. Can you tell me who your mother is? This woman even tricks children. Lu Zixia shook his head. It turned out that one should not underestimate women's curiosity and gossip. Yaya frowned for a while, then relaxed her brows. She carefully drew a circle in the air with her hands and said, Mom, tell Yaya that this is a little secret that only belongs to Dad. It cannot be told to anyone else. But I can tell Big Sister that my mom is the most beautiful person in the world. Bang bang bang. Everyone present praised the little guy for his well-behaved and cute actions. This was a textbook answer. In the eyes of parents, their children are the most beautiful in the world, and in the eyes of children, aren't their parents the most handsome and beautiful people in the world? From today on, I am your son-in-law. Nonsense, don't recognize your father-in-law randomly. Declare that I am no longer your fan. My idol is Xiao Yaya. The audience all became fans at this moment, and most of them even made up their minds that they must have a daughter after they get married. The show was still going on, but the subsequent programs were not as good as Lu Zixia's performance. After the hit show Where Are We Going, Dad, the audience became quiet. Because the students participating in the performance were all preparing their own programs backstage, they had no idea what was happening in the front row. However, some students who performed later just shook their heads resignedly when they heard that the previous performer was Lu Zixia. Compared with Lu Zixia, they really can't compare. After another 5 shows, the depressed mood of the theater audience finally saw a change. Because, it's Zhang Ning's turn to perform next. No matter how bad Zhang Ning's character is, he is still a small star in the entertainment industry and has a group of loyal fans in school. Coupled with the preheating of the gimmick of naked streaking competition, the audience's mood has obviously risen. Next, please welcome Zhang Ning, Senior Zhang. Senior Zhang has been active in the entertainment industry for the past 2 years. Today he is performing for us with a brand new song and team. The song he is performing is Burning Youth. Lin Xiangyang was wearing a neat black suit, which made his 1.8 meter tall figure look even taller, and there was always a smile on his handsome face. As soon as Lin Xiangyang finished speaking, the entire audience cheered immediately. Most of them were students who came to watch the fun. These students who were just there to watch the fun did not mind making trouble. Showtime. Following a deafening burst of subwoofer sound, an explosive melody blasted out from the stage's sound equipment. Then, 4 men, led by Zhang Ning, dressed in denim outfits with a distinct rock style, walked onto the stage from the back of the stage with their own aura. In recent years, China has been swept by a rock trend, with heavy metal and rock from Europe and the United States sweeping the entire Chinese music scene. China's traditional rock dancers and young people who love music began to follow the trend crazily. However, they are not purely original, but imitate the European and American rock style, and have no Chinese characteristics at all. Of course, this does not prevent the emergence of good rock songs in China, but the style is completely biased towards Europe and America. Needless to say, the song and dance that Zhang Ning begged his brother-in-law to create for them were indeed very nice to listen to and look at, with the violent bass, the dynamic tone of the electric guitar, and the rhythmic dance. There was no need to warm up the audience. The theater was immediately filled with excitement. This young man is not bad. Dongli, who was sitting next to Lu Qiqi on the judges' panel, raised her eyebrows slightly. Qiqi, this young man can also be included as one of the candidates. Lu Qiqi nodded. Judging from her appearance and the feedback from the audience, she could indeed be one of the candidates. It was just that her singing skills were a little bit lacking. But it didn't matter because her singing skills would not be needed for the MV. Who is this young man? On the other side, Li Aigang also noticed Zhang Ning. Han Shi's eyes flashed with disdain, and he said, his brother-in-law is Wang Zhe from Huaiwe. Some time ago, Wang Zhe paid a lot of money to ask Mr. Gao to compose a song, and I also heard that he borrowed a choreographer from Chengguang. I think it should be for him. Oh. Li Aigang suddenly realized that it was due to nepotism. He had such good resources, but had not achieved anything in the entertainment industry for 2 years. It was really a waste. Li Aigang simply stopped paying attention to him. In the theater, the audience's response was also quite positive. Hey, I think this song is okay. This guy is definitely sure of winning, otherwise he wouldn't dare to add the condition of running naked if you lose. Poor student Bai, he got screwed this time. Soon, the performance of Burning Youth was over, and the audience in the theater naturally applauded and cheered, but the gap was still obvious compared to Lu Zixia. Listening to the endless applause and cheers from the audience in the theater, Zhang Ning laughed triumphantly and thought to himself, if I don't make you completely discredited this time, I'll write my name backwards. Poor Zhang Ning still doesn't know that Lu Zixia is Bai Lianqing's roommate, otherwise he wouldn't be so optimistic now. Chapter 43 The new concubine is drunk. Thank you, Senior Zhang. Lin Shangyang walked onto the stage. Then what's next? Student Lin, please wait a moment. Zhang Ning, who had not yet stepped down from the stage, interrupted Lin Shangyang. I have a few words to say. Lin Shangyang was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand and said to the audience, then let Senior Zhang, who just performed, say a few words. Lin Shangyang was somewhat embarrassed, but he didn't hate Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning supported me proudly and said, Dear students, first of all, I want to thank you for your support. Secondly, I want to say that I believe that you all already know about the competition agreement I made with Bai Lianqing. Without waiting for the audience to respond, Zhang Ning continued, I hope the students present here can vote for me. I believe that Bai will not be my opponent, not now and definitely not in the future. After saying this, Zhang Ning turned around and walked off the stage. The audience exploded. Oh my god, Zhang Ning is so arrogant. Just because of his arrogance, I won't vote for him. So domineering, Zhang Ning, I support you. Unlike the audience who were going wild, the 6 judges on the panel all frowned, not knowing what was going on. What's going on? Chen Shi frowned. It's just a performance, why is there a competition? I'm not too sure. Feng Zheng shook his head and turned to whisper a few words to someone behind him. After a while, the man trotted back and told Feng Zheng and others what he had found out. Nonsense. Chen Shi, who originally had a good impression of Zhang Ning, changed his attitude and said with a gloomy face, it's okay to be jealous, but he even dared to bet. This is fostering evil tendencies. This Zhang Ning must be severely punished. Because the condition of running naked if losing was proposed by Zhang Ning, Chen Shi only pursued the culprit, so Bai Lianqing could not be blamed for this matter. There are winners and losers. One of these 2 people must fulfill his promise. How will our acting department put our face when the time comes? Feng Zheng's face became even uglier. He is the director of the acting department. If something goes wrong with a graduate of the acting department, the director of the department will bear the brunt of the responsibility. Moreover, over the years, the performance department has sent so many talents to the entertainment industry. If a streaking scandal really happened, how would the outside world view the performance department of Huaxi Opera? Young people are bound to be impulsive. Unlike other people, Dong Li didn't care. She said slowly. It's okay if you can correct your mistakes. When this young man wins, why not let him give up the conditions that the loser has agreed to? This will make him look generous. That's the only way. Shenshi, Feng Zhang and Chen Gang looked at each other and stopped talking. At the end of the performance, only Bai Lianqing and his group were left. Because of Bai Lianqing's sudden participation, the 4 roommates in Wang Yingying's dormitory who had signed up to participate in the classical instrument performance program voluntarily gave up their participation in order to be able to perform the new drunken concubine well. More than 2 hours have passed since the performance began. More than 2 hours was enough time for Bai Lianqing and his team to polish the song to its best condition. On the stage, the announcement began. Next, we have one last student left to participate in the performance. Cui Minrui and Lin Xiangyang stood side by side on the stage. Because this performance is quite special, this student did not prepare any electronic accompaniment in advance, and we don't know what program this student prepared, so... Lin Xiangyang paused for a moment and said, Please welcome Senior Bai Lianqing. Tap tap tap. A series of footsteps sounded, and the first to appear on the stage were Wang Yingying and her 3 roommates. For classical beauties wearing Chinese cheongsams and with their hair tied up in buns, are holding a guzheng, a pipa, a flute, or a shao. This scene gives people a sense of beauty. Next, Lu Zixia walked onto the stage holding an electric guitar. As soon as Lu Zixia came on stage, the audience in the theater went crazy again. Oh my god, isn't this my Xia? Why is he on the court again? What do you know? Senior Lu and Bai Lianqing are classmates in the same dormitory. What's the problem? Ha ha ha, this is interesting. I think Zhang Ning will cry this time. After the performance, Zhang Ning, who thought he had won the game, did not return to the backstage. Instead, he took his 3 younger brothers to the audience seats to watch Bai Lianqing's performance. When Zhang Ning saw Lu Zixia appear on the stage, his expression suddenly changed, and he said in a deep voice, "Damn it, why did Lu Zixia appear on the stage?" The shorter young man whispered, I saw that the man in the hat who was talking to us looked familiar." "Damn it." Zhang Ning grabbed his clothes. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" I didn't realize that he was Lu Zixia." The short young man was so regretful. Why did he bother to make trouble for no reason? Brother Ning, don't be impulsive." The other 2 young men tried to dissuade him. "They only have 2 hours, so they probably won't be able to do anything. Don't worry, we will definitely win this time." "Huh, forget it." Zhang Ning let go of his hand and sneered, "So what if it's Lu Zixia? I don't believe he can help the Bai family turn defeat into victory." Lu Zixia and the others could not see Zhang Ning's performance, nor did they want to see it. At this time, Bai Lianqing finally appeared. His current outfit is somewhat similar to Li Gong, who was sitting on the stage, but compared to Li Gong, Bai Lianqing is younger and more refined. Holding a white folding fan in his hand, Bai Lianqing said to the audience, "Hello everyone, I'm Bai Lianqing. Next, I'm going to bring you a song that my good brother wrote for me, called The New Drunken Concubine. I want to use it to prove to those who look down on Chinese opera that our Chinese opera is also world-class music." After hearing Bai Lianqing's words, the audience immediately began to whisper to each other. "What did he say? Is it another song written by Senior Lu? That's right, they are in the same dormitory. If a brother is in trouble, we will stick together. I really came this time. I can actually hear 2 songs by Senior Lu." The classmates were talking among themselves, and the judges on the panel all sat up straight, especially Li Gong, because he vaguely saw his own shadow in Bai Lianqing on the stage. The music started, and the first to sound were various classical instruments from our great China, followed by Lu Zixia's electric guitar. The simplicity of the shao, the roundness, softness and elegance of the flute, the lightness and euphemism of the pipa, the beauty and clarity of the guzheng, the chords of the lightly plucked electric guitar. 4 kinds of classical music and modern popular instruments, the 5 are integrated together, giving people a soft and light feeling. That year, the snow fell and the plum blossoms bloomed. That year, there were too many sorrows left by the Huaqing pool. Don't say who is right or wrong in love. I just want to get drunk with you again in my dreams." Amid the soft melody, a beautiful and magnetic male voice sounded, and the originally noisy theater suddenly became quiet. All the audience stopped talking and focused all their attention on the stage. The audience, who had been full of expectations for Lu Zixia's appearance, were not disappointed in the end. In this melodious tune and deep singing, they seemed to have instantly arrived at the prosperous Tang dynasty, Chang'an, and the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Originally, Yang Guifei had an appointment with Emperor Minghuang of Tang to attend a banquet at Baihua Pavilion, but she didn't know that the emperor had already moved to the West Palace. She was extremely ashamed and angry, and all kinds of depression and melancholy surged in her heart. She ordered Pei Lishur and Gao Lishur to add more cups and glasses, and then she got drunk and returned to the palace in disappointment. "The golden hairpin and jade hairpin are your gifts to me. The song of colorful clothes and feathered robes has been sung and danced for you for many times. Jianmen Pass is your deep longing for me. I am willing to die for my true love at Mawei Slope." When the song reached this point, many audience members showed a hint of bitterness and nostalgia on their faces. At this time, concubine Yang Yuhuan had already died, leaving behind only her golden hairpin, jade hairpin, and perhaps the colorful skirt and feathered dance which were deeply imprinted in people's memories. All the audience were moved by the love story between Yang Yuhuan and Li Longji in the lyrics. The audience closed their eyes and suddenly inexplicably thought of their girlfriends, their lovers. They had laughed and played, they had cursed and argued with each other, they had hated each other deeply and loved each other intensely. Compared with Li and Yang, everything seemed so beautiful. At least they still had each other, they could still stay together for a long time, and they could still see each other day and night. The sweet past of the two that had been buried deep in the hearts of the audience suddenly came to mind. At that moment, they only thought of her goodness. It was so good to be alive and together. Love and hate happen in an instant. Toast to the moon and love is like heaven. Love and hate. When did you fall in love? The melody of the music suddenly broke, and then a slightly shrill female voice sounded from the stage. What happened? Why did a girl sing instead? All the audience were stunned and looked towards the stage in surprise. On the stage, only Bai Lianqing was singing. For girls in Cheongsam were immersed in their own melodies. Lu Zixia, who was holding an electric guitar, also had a focused expression. Where were the girls singing? Could it be by Lianqing? Good. Suddenly, Li Gong, who was sitting on the judges' panel, stood up from his seat and said excitedly, cross-dressing, it's a boy singing a female voice, similar to the female role in opera. Some audience members who were closer to Li Gang passed on Li Gong's words to the back. Word spread from 1 person to 10, from 10 to 100, soon the entire audience in the theater knew that this was called cross-dressing. Even though they still didn't quite understand it, after knowing that the latter part would also be sung by Lianqing, everyone got goosebumps when they looked at the stage. It's not that I feel disgusted or anything, but I think it sounds good. It's really damn good. A boy singing a female voice can sound so good. Chapter 44 Only the national is the world. The chrysanthemum terrace reflects the bright moon. Who knows my heart is cold? Drunk in the king's arms. Dreaming of love in the Tang dynasty. The best singer is the one who devotes his whole heart and soul into singing. Lu Zixia was like this, and Bai Lianqing is like this now. After singing the last line of the lyrics, Bai Lianqing was still immersed in the role, unable to extricate himself for a long time. For a moment he thought of the opera The Drunken Concubine. Although it was not authentic Mei style and could not sing with the charm of Mei style, Bai Lianqing never forgot his original intention. He recalled how he practiced his voice in the yard when he was a child. When he was 4 or 5 years old, he would stretch his legs and practice his body movements in the small theater regardless of the cold or heat. When he performed on stage for the first time, the audience cheered. To be honest, Bai Lianqing brought himself into the situation perfectly. It had nothing to do with the lyrics or the melody. There was only the most sincere emotion, the love for opera, for singing, and for performing. Exhaling a breath, Bai Lianqing looked at Lu Zixia and Wang Yingying who were standing beside him. Lu Zixia had a smile on his face. He didn't expect that Bai Lianqing could perform the new Drunken Concubine so smoothly and perfectly. Lu Zixia was confident that Zhang Ning was definitely doomed this time. As for Wang Yingying and the other 3 girls, they seemed even more nervous than Bai Lianqing. The 4 of them stood up and walked together, holding hands. They did not dare to look up at the audience, for fear that the result would not be what they wanted. After a brief silence, all the audience members in the theater stood up, clapping their hands wildly and shouting heartbreakingly like the most enthusiastic fans. Bai Lianqing, from today on, I am your fan. Oh my god, I support you, bro. This song is amazing. I am a Peking opera performer, and this one incorporates elements of the female role. It's a perfect fusion of Chinese and Western elements. I wonder which bastard dares to insult our traditional Chinese opera culture in the future. The audience cheered loudly, and the enthusiasm seemed to surpass that when Lu Zixia sang Where Are We Going, Dad? In the audience, Zhang Ning's face looked very ugly, as if water was about to drip out of it. His premonition became stronger and stronger. He was sure that he would lose this time. What a great song, The New Drunken Concubine. Thank you, Senior Bai, for singing it. After a long time, when the emotions of the audience in the theater had calmed down a little, Lin Xiangyang and Cui Minrui finally had the opportunity to speak. The 2 hosts still had shock on their faces. It is worthy of being a song tailored for it by Senior Lu himself. It is really great. Lin Xiangyang came to Bai Lianqing and asked with a smile, Senior Bai, I would like to ask, why can you perform the song so perfectly? Bai Lianqing smiled and said, first of all, it must be the good music and lyrics. Second, the live accompaniment is good. Third, it may be because when I was a child, I sang the female role. The climax of this song uses some of the female role singing methods, so I am better at singing it. So, Senior Lu, I want to ask you, what triggered your creative inspiration? Cui Minrui stood beside Lu Zixia. She was very curious. This man really gave them surprises time and time again. It's very simple. Lu Zixia glanced at the audience in the theater. Someone insulted opera and our Chinese traditional culture. I couldn't stand it. And this guy happened to bully my brother, so I thought of a sentence, which is only the national is the world. Just like that, my creative inspiration came. Simple, direct, and domineering. 3 words to sum up Lu Zixia's answer. Moreover, only what is national is global. This sentence has profound philosophical meaning. Anyone who knows about the naked running competition will understand who Lu Zixia is talking about. Cui Minrui blinked and didn't respond to the conversation. She thought that it would be better to let others deal with matters that would offend people. She began to change the subject. Well, let's thank Senior Bai for his performance. Now that the last performer has finished his performance, I wonder. Host, wait a moment. This time it was Lu Zixia who interrupted Cui Minrui. He took 2 steps forward, bowed to everyone and said, "Dear students, dear judges, I want to solve a personal problem, is that okay?" Whether it is Lu Qiqi, Li Aigang, or Chen Shi, the leaders of the hospital, they have always had a good impression of Lu Zixia. He is talented, polite, and loyal. Where can you find such a young man? Okay. Chen Shi said. Thank you, judges. Lu Zixia bowed again and said, "As for my brother, although he looks handsome, he is very honest. This has given some people the false impression that my brother is easy to bully. Now, someone and my brother have finished their performances, and now it's time to decide the winner. Lu Zixia is such a person, he repays tooth for tooth, blood for blood. There are voting machines on the seats in our theater. The green button represents a certain person, and the red button represents my brother Bai Lianqing." Lu Zixia paused and said, "Can the backstage control teacher turn on the large LED screen to display the voting process? Can someone come on stage? The students are already thirsting for votes with their voting machines." Lu Zixia was rarely naughty and made the audience laugh. This damn Lu Zixia. In the audience, Zhang Ning's face looked very ugly and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Walking onto the stage with a gloomy face, Zhang Ning looked at the expressionless Lu Zixia and growled in a low voice, "Remember this. Students, please start voting." Lu Zixia curled his lips and was too lazy to pay attention to him. On the large LED screen behind the crowd, the names of Zhang Ning and Bai Lianqing appeared. Above each name was a rectangular pattern with numbers on it. As the number increases, the rectangular pattern will slowly rise. Everyone on the stage was a little nervous, and the audience was full of anticipation. Soon, more than 4,000 people in the theater finished voting, and the number of votes the 2 people received appeared on the big screen. Zhang Ning, 690 votes. Bai Lianqing, 3,875 votes. With a huge gap of more than 3,000 votes, Bai Lianqing defeated Zhang Ning. Bai Lianshan. The new drunken concubine. Bai Lianshan. Seeing this result, the audience immediately burst into enthusiastic cheers. Some of them liked rock music, but they wanted their own rock music, not European and American-style rock music. Compared to this graduation performance, they want more traditional Chinese songs, that is, songs with Chinese style. After all, only what is national is global. I believe that it won't be long before Chinese-style songs will take this as an opportunity to sweep across the entire China. Thank you classmates for your support. Bai Lianqing and Wang Yingying were very excited. The young couple held each other's hands tightly and bowed to the audience sincerely to express their gratitude. Looking at Zhang Ning again, this guy was completely speechless. Not only did his face turn pale, but he also became listless, like an eggplant hit by frost. Lost, it's over, everything is over. I hope you can keep your promise. Lu Zixia glanced at Zhang Ning, then turned around and left the stage. Bai Lianqing and others picked up their musical instruments and walked past Zhang Ning one after another. In the theater, the audience's voices have already been heard. "Zhang Ning, buddy, I'll go to the playground and wait for you to run naked." Ha ha ha, what's second-generation entertainment? Even if they have a backer, what can they do? Didn't they still lose? You had to kill them all, but now they're killing you in return. You're so confused. There was booing in the theater. Except for a very few people who expressed sympathy for Zhang Ning, the rest were all in a bad mood. It seems that Zhang Ning's reputation in school is really not that good, otherwise he wouldn't end up being despised by thousands of people. Okay, since Senior Lu has already dealt with his personal affairs. Seeing that something was not right, Lin Xiangyang quickly took over the conversation. Well, let's move on to the last item of the day, the judges' vote. Cui Minrui smiled sweetly and said to Chen Shi and the others, "Dear judges, after more than 2 hours of competition, I believe you all have your own choices for the first place in the show, right? Then, please discuss the results." Several people on the judges' panel began to discuss. "How about it, have you made your choice?" Chen Shi asked first. Feng Zhang, Shen Gang, and Lu Qiqi said in unison, "Lu Zixia." Zhang Ning. Bai Lianshan. Li Aigang explained, "Personally, I like Bai Lianqing's voice and unique cross-dressing singing style. Li Aigang is very honest. If he likes something, he likes it. If he doesn't like something, he doesn't like it." However, he also understood that if there was no performance piece, the new drunken concubine, Li Aigang would also vote for Lu Zixia. As for Zhang Ning, Everyone frowned and looked at Dongli, who said this name. Dongli still looked unhurried and said, like AI gang, I like Zhang Ning singing. This is just my personal opinion. Okay, Bai Lianqing voted for 1, Zhang Ning voted for 1, and I voted for Lu Zixia as well. 4 votes passed. Chen Xu looked at the stage and said loudly, Host, after our vote, we unanimously agree that the first place winner of this performance report is Lu Zixia. In fact, the result was already determined when Lu Zixia sang Where Are We Going, Dad? Whether in terms of personal image, temperament or talent, Lu Zixia was the best candidate. Several judges have already come up with the results. Cui Wanrui said with a smile, I declare that the first place winner of this performance report is Lu Zixia. Please applaud our senior Lu. Great. It's what everyone expected. I told you, unless the judges are lying, there's no way Xia, won't win. My Xia, I knew you would win, I will give birth to a baby for you. The audience's eyes are sharp. They are the most loyal listeners and the most honest judges. Chapter 45 Disgusting Orange Light Media. Dad, you guys are awesome. Yaya, who had just stepped off the stage and was being temporarily looked after by Song Qingshan and Fatty Su, ran over with her short legs. Lu Zixia bent down and picked up Yaya, saying, Does Yaya like Uncle Bai's show? Bai Lianqing, Wang Yingying and others also looked at Yaya with interest. Yeah. Yaya nodded her cute little head, Uncle Bai no, it should be Aunt Bai, but not oh, anyway, Yaya really liked the show just now. Just now, Song Qingshan, Fatty Su and others were watching the performance in the audience. Speaking of which, among Bai Lianqing's 3,875 votes, 1 vote was contributed by the 3 of them. But Yaya found it a little confusing. Uncle Bai's voice was sometimes male and sometimes female. It was so hard to tell the gender. Bai Lianqing felt embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. Senior Lu, congratulations on winning first place in this performance report. At this moment, Choi Min Rai, who had finished her performance report and came backstage, walked over with a cat-like walk. Lu Zixia smiled and said, It's all due to the appreciation of the judges. Senior Lu is too modest. Cui Minrui smiled, and her delicate face suddenly blossomed like a flower. The first place winner of this performance report will appear in the music video of Senior Sister Chi-Chi's new song. Senior Sister Chi-Chi is already waiting for you upstairs in the theater. Senior Bai, please come with us. Senior Li Aigang has specifically requested to see you. Me? Bai Lianqing pointed at his nose, Are you sure? Bai Lianqing doesn't know Li Aigang, so if they really want to establish a relationship, it's just that they are senior and junior students. That's right. Cui Minrui looked at Bai Lianqing with some envy. Senior Aigang said that he really likes Senior Bai's voice, especially his handling of cross-dressing singing. Who knows, maybe this time Senior Aigang will sign Senior Bai into his studio. Bai Lianqing was completely confused. Life's experiences are so tortuous. On the second floor of the theater, Lu Zixia was sitting on the sofa holding Yaya, and Bai Lianqing was sitting on the side, his body tense and he seemed a little nervous. Sitting opposite them were Lu Qiqi and Li Aigang. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Lu Qiqi blinked her big beautiful eyes and said mischievously, Now, do you recognize me? Lu Zixia scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Senior sister, I didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry before, so, please forgive me. Qiqi, did you know each other before? Li Aigang was a little surprised. Lu Qiqi smiled and told him about the guidance. There are really people who don't know you? Li Aigang said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Junior brother Zixia, you really are special. As a popular first-line singer, few people don't know Lu Qiqi. I didn't expect that there is one here. It was an accident, purely an accident. Lu Zixia touched Yaya's soft hair, feeling a little embarrassed. Okay, let's get down to business. Lu Qiqi didn't dwell on this topic. Zixia, you don't mind me calling you that, right? This is what I mean. My new song's MV is missing a male protagonist. Are you willing to star in it? Okay. Lu Zixia nodded immediately. This was what he and Lang Wenqing had discussed. So simple? Lu Qiqi laughed, and 2 shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks. If I don't seize the opportunity to appear in the new song MV of a top domestic singer, then wouldn't I be a fool? Lu Zixia laughed. Dad is not stupid. At this time, Yaya raised her head from Lu Zixia's arms and wrinkled her nose slightly. Dad is the smartest person in the world. Yes, whatever Yaya says is right. Lu Qiqi liked Yaya very much. Hearing what the little girl said, she couldn't help but reach out and touch her pink little face. Snap! At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and in walked Lu Qiqi's agent Dongli and Zhang Ning, whose face was flushed as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Oh, they are all here. After entering the room, Dongli said to Lu Zixia arrogantly, "Student Lu Zixia, you can leave now." Lu Zixia did not move, but just narrowed his eyes subconsciously. Zhang Ning, who was following behind Dongli, had a provocative look in his eyes and pretended to be embarrassed. He said, "Student Lu, I'm so sorry." Lu Zixia didn't say anything, but turned his head to look at Lu Qiqi, wanting to see what she meant. "Sister Li, what are you doing?" Lu Qiqi was stunned and stood up suddenly. Li Aigong's face changed slightly, and it was obvious that he had thought of something. "Qiqi, this Zhang Ning is very suitable for the image of the male lead in your new song MV in terms of both appearance and temperament." Dongli didn't even look at Lu Zixia and continued, "And Zhang Ning only had half a year left on his contract with Huayue." Huayue unilaterally terminated the contract. "On behalf of the company, I have signed a 5-year agency contract for Zhang Ning." This Dongli is really decisive and has dropped one bombshell after another. "Sister Li, Mr. Zhang told me that I can choose the cast for the music video of the new album's title song. You have no right to make the decision for me." Lu Qiqi's pretty face turned red with anger. "Besides, Lu Zixia is the first place in this performance report." "What's that?" Dongli said indifferently. "When the performance awards were announced, they didn't say that the first place winner would definitely be able to perform in your MV. They just said there would be a chance. If you just say it's not suitable, then it's over, right?" "I don't agree." Lu Qiqi was almost furious. Her agent was usually a bit harsh, but he was still a nice person. Why was he like a different person today? "Qiqi, I'm doing this for your own good. After all, she is her own artist, and she will see him every day." Dongli doesn't want to make the relationship so awkward, so she explained. "To tell you the truth, Zhang Ning just told me that Lu Zixia is already a contracted artist of Wenqing Entertainment. I reported this to Director Zhang. You should know the grudge between us Changwang and Wenqing. This matter was instigated by Director Zhang." "Zhang Ning again?" Lu Zixia raised his eyebrows, wondering why this guy is everywhere. Thinking of this, Lu Zixia looked at Zhang Ning again. At this moment, Zhang Ning was glaring back at Lu Zixia with a smug look on his face, and even arrogantly stretched out his hand and scratched his neck. Yaya caught this action and immediately asked, "Dad, is this bad uncle who bullied the fat uncle and his friends going to shave? How can he shave with his hands?" Children are very innocent, and the impression Zhang Ning left on Yaya was that of a bad uncle. Phew! Bai Lianqing, who had been acting very reserved, could no longer hold back his laughter. The tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed, and Lu Zixia also smiled and touched the little guy's head. "Okay, Zhang Changgong, you have messed up all the plans of me and Lang Wenqing, so I will give you a big gift. Senior Qiqi, I'm so sorry, it seems I won't be able to perform in the MV of your new song." Lu Zixia shook his head and stood up. "But you still have to give me what I deserve. I'll give you a bank account later. Please transfer the prize money for this performance to me. And the other thing is..." As he spoke, Lu Zixia looked at Zhang Ning, who had a smug look on his face from beginning to end. "Student Zhang Ning, if I remember correctly, you seem to owe Sister Lian a promise, right?" The pride on Zhang Ning's face froze. He was completely immersed in the joy of becoming a contracted artist of Orange Media. He didn't even remember the agreement with Bai Lianqing about the competition. Recalling his complete defeat on the stage, Zhang Ning's body stiffened. When he looked at Lu Zixia, his expression was somewhat ferocious. "Lu Zixia!" Zhang Ning roared in a low voice, the resentment in his eyes almost overflowing. He did not think that he lost to Bai Lianqing. If Lu Zixia had not intervened, Bai Lianqing would definitely be the loser. Then he would not be in this predicament now. It's all because of Lu Zixia, it's all Lu Zixia's fault. At this moment, both Lu Qiqi and Li Aigong came to their senses and had strange expressions on their faces. They both understood that this was revenge from Lu Zixia. Originally, whether the agreement of running naked if losing was fulfilled or not had nothing to do with Lu Zixia, but that was no longer the case. Didn't you, Changwang Media, go back on your word? Didn't you, Zhang Ning, feel proud to have been able to get close to Changwang Media? You still want a 5-year agency contract. Well, I'll make you completely stinky in the entertainment industry and disgust Changwang Media to death. I'm here, why are you calling me? Lu Zixia looked at Zhang Ning expressionlessly. At that time, I saw that you and Sister Lian made an agreement with more than 1 or 2 people. Now this matter has spread throughout the entire Huaxi Opera. Do you want to go back on your word? Zhang Ning really meant this. It's just a verbal agreement. If I want to break it, then I can break it. What can you do to me? Dong Li's idea was similar to Zhang Ning's. Anyway, no one had evidence to prove that there was such an agreement to streak naked. If she denied it, at most people would talk about it for a few days. After a while, who would remember it? As if he had guessed their thoughts long ago, Lu Zixia took out his mobile phone and casually clicked on a video. What was being played in the video was the scene in the corridor today where Zhang Ning made an agreement with Bai Lianqing that if he lost, he would run naked. From beginning to end, nothing was missed. It's okay if you want to regret it. Lu Zixia put away his phone and said, when the time comes, I will put this video on the Jinghua Sky Forum. By the way, I will also ask President Lang to have all the artists under Wenqing Entertainment Company post this video on Weibo. Believe me, President Lang will agree. So cruel. Lu Zixia's move was really too cruel. There is absolutely no chance for Zhang Ning to regret. If he fulfills his promise and really runs naked on the playground of Huaxi Opera, this incident will definitely be reported on the front page of major entertainment newspapers tomorrow. But if Zhang Ning fails to fulfill his promise, his reputation in the entertainment industry will be completely ruined. Even if he is supported by a company in the future, it is estimated that not many people will be willing to employ him or cooperate with him. It's a dilemma, and both have serious negative impacts. Chapter 46 A new voice begins. Overt conspiracy. This is a naked overt conspiracy. No matter which one Zhang Ning chooses, I'm afraid Orange Media will not support him in the future. Facing the fiery gazes of several people in the room, Zhang Ning felt like there was a torch under his feet, burning continuously, roasting his face black and making him sweat all over. Classmate Lu Zixia, please forgive others when you can. Dong Li's face was not looking good either. It's better to have one more friend in the circle than one more enemy. Lu Zixia didn't even bother to look at Dong Li, and looked down at Zhang Ning condescendingly. Don't go too far. Zhang Ning's eyes were blazing with anger. Okay, I know your choice. Lu Zixia leaned over and picked up Yaya. Let's see you on the hot search. Bai Lianqing felt it was pointless to stay any longer, so he stood up and chased after him. Student Lu, Student Bai, wait for me. Li Ai just stood up and shook his head as he passed Dong Li. Cheng Wan, you are as shameless as ever. This conversation ended unpleasantly and Lu Zixia was in no mood to stay here any longer. After apologizing to Lia Gang, Lu Zixia carried Yaya and went to the parking lot to find Lang Wenqing. On the way, Lu Zixia told Lang Wenqing what happened today. Lang Wenqing first cursed loudly in the car, then immediately called the planning department and held an internal meeting half an hour later. The giant Wenqing Entertainment quickly started to operate. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a video and text description about the performance report of the performance department of Huaxi Opera appeared on the Weibo of Yi Lintao, an artist under Wenqing Entertainment. The Weibo post was then quickly reposted and commented on. In addition to those celebrities reposting, the fans of these celebrities are also the main reposters. In addition, in the Jinghua Sky Forum, the Great Wolf Brother Wu posted a long title commenting on the betting competition of Chinese dramas. It not only pointed out that Orange Media went back on its word, but also pushed the 4 important figures in the whole incident, Lu Qiqi, Dong Li, Lu Zixia, and Zhang Ning, to the forefront. Of course, there was overwhelming sympathy and admiration for Lu Zixia on the internet. Lu Qiqi was the least affected, while Dong Li and Zhang Ning were unlucky and almost became examples of negative examples. As soon as the post was published, it was immediately reposted, replied to, and rewarded by countless people. What happened in the report performance of the Chinese opera department spread throughout the entire Chinese entertainment industry within just 1 hour. Soon, the betting and defaulting on debt incident became a hot search on Weibo. Changshui City is located in the southwest of Nanhu. It is the provincial capital of Nanhu and also one of the most prosperous cities in Nanhu. In the Shangnan high-tech development zone of Changshui City, on the top floor of a 26-story building, a middle-aged man with a slightly bald head and wearing a tang suit was staring at the computer in front of him expressionlessly. Ding-a-ling. At this time, the cell phone on the table rang. Hello, this is Zhang Changgong. The bald middle-aged man didn't look at the screen and directly pressed the answer button. Mr. Zhang, this is Dong Li. A cautious voice came from the phone. Oh. Zhang Changgong responded and asked, how is it? Can Zhang Ning be on the Chinese New Voice? Boss Zhang, Director Huang from the program group, said that Zhang Ning's negative influence is quite large at the moment. If he participates in the recording of the program, the station will probably take him down directly. Dong Li thought about it for a while and said, "Do you think we should change someone?" Change someone? Zhang Changgong hesitated for a moment. Zhao Pingchu should be in Jinghua, right? Let Zhao Pingchu go. Dong Li was delighted when she heard the name, but she still said deliberately, "Director Zhang, Pingchu's agency contract is not with me. I'm afraid Sun Yao will have an extreme reaction. I'll call Sun Yao later and ask him to transfer Zhao Pingchu's contract to you." Okay, that's it. Having said that, Zhang Changgong was about to hang up the phone. Boss Zhang, what about Zhang Ning? Dong Li was afraid that Zhang Changgong would hang up the phone. We have signed a 5-year agency contract with him. You have to bear the consequences of your own sins. Zhang Changgong said coldly. Throwing down his phone, Zhang Changgong walked to the huge French window and whispered, "Lao Lang, you are so cruel. You must remember this account. China New Voice is a music talent show planned and produced by Jiangsu and Zhejiang Satellite TV. When the first season was broadcast, due to its novel program format, it created a terrifying viewership rating of up to 5.1. At the same time, the students of the new voice of the season and the 4 mentors Lu Yu, Wu Ying, Yang Shen, and Yu Changming became popular throughout China and are still talked about today. Now, the second season of China's New Voice has started recording. This time the recording location is in Studio 9 of the Beijing Radio and Television Building. Among the mentors, Yang Shen has withdrawn due to health reasons, and Chen Yiji has replaced Yang Shen as the mentor. Of course, this is just the preliminary venue. The subsequent mentor team internal battles, mentor battles, and other events will return to Jiangsu and Zhejiang TV station. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when Lang Wenqing's driver drove here, a lot of young men and women had gathered at the entrance of the building. The driver experiently went around the main entrance and parked the car in the underground parking lot. Through the small door of the parking lot, Lang Wenqing led Lu Zixia into the building with ease. Lu Zixia didn't bring Yaya with him this time. Firstly, it was inconvenient, and secondly, Hanin and Zhang Jia were there to play with the little one, so Lu Zixia felt relieved. When we arrived at the 16th floor of the building, staff were already waiting there. When the staff saw Lang Wenqing, they were obviously a little bit unbelieving and lowered their heads to start typing on their phones. Ding-a-ling. Seeing Lang Wenqing take out a mobile phone from his pocket, the staff member hurried over and stretched out his hand to Lang Wenqing. "Hey, Mr. Lang, why are you here in person? Why can't I come?" Lang Wenqing smiled faintly. "Xiao Lu, I am not only the president of Wenqing Entertainment now, but also his agent." At this point, Lang Wenqing pointed at Lu Zixia, who was standing next to him, and continued, "You should know him, right? Lu Zixia, who has become very popular recently. Hey, you two are actually from the same family." I know him. Looking at Lu Zixia, Xiao Lu nodded repeatedly and took the initiative to shake Lu Zixia's hand. "Hello, Mr. Lu. I am Lu Dachuan, the director of China New Voice. You can call me Xiao Lu or Dachuan." "Hello, Xiao, Dachuan." Lu Zixia opened his mouth and wanted to call him Xiao Lu, but then felt it was a bit strange, so he changed it to Dachuan. "Mr. Lang, Mr. Lu, please follow me to the lounge." Lu Dachuan nodded and led the two to a lounge. The lounge is independent and has an LCD live TV, a sofa, and a coffee table. On the coffee table there are some fruits, snacks, nuts, and milk. The program crew has thought of everything very thoughtfully. Of course, Lu Zixia didn't know that if Lang Wenqing hadn't greeted him in advance, Lu Zixia would have to wait in the public lounge like the other contestants. Lang Wenqing said hello to Lu Zixia and left. After arranging Lu Zixia, Lu Dachuan was about to leave when he suddenly slapped his forehead and asked, "Mr. Lu, what song do you want to sing? Do you have any accompaniment music?" The band of the program team needs to be familiar with the accompaniment music. Yes. Lu Zixia took out a small USB flash drive from his pocket. This is the music track made by the company. Take it. Lu Dachuan took the USB drive and said, "Okay, I'll go give it to the band now. Don't worry, the band in our program group is the best in the circle and will be able to get familiar with the accompaniment quickly." "Thank you." Lu Zixia nodded politely. Lu Zixia was leisurely eating fruits and drinking water in his personal lounge, but there was a lot of noise in the public lounge not far away. Compared with Lu Zixia's independent lounge, the public lounge is no different. The only difference is that it is much bigger. There is no shortage of food and drink, and there are plenty of places to rest. "Hey, have you heard? This time, there's an awesome guy in the blind audition. So what? Can you still go to heaven? Yes, we can't go up to the sky, but they have their own separate lounge. Look at us? Oh my god, is this true? Zhao Pingchu, a third or fourth tier celebrity in the industry, doesn't even have his own room? As he spoke, the speaker glanced towards the corner of the public lounge. There were two people sitting in the corner, a man and a woman. The man looked to be around 30 years old, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and was very handsome. The woman was Lu Qiqi's agent Dong Li. Pingchu, this is an opportunity one fought so hard for you, you must work hard. Dong Li looked like she was having a hard time. If Qiqi hadn't had a day off today, I wouldn't have had the time to come here. Sister Li, don't worry, I will definitely be able to pass the blind audition. Zhao Pingchu was very confident. Although he was just a small film and television actor, he graduated from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, and a mere blind audition would not be a problem for him. By the way, Sister Li, do you know who is the person who has an independent lounge they are talking about? Zhao Pingchu was also very curious and wondered who had such a great reputation. Dong Li shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. But she was clear about one thing, that is, this guy staying in the independent lounge successfully attracted a group of hatred, and every player in the public lounge probably hated him. In fact, not only the contestants were curious about the contestants staying in the independent lounge, but the four mentors who were putting on makeup backstage were equally curious. Hey, brother you, I heard there's a very strong contestant coming this time. Do you know who it is? Yu Chengming, who was dressed in hip-hop style and had gray hair, approached Lu Yu, who had long hair and a burly figure, and said, I heard that he and you are from the same family. Ahem. Lu Yu was almost choked by Yu Chengming's words. Chengming, I have to know you if you're from the same family, right? It seems so. Yu Chengming touched his chin. Forget it, anyway, I'm going all out this time, I have to grab a few good students. That's not necessarily true. Chen Yijie, who doesn't like to talk much, said in his unique voice, look at Sister Ring, she's clearly trying to snatch the girl from you. You are right. Wu Ying, who has a bold personality, said carelessly, you three are all my targets. If anyone dares to compete with me, I will show you how I will deal with him. Ha ha ha. Lu Yu and the other two all burst into laughter. Chapter 47 Blind Selection. At 7:59 in the evening, approaching prime time, at the recording site of China's New Voice, the program director Huang Kersen was nervously making final work arrangements. Because the blind auditions for China's New Voice are being broadcast live, there cannot be any mistakes. Lights, sound, microphone. Okay. Close the audience entrance. It's 8 o'clock. Turn on the lights and sound. The instructors are coming in. Suddenly, the lights went out and the entire studio fell into darkness. Then a magnetic voice rang out from the darkness. Please welcome our mentors Wu Ying and Chen Yijie. Two lights suddenly appeared in the studio and shone onto the dark stage. The figures of Wu Ying and Chen Yijie gradually became clearer in the lights. Then, beautiful music melodies sounded, and the instructors began their individual performances. This audio-visual feast presented by the mentors lasted for more than 20 minutes, giving the audience on site and the audience in front of the TV a great enjoyment. During this period, staff from the program team distributed appearance order cards to everyone. The first contestant to take the stage was a girl from Daliangshan in Sichuan. After going on stage, the girl's family and friends were invited to a separate lounge backstage. This place is exactly the same as the lounge where Lu Zixia stays. You can see the girl's performance at the front desk through the LCD live TV. The girl came on stage, the lights dimmed, and the performance began. The girl sang a classic cheerful song with a light melody and lyrics with a slight Beijing flavor. The girl's voice is a little hoarse, which is characteristic of the ethnic minorities in Daliangshan. It can be said that she sings out emotions and that kind of joyful and playful attitude. It was obvious that Chen Yijie liked this girl's voice very much. As soon as the main part of the song was finished, he patted the chair and turned around. The successful advancement of the first contestant is good news for both the audience and the contestants waiting to go on stage backstage. The audience naturally hopes that their favorite voices will advance, while the contestants think this is a good start and are more confident in their own performances. Time passed quickly, and the next contestants seemed to be under some kind of curse. All three singers failed to advance. Boom boom boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Enter. Mr. Lu, you are the sixth one. It will be your turn after the fifth one finishes singing. You need to go to the public lounge to prepare for the performance. Lu Dashwan walked in and explained to Lu Zixia, because that place is closer to the stage, so. Oh, it's okay, I'll be there now. Lu Zixia nodded and followed Lu Dashwan to the public lounge. Seeing someone walking towards them from the corridor, all the contestants in the public lounge turned their heads to look over there. Because there was nothing else there but a few personal lounges, and the only one who could come out from there was the guy who was rumored to be very awesome. Oh my god, I am not seeing things, why is it him? Lu Zixia, the guy who sang just met you, and where are we going, Dad? Isn't this funny? He's already a signed artist of Winching Entertainment, why is he still joining in the fun? The contestants in the public lounge immediately started talking about it. Most of the contestants who originally felt dissatisfied and resentful were somewhat lacking in confidence, because compared to Lu Zixia, they were indeed much worse. Of course, there are also some people who still fail to recognize the reality and always think that they are superior to others and better than anyone else, such as Zhao Pingchu and Dongli, who is extremely jealous when she meets her enemies. TSK, isn't it just that I composed 2 songs? What's so great about that? Dongli curled her lips, her words full of contempt. That's right, sisterly, look, I'm here to help you get revenge this time. Zhao Pingchu said as he was about to walk forward. At this time, a short young man with a bald head, square face, and hook nose snorted, walked up to Lu Zixia, and said with disdain, I've heard your songs, they're not that good. Lu Zixia was stunned and puzzled. Is this guy sick? Don't think you're great just because you wrote 2 songs. When I was playing music, you were still peeing and playing with mud. The bald man continued to mock, wash your ears and listen to what music and originality are. Lu Zixia was just about to retort him, but he saw this guy walking straight to the stage. It turned out that he was contestant number 5. I went on stage in the same darkness and the music started. Oh, it's actually a rock and roll style, with a heavy metal feel that instantly draws people into the situation. It's no wonder that the bald man sang this so-called original song quite well. His voice is rough, and coupled with his control over the technique, at least it sounded fine to Lu Zixia, so there should be no problem in him getting the mentor to turn around. I don't know why, but the melody of this song sounds very familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere before. As if they had discussed it beforehand, no mentor was willing to turn around their chair for the bald man until he finished singing the song. Bald man failed to advance. Why don't you turn around? I think this song is great. Yeah, why don't the instructors turn around? Is this guy not the instructor's type? Don't worry, the instructors will give us the answers. Not only the bald man couldn't accept it, but the audience present also found it a little confusing. According to previous rules, even if a contestant fails to advance, the 4 mentors will turn around and ask questions and comfort the contestant after the contestant finishes singing. The same is true this time. Please introduce yourself. Lu Yu's face had no expression and it was impossible to guess what he was thinking. Hello, 4 teachers. My name is Li Tong. I'm from Harbin province and I run my own bar in Harbin. Although he was very reluctant, the bald man still introduced himself. Do you want to know why I didn't choose you? Lu Yu asked, seeming to see Li Tong's confusion. Yes. Lu Yu asked with a serious face, in my bar, whenever I perform as a resident singer, the show is always packed, and I also sing original songs. In terms of creative ability, I don't think I'm worse than Lu Zixia, who became famous online. Damn it, how did I provoke you? Lu Zixia, who was waiting to perform on stage in the public lounge, was completely caught in the crossfire. He wished he could rush up to him, grab him by the collar and ask him, how did I offend you? Creation? Lu Yu stood up directly, his face more angry. Ask yourself, is this song really your original creation? What's going on? Did this guy plagiarize someone else's song? No wonder, why does it sound so familiar? Oh my god, you dare to compete with me? Compare with me, you are a scumbag. Whether it was the audience at the scene or the audience watching in front of the TV, they were all excited. You know, this world has a strong sense of copyright. If it is really plagiarism, Li Tong will not only face elimination, but will even receive a summons from the court. Teacher Lu Yu, I didn't plagiarize. This is my original song. Li Tong said righteously, if this is all plagiarism, then what about Lu Zixia's? Damn it, why do you always involve me in this? What have I done to offend you? In the backstage, Lu Zixia's face had completely turned black. No matter how good-tempered a person is, if he was compared to others twice in a row, and was the one being belittled, would you not be angry if it were you? You are not worthy to be compared with Lu Zixia. Wu slapped the armrest of the chair. Sound engineer, can you help me? Please search for Alex Mars's Black World on the internet. Boom. After a few minutes, heavy metal music began to play on the stage. The whole song, except for the different lyrics and a few different melodies of the transition from bass to high notes, is almost exactly the same. It can be said that the medicine remains the same, just a change of name. Do you think that Mars is a singer from the US who has passed his prime? That means we can't recognize the melody of this song? Wu was as straightforward as ever, showing no mercy. To be honest, your Chinese lyrics are well matched, and your voice is not bad. If you were just singing the original version, I don't know about others, but I would definitely turn you around. But you shamelessly say that you are the original author. Sorry, you are not welcome in my team. That's right, we won't choose you either. The other three mentors expressed their support for Wu. Wu said a lot, but she still seemed to be unsatisfied. She finally said, also, you are not worthy of being compared with Lu Zixia, and you are not worthy of calling yourself a musician. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Li Tong's face turned extremely pale in an instant. After a long while, he turned around and left the stage. Lu Zixia was just below the stage. Seeing Li Tong's iconic bald head, he walked over and said, just wait, you will receive a letter from Mars' lawyer soon, and you can expect to go to jail. Plop. Li Tong's face turned black and he fell headfirst onto the ground, face down. Contestant Li Tong, Contestant Li Tong. Hurry, hurry, call 120. This contestant Li Tong's psychological endurance is too low. He fainted immediately. Seeing Li Tong fall to the ground, several staff members of the program team were suddenly panicked. They had never encountered such a situation before. You deserve it. You dare to disgust me. I'll scare you to death. Lu Zixia, who had been playing a trick on himself, felt happier the further he walked, and his anger seemed to have subsided a little. When he stepped onto the stage and the lights shone on Lu Zixia, the entire stage suddenly erupted in thunderous cheers. Is it him? It's definitely him, there's no doubt about it. I didn't expect that. Shoo, don't say the name. It will be more interesting if we let the four mentors guess it. In the afternoon, under the dual influence of Weibo and Jinghua Sky, the betting and defaulting on debt incident became a hot search, and Lu Zixia, as an important victim in the video, successfully gained more fans. Therefore, there is no one in the studio who doesn't know Lu Zixia. Chapter 48 Ordinary Road. Wow, who is it? Why is the audience reacting so strongly? Chen Yiji looked at Wu in surprise. Wu shrugged and said, don't look at me. I don't know who it is. It might be the stronger contestant. Lu Yu pushed his glasses on his nose. Finally, he's here to make his debut. I want to see whether this mysterious contestant has real talent or is just a show-off. Yu Chengming grinned, with a sly glint in his eyes. Lu Zixia had no idea what the mentors were thinking. He walked to the center of the stage and stood there. He first bowed politely to the audience, and then glanced at the four mentors who were sitting with their backs to him in front of the stage. Although the four mentors' faces were not seen, their appearances were quickly matched with several stars in Lu Zixia's previous life. He stretched out his hand and pressed it in the air. The cheers and applause of the audience froze for a moment, and the studio suddenly became quiet. Then Lu Zixia nodded to the accompaniment musicians waiting at the edge of the stage. The prelude sounded, the rhythm of the music was quite soothing, the scene became even quieter, and all the audience were listening attentively. Wandering, on the road. Are you leaving? Fragile, proud. That was me, too. Ordinary Road, Lu Zixia's favorite song in his previous life. This song is not a high-pitched one, but Lu Zixia's voice is very magnetic, and the song has a strong sense of immersion. Although the melody and lyrics are plain and even a little depressing, it still successfully attracted the audience's attention. Boiling, restless. Where are you going? Mysterious, silent. Are you really listening to the story? The slow and lyrical rhythm makes the whole song full of faint warmth and sadness. The audience was completely immersed in the song, and an unprecedented calm suddenly rose in their hearts. They thought of their past, failures, successes, hardships, all kinds of encounters. With so many different experiences in life, choices naturally become numb. They listened, thought, and searched, trying to find the answer in Lu Zixia's singing. I have crossed mountains and seas. Also through the crowds of people. Everything I once had. In the blink of an eye, everything dissipates like smoke. I was lost, disappointed, and lost all direction. Until I see that ordinary is the only answer. The song continued and the audience in the studio was deeply moved. They climbed over the mountains to see the scenery below, only to find that the heights were not the answer. They swam into the sea to feel the deep blue, only to find that the coldness and saltiness of the sea were not the answer either. So they returned from the wilderness to the human world, only to find that they still had not found the answer, but instead had more confusion. Dullness and depression, fantasy and entanglement, what kind of song is this? Is this an original song? I've been thinking for a long time, but I can't think of a title. I haven't heard it either, but this song is really nice. Original song? And this familiar voice, could it be Lu Zixia? It's definitely Lu Zixia. I'm telling you, you can't compete with me. On the judges' panel, the four mentors with their backs to the stage were completely immersed in Lu Zixia's singing until the main song ended and the chorus accompaniment music sounded. Then they had a brief discussion. The plain and depressing melody and lyrics, the emotion roaring at fate, were perfectly interpreted by Lu Zixia. I once fell into endless darkness. I want to struggle and can't help myself. I used to be like you, like him, like the wild grass and flowers. Desperate and eager. I cry and laugh in an ordinary way. The depressing melody and singing left many audience members breathless. They tried hard to move their bodies, but found that confusion bound their hands and feet and even prevented them from thinking. They are desperate and hungry for answers. In the personal lounge backstage, Lang Wenqing stared at the LCD live TV. How is it, Xiaolu? How did your brother Xia sing? Lang Wenqing sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, a smug look on his face. Lu Dachuan accompanied Lang Wenqing and praised sincerely, Mr. Lu's song is absolutely a classic. Even the champion of the last season of The Voice of China did not have such great talent as Mr. Lu. That's right. Lang Wenqing continued to brag, but what are Lu Yu and the others doing? Why aren't they turning? Mr. Lang, please don't worry. The mentors must have been stunned by what they heard, Lu Dachuan explained with a smile. With Mr. Lu's song, if it can't even pass the blind audition, I'm afraid the audience will blame the production team for something shady. Just as Lu Dachuan said, the audience in the studio also had the same doubts. What's going on? What are the instructors doing? Why haven't they played such a beautiful song yet? That's right, is there something shady going on with The Voice of China? If this doesn't pass, I'll file a complaint with the production team. What kind of mentor is that? Even Xia couldn't pass the blind audition, so who else could? Looking at the audience who were becoming irritable, Lu Zixia was not worried at all. The power of this song was far more than that. He continued singing, and soon the song came to an end. I am just like you, like him, like the wild grass and flowers. This is the only way for me to go. Time is silent, like this. Tomorrow is already here, hia. The wind blows, the road is still long. Where is your story going? At the end of the song, the audience suddenly realized. They gave up struggling, gave up looking for answers, no longer resisted, and no longer went anywhere else. When they let go completely, there was no more confusion in life. It turns out that being ordinary is the only answer to life. Turn around. Turn around. At the end of the music, all the audience in the studio were excited. They stood up from their seats, waving their hands and shouting loudly. Bang! 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 The four music instructors could no longer hold back and pressed the buttons on the swivel chairs almost at the same time. The four electric chairs turned at the same time and slid along the long track to the front of the stage. These four guys finally turned around. In the lounge, Lang Wenqing breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, You dare to scare me, I will eat you to death. Among the four mentors, Lu Yu and Yu Chengming have their own studios, while Wu Ying and Chen Yiji also have studios, but they are affiliated with Wenqing Entertainment. If you really think about it, Lang Wenqing is their boss, so he has a good relationship with them. It's turning, it's turning. The audience in the auditorium was also excited. Thunderous applause rang out in the studio again, and many female audience members even shouted. My Xia, I want to marry you. My Xia, it's great to meet you. Lu Zixia, my hair has grown to my waist, will you marry me? The audience's enthusiasm exceeded the mentors' expectations, and of course the mentors themselves were also surprised. So what? So what? I said it was Lu Zixia. Wu Ying was so happy that she almost danced with joy. Very good, I like his songs. Chen Yiji responded, his eyes shining. Wu Ying looked at Lu Zixia standing in the center of the stage and stretched out her hand, saying, "Come on, calm down first." Lu Zixia smiled and said nothing. Although all four mentors knew Lu Zixia, the basic procedures still had to be followed. Yu Chengming rushed ahead of Wu Ying and said, "Okay, please introduce yourself." Lu Zixia had a smile on his face from beginning to end. He replied, "Hello, teachers. My name is Lu Zixia, and I am a graduate of the performance department of Huaxi Opera." Lu Zixia. Lu Zixia. Lu Zixia. Just by listening to Lu Zixia's self-introduction, the scene exploded and the audience cheered again. "Lu Zixia, I know you. You're quite popular." Chen Yijie said with a smile, "To be honest, when I heard you singing just now, my scalp was tingling." It was so. "Hey, Yiji, how could you say such ridiculous words?" Yu Chengming teased Chen Yiji. From the heart, from the heart." Chen Yijie covered his chest and said, "Look at the audience's performance, and you will know how good Zixia's song is." "Wait a minute, are you two taking this opportunity to get closer to Zixia?" Wu Ying quickly stopped them. "Since you two are so sincere, why didn't you press it at the beginning? Aren't we just reluctant to disturb Zixia?" Yu Chengming and Chen Yiji said in unison. "If you don't want to disturb us, you can just stay there." Lu Yu, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly made the final move. Wu Ying also said, "I have the same opinion. But I don't want to miss such a wonderful voice," said Yu Chengming. Chen Yijie also quickly made amends. "To be honest, you are really 100 points in my mind." "Thank you." Lu Zixia bowed his head in gratitude. "Zixia, I don't think you can be tempted by our style of snatching people." Lu Yu said sternly, "Also, I want to ask, is this song your original song?" "What's the name?" "It's my original song." Lu Zixia nodded. "The name of the song is Ordinary Road." "Zixia, did you know? In the first season last year, there were 2 original singers in my team, and I was their mentor." Lu Yu pushed his glasses and finally revealed his true purpose. "Come to my team, I can lead you to the championship." "Hey, brother you are so cunning." Yu Chengming shouted, "Zixia, I am known as the little prince of originality. You are right to come to me. Zixia, the champion of the first season comes from me." Wu Ying also showed her fangs. "I have 33 concerts across the country this year. Come to my team and I can invite you to all my concerts." Chen Yijie was even more ruthless and began to seduce her blatantly. The 4 mentors started competing for it, and it looked like they were about to start a fight, and the audience laughed in good faith. "Okay, let's not fight here. Anyway, all 4 of us have turned around, so it's time for Zixia to choose us." Seeing that the 3 guys were about to fight, Lu Yu gave the right to choose to Lu Zixia. Chapter 49 Crazy, all crazy. The choice was handed to Lu Zixia, and the audience all showed expectant expressions. "Who will I choose in Xia?" The ones who are nervous now are the 4 music instructors. There is no way. Although this young man is young, he is definitely one of the best in China in terms of musical talent and has absolute potential to win the championship. Who doesn't want their team to win? "Come on, Zixia, tell me your choice." Lu Yu said nervously. "My choice is." In fact, Lu Zixia didn't care who he followed. He had already discussed it with Lang Wenqing before that as long as one of Wu Ying and Chen Yijie turned around for him, he would choose that one. Now it's a question of choosing a boy or a girl. Brother Yijie. Wah 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 wah. The moment Lu Zixia made his choice, the exciting promotion music suddenly sounded on the stage, and the audience in the studio stood up and applauded and cheered for Lu Zixia and Chen Yijie. "Ha! It's me, is it really me?" Upon hearing Lu Zixia's choice, Chen Yiji was stunned at first, then he came to his senses, leaned forward, and wanted to lean his entire body out. "It's you. Don't stretch forward any further. You'll fall down." Yu Chengming had an expression of envy and jealousy on his face. What a missed opportunity, what a missed opportunity. Wu Ying is also a dramatic person. She covered her face with her hands, looking very desperate. "Oh, what a pity, what a pity." Lu Yu took off his glasses and pretended to have a headache. "Ha ha, that's great." Chen Yijie stood up from his seat, walked to the stage, and hugged Lu Zixia warmly. "I'm glad you chose me. I will definitely bring you to the Jinghua Olympic Stadium." Last year, the championship battle of the first season of China's New Voice was held at the Beijing Olympic Sports Center. In other words, entering there means getting one step closer to the championship. Aha, Yaya is so cute. You chose my idol. From today on, I am also a fan of Lu Zixia. It was not a wasted trip. Yaya's team now has a singer with the potential to win the championship. The audience was amused by Chin Yaya's honesty and were truly happy for him. Lu Zixia, who successfully advanced, returned to his personal lounge. Lang Wenqing, who was waiting there, naturally praised him again. Lu Zixia simply dragged the excited Lang Wenqing to the underground parking lot and urged the driver to drive back to the company quickly. It was already 9 o'clock, and it would take half an hour to drive from the TV station back to the company. Recently, Yaya's bedtime has finally become fixed, around 10 o'clock. If I pick Yaya up from the company and take her home, it's almost time for her to go to bed. Dad, you are so great. Yaya is very happy today. Back home, Yaya sat next to Lu Zixia, dancing excitedly and chattering non-stop like a lark. How are you so happy? Lu Zixia asked with a smile. Well, Yaya doesn't know either, but I'm very happy anyway. Yaya shook her little head, and Sister Jia praised me, saying that I sing like my dad, and... Ring ring ring. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang from the little guy's watch. The little guy looked down and immediately cheered, Dad, it's Mom calling. I haven't received a call from Mom for many days. Because several scenes in the TV series Li Mingyi was filming needed to be shot deep in the mountains. In the mountains, except for a radio, all communication equipment had no signal, so Li Mingyi's mobile phone was naturally useless. For 8 days in a row, Yaya didn't receive a call from Li Mingyi. Lu Zixia touched Yaya's hair and said, hurry up and answer the phone. If you hang up soon, you won't be able to hear your mother's voice. Yeah. Yaya nodded excitedly and pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Mom? Yaya, do you miss your mother? Li Mingyi's voice came from the watch phone. Yeah, Yaya misses her mom very, very, very much. Yaya's big eyes narrowed into slits, with a look of deep longing on her face. On the other end of the phone, Li Mingyi's voice was a little choked. Mom is also super. Lu Zixia no longer disturbed the conversation between the mother and daughter, but returned to his room and turned on the computer. I logged into my Xianlang Weibo and just as I came online, I started to hear system notification sounds. Lu Zixia was stunned and checked his Weibo main interface. He found a plus character in the upper right corner of fans, and then there was another such character in the upper right corner of mailbox. Normally, if you just add a few fans or are at ed, there will be a number after fans and email, but now it's just a plus sign. Click on fans. Swish. Lu Zixia himself didn't know how many Weibo avatars he had refreshed. This is. I looked at the number behind the fans again, 4.69 million. From the time he opened his Weibo account until this morning, just before the performance of the performance department of the Huaxi Opera, Lu Zixia's number of fans had been growing steadily, but by this morning it was only a little over 370,000. In just over 10 hours, the number of fans soared to more than 4 million. I'm afraid even those third-tier stars don't have so many fans, right? I set it up in the background and Weibo automatically screens fans. A large number of Gold V bloggers are automatically divided into a group according to the number of fans. When Lu Zixia took a look, he saw that the first person to pop up was Wu Ying, followed by Lu Yu, Chen Yiji, Yu Chengming, and other celebrities. When did celebrities start to follow the trend? Lu Zixia smiled and started by adding these Gold V fans one by one and simply following each other on Weibo. Then I opened my mailbox, and it was full of at his. All of them are from Weibo's hot search betting and defaulting on debts and hot topics, all about hashtag Lu Zixia hashtag where are we going, dad hashtag China's new voice hashtag ordinary road hashtag. There are so many topics about him that it is hard to count them all. Up to now, in addition to the betting and defaulting on debts ranking first on Weibo's hot search list, 6 of the top 10 hot topics in the 24-hour hot topic rankings are related to Lu Zixia, and it is not known how many of the others that are not on the list are related to him. Hashtag China's new voice hashtag and hashtag ordinary road hashtag took the top 2 spots on the hot topics list. It won't take long until tomorrow for these 2 topics to become hot searches on Weibo. Ding-a-ling. Just then, the cell phone rang. Lu Zixia glanced at the phone screen and laughed. Hello? Third brother, this is crazy. As soon as the phone was connected, an impatient voice came from the other end. Lu Zixia's face darkened, and he said angrily, Fatty, you are the one who is crazy. You called me just to scold me, right? Fatty, can you speak? Give me the phone and I'll tell you. The voices of Song Qingshan and Bai Lianqing came from the cell phones. It seemed that the three guys were fighting over the cell phone. Third brother, congratulations on passing the blind audition of China's new voice. After a while, Song Qingshan successfully obtained the right to use the Fat Man. Thank you guys. Lu Zixia smiled. What happened to Fatty just now? What nonsense did he say? Oh, that's right. Song Qingshan came back to his senses. Go check out Penguin Music, the download volume of your song just met you has gone crazy. Song Qingshan was a little excited. Take advantage of the current popularity and upload Where Are We Going, Dad? And the song Ordinary Road from today's new voice blind audition. Is it that exaggerated? Hearing Song Qingshan's excitement, Lu Zixia shook his head and directly opened the Penguin Music app. As soon as he clicked in, Lu Zixia was shocked. The reason is simple. On the main interface of the Penguin app, there are 3 rankings: top 1 in the popular charts, top 1 in the hot songs charts, and top 1 in the new songs charts. Several of the positions marked in red have the song just met you. First among 3 lists. Have you opened it? How is it? Is it exciting? Song Qingshan's voice was a little trembling. 9.3 million downloads, third brother. Song Qingshan had no reason not to be excited. According to the profit-sharing ratio between Penguin Music and the singers, Lu Zixia's pre-tax income from song profits from Penguin Music was more than 4.6 million. This is a huge sum of money. How could an ordinary person have ever seen so much money? It's a bit unexpected. After the initial surprise, Lu Zixia came to his senses. He had seen all kinds of scenes in his previous life. What surprised him just now was not the high number of downloads, but the fact that this song could be ranked first on 3 charts in such a short time. This is not something that can be achieved by just cheating on the charts. It is real popularity and real results. Third brother, I really want to thank you this time. At this time, Bai Lianqing's voice came from the phone. Do you know what Senior Igong wanted me to do? He actually signed me into his studio. If it weren't for the song you wrote for me, I wouldn't have had this opportunity at all. Really? Lu Zixia's eyes lit up. Then Sister Lian, congratulations. You have to prepare a feast for us brothers later. A big meal is a must. Bai Lianqing laughed. But third brother, you should listen to the eldest brother. Hurry up and upload those 2 songs to Penguin Music. I have already uploaded the song The New Drunken Concubine that you wrote for me to Penguin Music. At the end of the month, I will transfer the money from Penguin Music to you. Because both the lyrics and music of The New Drunken Concubine were created by Lu Zixia and the copyright is in his hands, the share of the profits from Penguin Music should belong to Lu Zixia. Bai Lianqing would never do anything to betray his brothers. Sister Lian, you don't have to give me the money. Lu Zixia refused. I am just a creator, you are the singer. Without your voice, this song will be incomplete. No. Bai Lianqing said in a serious tone, brothers are brothers, but we still have to distinguish between public and private matters. I have confirmed the copyright for you with the Copyright Association, and Senior Igong has also drafted a contract for me to authorize you to sing. I will send it to you later, and you can sign it. Chapter 50 Shai Li Mingi. To be honest, it's just a song, and Lu Zixia doesn't feel sad or wasteful giving it to his brother. He will not sell the songs from his previous life to others, but that does not mean he will not give his songs to others. For example, if we give one is like summer and the other is like autumn to Sun Xiaolu and Huan Linger, wouldn't that be like giving it away for free? Lu Zixia shook his head. How about this? Don't say that since I have the copyright, you should give me all the money. We'll split the song 50-50. Isn't that fair? Bai Lianqing wanted to refuse, but Lu Zixia said to him, alright, we can't even be brothers anymore, so let's just leave it at that. I'm going to upload both songs today to Penguin Music. Snap. Without waiting for Bai Lianqing to say anything else, Lu Zixia hung up the phone. Because both versions of Where Are We Going, Dad? An Ordinary Road have already been recorded in the company's recording studio. The original plan was to upload them when the popularity of New Voice increased. Now it seems that the time is right. He logged into the Penguin Music backstage with ease and uploaded Where Are We Going, Dad? An Ordinary Road. It also passed review in seconds, as if the music editor of Penguin Music had been waiting in the backstage. After uploading the song, Lu Zixia posted another Weibo post. The new songs Where Are We Going, Dad? An Ordinary Road have been uploaded to Penguin Music. Friends who like them can go and listen to and download them. The links are attached below. Although Lu Zixia did not use 24 hours for promotion, this Weibo post was quickly reposted and commented on once it was released. I've finally been waiting for these two songs. We captured a great god. Stop talking, repost it quickly, and then download it from Penguin Music. The official Weibo account of New Voice, the official Weibo account of Jiangsu and Zhejiang Satellite TV, the official Weibo account of Wenqing Entertainment, Cheniji's Weibo. This Weibo post, like a plague, spread wildly on the internet as more people reposted and commented on it. In the living room, Yaya's phone call with her mother also ended. The little guy had a big smile on his face. He ran to Lu Zixia's room and said to him, "Dad, Mom said she will make time to come and see me in a few days." Lu Zixia turned off the computer and walked to Yaya. "Didn't Mom say she would come to see you in 3 months?" "Yeah, but Mom said she'll come visit me when she has time." Yaya tilted her head. Hee, that's great, I can finally see Mom. Then Daddy will return you to Mommy and live on his own. Lu Zixia said, pretending to be angry. Hee, Dad, you're jealous. Yaya's big watery eyes flashed with a sly look. That's how it's played in TV dramas. Little devil. Lu Zixia tapped the tip of the little guy's nose. "Come on, Daddy will give you a bath, tell you a story, and go to sleep. Let's go, take a bath and listen to stories." Yaya was as happy as a little rabbit, jumping as she walked. Beihu Province is more than 1,200 kilometers away from Beijing. Chanshui City, in the presidential suite of Shaoxiang Nanyu Holiday Hotel. Li Mingyi, wearing a bathrobe, put down his mobile phone, with a look of deep longing and a hint of disbelief on his face. The TV in the suite's master bedroom was playing Jiangsu and Zhejiang Satellite TV, a rerun of China's New Voice. Looking at Lu Zixia singing passionately on the stage on TV, Li Mingyi was so surprised that she was speechless. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Before Li Mingyi could go to open it, a tall young woman with a pretty face and wearing a yellow cat nightgown ran in with a tablet computer in her hand. Have you checked Weibo? The young woman's face was full of disbelief. "I just finished calling Yaya and didn't have time to reply." "What's wrong, Sister Jingjing?" Li Mingyi asked the young woman with some confusion. He Jingjing, the young woman, is Li Mingyi's assistant, responsible for her daily life and some trivial matters. He Jingjing was about to hand the tablet computer in her hand to Li Mingyi, when she turned her head by chance and saw the LCD TV hanging on the TV. Sister Jingjing, Sister Jingjing? Seeing that He Jingjing stopped talking halfway, Li Mingyi walked up to her and shook her shoulders, feeling both amused and helpless. That's what I want to say. He Jingjing pointed at the LCD TV. "It's Lu Zixia, did you see it? I didn't expect this guy to have such talent." "Yeah, I didn't expect that either." Li Meng shook her head slightly and sighed. "If Yaya hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that he had entered the entertainment industry." Not only that. He Jingjing handed over the tablet computer. "Look, the hot posts on Jinghua Sky these days are all talking about his songs, and there are many hot topics on Weibo today, all related to Lu Zixia. This guy is famous, completely famous. Jingjing, what are you doing? I can hear you yelling through the wall." At this time, a rough but magnetic female voice came into the room. Then, a middle-aged woman who was about 1.8 meters tall and looked somewhat androgynous walked in. "It's so late, why don't you go back to your room to sleep and disturb me?" The middle-aged woman is named Cheng Siki. She is one of the best agents in the industry. Even Lang Wenqing back then was only as good as her. Moreover, Cheng Siki is a strong woman. She has been engaged in the brokerage industry for many years. Not to mention how many first and second tier stars she has made famous. Many of the younger generation of agents in the industry are her students. If Cheng Siki had not spotted Li Mingyi at first sight and trained her vigorously when she just debuted, Li Mingyi might not be as popular as she is now. "Oh, what are you looking at?" It turns out to be him. Seeing He Jingjing holding a tablet and swiping it non-stop, Cheng Siki said carelessly. "I know this guy. He's handsome, young, and very talented. He's already an artist at Wenqing Entertainment, and his manager is named Lang." The surname Lang? In the entertainment industry, there is only one agent with the surname Lang, the chairman and president of Wenqing Entertainment Media Company, Lang Wenqing. Those stars and ordinary agents may not know that Lang Wenqing has returned to the entertainment industry, but for a top agent like Cheng Siki, it is no secret. It's just that the guy surnamed Lang is quick to act. If he had signed with another media company, I would have poached him no matter what. Cheng Siki didn't know that Lu Zixia was Yaya's biological father. If she knew, she probably wouldn't have praised him so highly. Seeing Cheng Siki admire Lu Zixia so much, Li Mingyi felt happy for some reason, as if she was praising her. Sister Siki, have you ever seen this video about Lu Zixia? Ever since He Jingjing scolded Lu Zixia on the phone that day, she has always regarded him as a modern Chen Shimi. How could she think highly of him? What video? Let me see it. Cheng Siki was a little curious. He Jingjing clicked on a video and silently handed over the tablet. My home. There is a cool guy. 3 heads and 6 arms. Invulnerability. His palms are a bit rough. Holding my hand, I learned to walk. This is? Yeah. Cheng Siki didn't care much about the first 2 sentences, but when she heard this familiar voice, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and rub them subconsciously. Without watching the video and throwing the tablet away, Cheng Siki looked at Li Mingyi and asked, didn't you tell me that you sent Yaya to her father? Why is she with this college student? Don't tell me that Lu Zixia is Yaya's father. Although Yaya is Li Mingyi's daughter, Cheng Siki, who has been single and has no children, has long regarded Yaya as her own child. Now Yaya appears next to a college graduate, how can Cheng Siki not be angry? Sister Siki, he is Yaya's father. Li Mingyi lowered his head, somewhat afraid to look at Cheng Siki. Nonsense. Cheng Siki was really angry. Why are you so unrespectful? Or did Lu Zixia do something to you? No, I have to ask someone to bring Yaya back. While saying this, Cheng Siki took out her cell phone. Sister Siki, that's not true. Li Mingyi said anxiously, do you still remember that 4 years ago, my alma mater's acting department held a welcome party? That day. There was really no other choice. Li Mingyi could only tell Cheng Siki and He Jingjing the secret that she had kept in her heart for more than 4 years. So, this Lu Zixia is your savior? After hearing what Li Mingyi said, He Jingjing felt embarrassed. It turned out that what she thought was wrong. Li Mingyi had never done anything to let her down. Is what you said true? Cheng Siki also came back to her senses, but she was still a little worried. No, I have to ask someone to check it out. If it's true, then this Lu Zixia is not bad, and he can write songs, which will help your career. As for age, although he's a little younger, he's a good match for you. Oh, Sister Siki, what are you talking about? He is just Yaya's father, there is nothing between us. Li Mingyi was still fine, her cheeks flushed, and she waved her hands repeatedly. Oh, is that so? After so many years, Cheng Siki knows Li Mingyi very well. If Li Mingyi didn't like her, she would never behave like a child. Forget it. Jingjing, what do you think of this guy? Cheng Siki wanted to tease Li Mingyi, he's handsome, talented, and so popular now. The most important thing is that he gives you a daughter for free. Do you want to consider marrying him? No. Before He Jingjing could say anything, Li Mingyi said firmly, absolutely not. Oh. Cheng Siki and He Jingjing looked at Li Mingyi at the same time and deliberately lengthened their voices. Oh, you guys? Li Mingyi blushed completely and pushed the 2 of them out. Let's go, I don't want to bother with you anymore.